Good morning and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are continuing our coverage of Georgia versus Matthew Lanz. We are in day 3 of the trial and let me get my notes here. Welcome in everybody. Thank you for joining us. We are 11 witnesses in. And I am expecting, I would expect the state to be resting very, very soon. I'm not going to throw any rumors out there. I haven't heard anything, but we've heard from pretty much everybody at this point. So what do you guys think? You think they're going to rest? Do you think the state will rest today? I think it's a strong possibility, but what do you guys think? Who's first in chat today? Let me see if I can scroll back. Let's see. Kathy Davis. Let's see. Kathy Davis. I think something happened erroneously. Hold on a sec. Kathy Davis, I think you got... we'll take care of that in a second. Just give us a moment.
She's off.
Okay. All right. Kathy Davis was first in chat. Good morning to you. Jennifer King, Sherry M., good to see you guys. Thank you for joining us. Richard in the kitchen. Karen Reed is firing back. Yeah, we saw that. Dwayne, good morning to you. Sherry M., yes, get yourself some coffee. That sounds good. See. I know once we get started there, Crochet Nana, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. JRN, good morning. Debbie Blair, hello. Sharon, thank you for joining us. Bama Green Eyes, good to see you. Sherry M, you are back, I hope, with your coffee. Always good with you. Amy Lee, good morning. Brett, good morning to you. Let's see. Little Lulu, good morning. Thank you for joining us. Always good to see Anja and Jill. You guys are always welcome to join us. Lynn in South Carolina, or SC. We'll go with that. Jennifer, you want to watch Drumline today? It's a good movie. Hey, Joy. Good to see you. Sunshine Sarah, grabbing your seat. Gina, thank you for joining us. Twinkle Bells, hello. William, thank you for joining us. Sarah Morgan, Amy Lee, good to see everybody. Please have your seat. Settle in. We are starting day 3. Let me see if we have a feed yet. Let's see if we have a feed yet over here. Yes, we do have a feed. All right. Let me get us into court. Make sure we're live. All right. Let's get ourselves situated here. And everybody settle in. Day 3. All right. Day 3. All right, so what do you guys think? We've had 11 witnesses. We've heard from the medical examiner. We've heard from the detective or the sergeant that arrested him or was part of the arrest of him in Sandy Springs when he broke into that homeowner's house and then stabbed the officer. We heard from a tool mark firearms expert. We heard from the DNA expert. We heard from the law enforcement sergeant that interviewed the parents, Matthew Lanz's parents. We heard from Timothy Hicks, who is the father of Justin, and he discovered his son and his daughter-in-law. We heard the first responder with body cam. We heard from the Sergeant Sinatra, who collected the 3 9mm casings. We heard from Ronson Smith, Detective Ronson Smith. He did the surveillance of the video a surveillance video of the house, of the home, showing Matthew's Lexus coming and going. I don't know. What do you guys think? Tell me what you think. Hey, Ed, good morning to you. Silver Fox, good to see you. Kimbers. Joni, good to see you. Gordon, thank you for joining us. Betsy, good to see you. Mary Fitz, I see you're in the chat somewhere. Shelly Beans, there you are. Parachuting in, Mary. Thank you for parachuting in. Hopefully you had a soft landing. Let's see, Sarah. Who has a birthday today? Sarah has a birthday? Oh, Sarah, is it your birthday today? Well, happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Thank you for spending your day with us. All right. Good morning to you, Kimbers. Hey, Deviant, coming at you live. Coming to you live. JMS, good morning to you. Hey, Cindy, good morning to you. Sarah Morgan's birthday. Yes. All right. Happy birthday to you, Sarah. Thank you for joining us and spending your day with us. Atlanta Braves have done this. All right, Richard, you're throwing all kinds of clues at me. All right, hold on. I don't want to get distracted from my feed, Richard. So let me just grab this real quick. All right. All right, so what do you guys think? Day 3, do you think the state is going to rest today? What do you guys think? Talk to me. Tammy, good morning to you. How are you? Thank you for joining us. Tracy, do you think the defense will call anyone? That's a good question. That's a very good question. He was evaluated by a lot of psychiatrists. We got I don't want to say your name. I'll just say Kathy sent us his evaluation. No, his pretrial. Competency hearing. Easy for me to say, right? Yes, we got sent his competency hearing, and Dr. Flores, Dr. Norman, Dr. Donaldson again, Dr. Sheow. Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 doctors examined him, and I think 2 or 3 of them said he had issues, and I think one of them says he is competent to stand trial, and I think 2 or 3 of them said he is not. So I have not had a chance to read this. It's 209 pages. I just got this yesterday, so I didn't have the brain power to read through this last night. But if anybody is going to be called, I would think it would be one of these evaluators, to be quite honest. He certainly understood the adversarial nature of the court proceedings. He definitely does understand. He knows that you're the prosecutor and that you have a job to do. These findings were in 2022 evaluations that you conducted. I'm just reading you, just grabbing some things. So, for example, confusion, right? So in 2022, he understood that he had 4 felony M charges. He understood it from different times that I saw him. He had actually deleted the officer. Okay, when he was evaluated by Dr. Norman about him thinking he had actually taken out the officer at Sandy Springs, when I met him, there was no mention of him doing that. So there's some confusion. Like I said, there was no confusion in 2022 of the fact that I'm a psychologist and I'm here to do an evaluation. So, Tracy, I would think if anybody would be called, I would think it would be these folks that evaluated him. That's what I'm thinking. You're welcome, Tammy. Thank you for letting me know. So, yeah, if anybody's going to be called, I would think it'd be these psychologists, I guess. I don't know if they might be psychiatrists as well. I'm not sure. So that's what I'm thinking. What do you guys think? Hey, Daisy, good morning to you. Skip to the last page. Yeah, I was on 92. That's page 92 of 209. Let me go to 209. Let's see. I was in the process of getting to the findings. Oh, and I got an error. No. All right. Yes, refresh. Sure, why not? All right, let me just let's go to I'll go to 208. Let's see what's on 208. All right, we will stand in recess. 209, I hereby certify. Okay, that's not telling me anything. Last time I listened to you, Deviant. Deviant. All right, so it could be Dr. Shao. It could be somebody else he found, but I'm not saying should he be found not competent. I strongly believe that would be the next step. But in other words, you'd have to find a psychiatrist who is willing to give psychotropic medication to someone who does not have a mental correct illness. Is that right? So maybe he is being medicated. Maybe he is. I'm saying that, Your Honor, should you find him not competent to stand trial, that would be the next step of sending him back to Georgia Regional. And I will tell you now that I suspect would happen at that point, and this is me, because of my interaction with him and his level of guardedness, and his refusal to admit that he has mental illness. I anticipate that should Your Honor find him not competent to stand trial, Mr. Lanz will refuse psychotropic medication. And you will find Dr. Shao back at this courtroom requesting a cell hearing for forced medication. He does not believe he has a mental illness. He will not take medication. So maybe he is on forced medication. Remember, we're like wondering why he just looks so vacant, just so like Carlos and Bianca. You guys remember them? So that's interesting. So thank you, Kathy, for sending this to us. Why did he not rule out malingering this time? If he was concerned, okay, that he might be malingering. So there's a little bit of questioning whether he was malingering. So very interesting. So yeah, Sherry. Yeah, he looks like he's out. He looks like he's out of it. So bipolar is not an option. His mom, remember in that interview with law enforcement, his mom was saying that he started to. He'd smoked a lot and he was banging his head on a dorm room. But he was a really good kid, maybe straight A's even. In high school, then first semester of college, he starts drinking and smoking, and it falls apart for him at that point. But mom was saying, told a psychiatrist he was either bipolar or schizophrenic. And he's had episodes for the last few years. So maybe the kid does have some issues. I mean, if that's the case, then I would say he needs help. That's the way I always stand in these cases. I don't, just throwing him in prison is one thing. Having them actually get help is another thing. So I don't know. So that's who I would say. To answer your question in a roundabout way, if the defense is going to call anybody, I would hope that they would call some psychiatrists and or psychologists. Let's see. What the Healer? I think there's about 700, 800 pages. Wow. I think I only sent 5. Oh, was that you? Oh, well, thank you. I'm not going to, thank you for that. There are 3 more that covers the other doctors. I'll try to, very cool. Well, thank you. Thank you for that. Here, I wanted to get to this. Jill, what are the age between Matthew and his brother? I don't know. Maybe 2 or 3 years. I really don't know. Not more than 5, I would think. Not more than 5. But I'm just completely guessing. Silver Fox, the nurses at the hospital said he was just copying the other patients. That is truly mentally ill. All right. Joanne, Jedi Platypus. Good morning to you. Hey, Beth. Good to see you. Kathy, I thought he was faking till Mom spoke. Yeah, I wasn't sure what was going on with him. JMS, maybe the state will recall Matthew McConaughey. Kathy, I do still think some of his actions are being overplayed. Lolo, I agree. I would want him to seek help. It looks like there's no life in him. Yeah. Cindy asks, does the defendant have to be coherent enough to understand the proceedings? Yes, that is what the evaluations are for. Good question. That's what the evaluations are for. Hey, Mallory, good to see you. Getting your shout out. Oh, here we go.
Good morning, everyone. I am Judge Sonia Brown. I am the presiding judge for this criminal bench trial for the state of Georgia versus Matthew Scott Lanz, 22-900-922. We are present here in the open courtroom. Present of the court, the clerk, the court reporter. Mr. Lanz is represented by Attorney Jimmy Berry, and the state is represented by Assistant District Attorneys Green and Horowitz. Good morning, everyone. Hope everyone is well this morning. Before we proceed with the state's next witnesses, is there anything that we need to put on the record procedurally or concerning any issues that you all would like to make a part of the record?
Procedurally, I have an idea that probably we'll finish the state's side of the case today.
Okay.
If we do that, I would like to be able to have overnight to discuss with my client whether he's going to testify.
Okay, that's fine.
So if we, whenever they finish, stop for the day and give me.
That's fine. That's state.
That's no problem, Your Honor. I actually think we'll probably be close to 5 o'clock anyway, so it shouldn't be an issue at all.
Okay, that's fine. And as we can discuss scheduling throughout the day and see where we are with everything that we need to do. All right. Is there anything else that we need to put on the record, or you all would like to discuss with the court?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. State, you may call your next witness.
At this time, the state calls Charles Needham.
By the great chair, you raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give the court on the issue now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
All right. Would you please have a seat for me, and once seated, if you would please state and spell your true and correct legal name for the record.
Yes, my first name is Charles, Charles. Last name is Needham, Needham.
All right. Thank you. Attorney Horowitz, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. All right, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you employed?
I currently work for the City of Lawrenceville Police Department.
In what capacity?
I'm the sergeant over the training unit.
And how long have you been with the Lawrenceville Police Department?
I started in March 17th, 2023.
Now, prior to Lawrenceville, did you have any previous law enforcement experience?
Yes, I started in Sandy Springs Police in 2016.
Now, as you worked through Sandy Springs, in what capacity did you work for Sandy Springs?
I started as an officer on patrol, went to our traffic unit, and then was a detective prior to leaving Sandy Springs Police.
Now, have you been post-certified, I guess, since 2016?
Yes.
All right. Now, I want to direct your attention to November the 19th, 2021. Were you on duty with the Sandy Springs Police Department that morning?
I was.
And were you in the capacity of a detective at that time?
I was.
Now, were you dispatched to 90 Cameron Glen Drive?
Yes.
Is that in Sandy Springs?
It is.
Now, why were you dispatched there?
So a call had come out of a burglary in progress. I had just arrived in the office that morning, and I was listening to our radio traffic and notified our supervision that I was going to go ahead and go down there as one of the only detectives in the office. And that was when I self-dispatched to that location.
Now, around what time did that call come out?
About 8:50 in the morning.
And around what time did you arrive to that scene?
I arrived at 9:10, and while I was walking out of the office is when the shots fired call came out. Prior to that,
Now, did you actually make it to that scene?
I did.
Now, when you arrived, what did you observe?
So when I got on scene, there were several officers attempting to control the defendant in the front yard. He had at least 2 gunshot wounds that I could see, one like a graze wound to the neck or back of the head, and one to the upper torso. And when I arrived, when I went into the house, that was where I discovered the crime scene and where Sergeant Roush had been stabbed and was being treated.
Now, in the front yard, was the defendant getting medical treatment?
So the officers were attempting to get him under control at that time, but he did get medical treatment from them and from the ambulance that arrived shortly after.
Now, was he loaded into that ambulance?
He was.
And where was he transported to?
To North Fulton Hospital, I believe.
Now, was the defendant discharged from the hospital shortly thereafter?
He was.
Now, after being discharged from the hospital, where was he transported?
He was transported back to Sandy Springs Police Headquarters.
Do you know how he was transported back?
Yes, it was one of our crime suppression officers, had transported him back. I can't remember the exact one.
And so just a patrol car?
Yes,
And was he in handcuffs at that time when he was being transported back?
he was.
Now, where is the Sandy Springs headquarters located?
7840 Roswell Road in Sandy Springs, Georgia.
For what
County?
I apologize. For what purpose was he brought back to headquarters?
So that we could attempt to do an interview with him.
Now, approximately what time was he brought back to the headquarters from the hospital?
About 5 p.m. that same day.
And when he was brought back into the headquarters, was he still in handcuffs?
He was.
Now, when he arrived to headquarters, was he allowed to use the restroom?
He was.
And did he?
He did.
Was he offered food and water?
Yes.
And was he provided with food or water?
Yes.
Now, were you able to have an interview with him?
I was.
Around what time did you start your interview?
About 5:25 that evening.
Now, what was your purpose in interviewing the defendant?
So I interviewed him alongside Sergeant Johnson, who was over the detectives division at the time, and it was to gain some kind of an understanding of what led to the stabbing, the officer-involved shooting, trying to figure out why he was in the house he was in, and to get his side of things so we could help figure out what led us to where we landed.
Now, that being your purpose, at that time, did you have any information as to an incident in Cobb County?
I did not.
Now, were you able to conduct an interview with the defendant?
I was.
Now, prior to that interview, was he advised of his Miranda rights?
He was.
And were they read to him?
They were.
Were they read in full to him?
They were.
And did he understand English?
Yes.
Did you have any problems in your communicating with him?
Not at all.
Was he asked whether he was under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
He was.
And did he indicate a way?
He indicated that he was not under the influence of anything.
And were you able to gather his highest level of education?
Yes.
And what was that?
That he was currently studying at UGA, something to do with artificial intelligence, I believe.
Now, kind of describe the nature of the interview.
It was a conversational interview. There was no shouting back and forth. persuasion, threats, anything like that. The entire conversation was just a simple back and forth question and answer.
Now, once you read his rights, did he wish to speak with you, Sergeant Johnson?
Yes.
Now, at any time during this interview, did you threaten the defendant?
No.
At any time, did you pull your gun out?
No.
At any point, did he unequivocally invoke any of his rights?
No.
About how long was your interview with the defendant?
Probably, I think the first go round was at least an hour because we had stepped out for a while to recollect our thoughts after we had learned of the Cobb County incident.
Now, prior to that interview, were photographs taken of the defendant?
They were.
And for what purpose?
For subject identification and to show his injuries at the time of the interview and his physical condition overall.
I'm now going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibits 676 through 684. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
So these photographs were taken in our interview room at Sandy Springs. This was the room where he was interviewed by me and Sergeant Johnson.
And are these fair and accurate photographs of the defendant prior to your interview?
Yes, they are.
At this time, the state moves to enter what's marked as State's Exhibit, and I forgot the number, 676 through 684.
Your Honor, I've had an opportunity to view those, we haven't reviewed.
States Exhibit 676 through 684 are admitted.
And may I publish that?
Yes.
Now, in State's Exhibit 676, who do we see in this photograph?
That's the defendant, Mr. Lanz.
Now, do you see Mr. Lanz in this courtroom today?
I do.
If you'll please point to that individual and describe an article of clothing.
Yes, it's Mr. Lanz over here in the bright green jumpsuit.
Let the record reflect that the detective has identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
Now, part of your headquarters, is it customary for interviews to be recorded?
Yes,
Now, are there cameras within this room?
there are.
Where are they?
So there's one on the wall facing toward the table that would be behind the photographer in this picture, and there's one on the ceiling tucked into one of the corners.
Now, prior to your testimony today, have you reviewed that recording?
Yes, I have.
And is that recording a fair and accurate recording of the interview that you had with the defendant that day?
Yes.
Now, at this time, the state would move to enter what's marked as State's Exhibit 470 into evidence.
Judge, before we do that, I'd like to ask you a few questions on Jackson, then I'll be sure that
Yes.
I understood.
You can proceed.
Thank you.
And that's 470, correct?
Yes, Judge.
Thank you. Okay.
Good morning, Sergeant.
Hey, good morning. How are you?
I'm great. I think this interview took place after Mr. Lanz had been taken to the hospital, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And do you know what procedure they did at the hospital on him?
I do not know other than just generally speaking, treating the gunshot wounds. I'm not a medical professional, so I can't speak to what they did.
Do you know what medications they gave him for pain?
I do not know.
Okay. Did you ever ask him?
I did not. When Sergeant Johnson advised him of his Miranda rights, that's when he asked him if he was under the influence of any drugs, and he said no.
Okay. Did you ever go to the hospital?
I do not know.
Okay. Do you know which officers did?
I know that Detective Tom Cox was one of them, and at the times, I believe he was a Sergeant Milholland was one of them. I'm not sure of who the others were. I was tied up with everything else at headquarters.
Okay. And did you speak with any of them to find out what medications he may have been given at the hospital?
No, I did not.
Did you talk with any of the officers that had gotten information from him at the scene of this home invasion?
No, all those officers were sequestered shortly after that incident per our department policy and GBI's request due to the officer-involved shooting.
And did Mr. Lanz appear to know where he was and why he was there?
Yes, he appeared completely coherent during our conversations. There was no signs to me of any kind of impairment or anything like that.
And did anyone tell you that he had said that God had told him to go to that house?
During the interview, he told that to me. I don't recall if anybody had said that beforehand or not.
Okay. But you did not see anything yourself that would cause you to pause in questioning him?
No.
Nothing further, Judge.
Mayor Attorney Barry, is there any objection as to Exhibit 470, as to Mr. Lanz's statement of whether or not it was voluntarily, and knowingly
After
given?
watching the interview, the primary thing I wanted to find out was what medications this officer may have known that he was under. I do not see anything in the video that would cause me to believe that he didn't do it freely and voluntarily.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Exhibit 470 is admitted.
Now, just to kind of follow up on a couple of those questions. Now, coming from the hospital, probably on some medication, correct?
Yes.
Now, even though on medication, did you have any difficulties communicating with him?
No, I did not.
And did he seem under the influence when you were speaking with him?
No, he did not.
Now, during this interview, did you ever give him a hope of benefit in speaking with you?
No.
Now, I want to ask about the interview itself and kind of the recording. Are your interviews in one streamed video?
So the video file is broken down into different segments. That segment is based on file size and interview length. So that's why it gets parsed out into different files.
And so when it gets parsed out, is it a continuous video just in segments?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Judge, if I may publish State Exhibit 470.
Yes, and do you all need lights off or?
No, this is fine. Thank you, Judge. For the record, I am starting State Exhibit 470 at 17:24 and 30 seconds.
Okay, you don't see? I'm Sir Johnson, this is the deputy. We're talking with you today. What's your name?
Matthew, 2 G's. Scott, C-O-T-T, L-A-N-Z.
What's your neighbor?
1999. 2022.
Okay. Where do you live at?
I live in Athens right now.
Live in Athens? What's your address?
435 North Church Street. UGA. I go there remote.
Yeah, is this what we were talking about as the video is kind of broken up in segments?
Yes.
Running about an hour apiece.
Correct.
So I'm going to move to the second video of State's Exhibit 470. And I will restart. So this is the second video on 470, starting at 17:25 and 50 seconds.
What are you majoring in?
Cognitive science, so it's like AI and automated systems. Trying to improve the culture of that industry, making it more efficient, more effective, safer technology, because, it can be, it's very good at collecting data. That's kind of an issue these days, securing data in the community. It was always something that I found interesting.
Congratulations. How long have you lived there?
I moved in at the beginning of August. Would have been around August 7th. I was. And then I also live, at my house with my parents too.
Where's that?
It's in Acworth.
What's that?
That's 600 Delphinium, DELPHIN, Boulevard. That is 30102.
You live in your parents?
Yeah, I have mom, dad, 2 sisters, a deceased brother, and we have a little cousin who lives with us since I was
Oh, my sisters.
my oldest is 30, so she has 2 kids now. And my oldest sister is 20, 23, I think.
They all live?
The oldest sister is Sandra, she lives in Atlanta.
What's your phone?
678 619 7808.
That's your cell phone? Alright, what is, you obviously reading right English language?
Yes.
Under the influence of any alcohol or drugs today?
No.
And your education level is obviously college. So you're in college. I want to talk to you about what occurred in there today, but I'm going to read your rights first. Alright, so before I ask you any questions, you must understand your rights, okay? So you have the right to consent. Anything you say used in court as evidence against you. You have the right to talk to the lawyer before we ask you any questions and have him or with you during questioning. If you cannot afford a lawyer, will be appointed for you without cost, and he or she may be present at all times during questioning. If you desire to answer questions now that I'm lawyer present, you will so agree to stop answering any time until you talk to a lawyer. Do you understand this? Can we proceed forward to talking about what happened earlier?
Is there a way that I could just, I guess if I get uncomfortable with the answer, I can always, go to the actual lawyer.
Yeah,
So that we could proceed like this.
Okay. So you are right, I appreciate that. Let's talk through morning. Where start morning at?
It started in my apartment.
In your apartment?
Yeah.
And what time was that?
Well, I think I had woken up around 2 o'clock to my mom knocking on my door.
And asked?
Yeah. And I was like, well, what is she doing here? That just didn't make sense.
Okay. So what happened after that? What was your?
She had come to tell me that 2 people had been murdered in the house that is behind ours. And she was, coming to ask me, like, were you involved? And I said, no. I was on the way home anyway. And then when all of that happened, I didn't hear any of it. They didn't hear any of it. And I had, I guess, left before it had happened. Because I had been going home. And then I went back to Athens because I was just too tired to go home and needed to come back for classes. So that's what I was doing that night before.
So where were you then?
In Athens and then at my home and then I drove back.
What time was that?
The drive down and the drive back up.
Yeah.
So I guess I left Athens around 9 and probably got there 10:15. And then I was at my house for probably, 30 or 40 minutes and then I left.
Okay.
30 or 40 minutes after 10:15, so it would have been around 11, I guess, that I had left.
What did you do?
It's hard to recollect, but it was later than, I guess, 11:30, 40. So maybe it was 12-ish. Yeah, an hour and a half is pretty accurate.
What did you drive?
My car.
Which car did you?
It's a black Texas.
Okay. So your mom comes up here, asks you if you're involved in this. I haven't heard about anything over a cop, so I guess that's.
Apparently it was super crazy scene.
Oh yeah, like what?
I don't.
There's a lot of evidence that we don't know.
Right, so she said she was like the hair thing. Someone just like broke into their house and just murdered them in like their living room or something. What she said. Are there a shit ton of police there? Like, is there anything? Like, no, she's like, no, I just happened. I want to make sure you weren't there. And I'm like, okay. I wasn't, I told her that I hadn't been coming home. That, when I got there, I smoked a cigarette in the backyard. I did look at the people's house's light. Because there's a big fence in our backyard, and you see the light. Yeah, and she was asking like, like, did you look over at their house or did you hear anything? And all that. Well, yeah, I looked over there and saw a light on or two when I was smoking a cigarette, and then I tried going to the back door to our house. And then, it was locked. I couldn't use my key. I was gonna go around the front door and get outside and sleep. It was already pretty late. I was just sitting on the homework. And then I was just saying, I got out of my car and decided to move it and left.
You left, and then at 2 o'clock, your mom shows up.
That's the.
Okay, let's do that.
She was talking to me about, how she just wants me to focus on school and trying to be a hard worker for her, and trying to stay focused and stay out of trouble, which is what I try to do.
I'm sure that's important to your mom.
And my dad, they're very respectful people. They want us, they want their kids to be good people and successful. So they have to instill good values, which I think they have.
Seems like it. You got a program like that at UGA.
Right. I mean, I was always a smart kid when I went to I went to enhanced high school, magnet school, so school was kind of always a pretty easy thing for me to get along with. Ended up kind of like a more introverted personality type. I was in school very fun, learning new stuff. So UGA is good for me to help me socialize more, be more open.
That's really good.
Learning is enjoyable, right?
Exactly. Some people just don't like learning, I guess.
Well, that's just a passion, you know? Passion. So, how did you, if you were in Athens, how did you end up back in
You
here?
know, or here, I was actually going home again in my car, I guess.
Do you remember what else?
Yeah, it was over near. It was down 75 here. Kind of near us. It went way past 575, like closer to Athens. I'm not sure the actual road name, but
Did you just ride the environment? There's restaurants or gas stations.
It was, I mean, it's on the 75 drive back from Athens to Kinston.
What way do you normally take? Do you take?
I want to say, you guys are Sandy Springs, right?
Yeah,
I want to say Henry Barnes.
I got you.
All right, so car breaks down, gas, and what happens?
Then I just started walking.
Where are you going to?
No, it's just kind of thinking about what I was going to do on the car, I guess.
So what happens?
For sake of honesty, I just walked through that neighborhood.
Okay.
And then I just got so much that that house was something I needed to go to. And then, you know, when I was in there, the dogs were like acting very friendly. And then, you know, the lady started saying, "Who are you? What are you doing in my house?" And I was saying, "It's me, Matthew." She's like, "Oh, I don't know who you are, blah, blah, blah." And I said, "Well, maybe I'm just not in the right house." And then she called her son upstairs, Matthew. She started calling the police after he came down. After we I was just standing there for a while. You know, I was thinking about it, there's really no way to describe that kind of interaction. When she called the police and you guys showed up, I went upstairs because that's where I thought I had to go check out. I didn't find anything that probably really was important.
What were you looking
I wasn't really sure. Just some place that felt I needed to. I was upstairs. And then, they were heading up the stairs. And I just went down because I was just up there.
Were they talking to you?
Yes, they were communicating. I was communicating back too.
Or you were?
Yes.
What were they saying to you?
Just something, come downstairs. This isn't your house. It's the next one over. And I was like, that's not right. I'm supposed to be here. But I guess it felt more uncertain. And I started going down the stairs. I saw the load of police. I don't know how many there were. There was probably 7 or 8 of them. I don't know. I guess it kind of freaks me out.
They're scared.
Not necessarily. I mean, I thought they might have shot me on sight.
So what happens next?
I don't know. Based on what happened, I think I could just call the lawyer for other info, correct?
You can call her anytime. I just wanted to tell the truth, you know, but you've been pretty truthful with me so far. Just kind of your side and your version of events, because I only had one side.
Just the way I've described it is, I just kind of punched at this dude with that knife. And then,
Can you know why?
considering I don't think they were going to let me be after some event like that for some reason. I just thought I was going to go to jail or prison instantly. And then once obviously the knife punch was thrown, all the officers started action. That one officer got killed, and then I just got very quickly. That's because of miracle, I suppose.
Because of what?
A miracle, I suppose. That was a very shot to my brain instantly. But it wasn't hate or anything. There was love in my body and my heart. I think I was just looking for something that wasn't there. I don't know.
What made you feel like you needed to be in the house?
I would say a message from God.
Can you tell me about your night? Did you bring it with you? Did you find it in the house?
It was in my car. Because it's been under my ownership. And it's a fixed lid.
What kind?
I believe it's a Kogan. Full suit.
Nice night.
Where did you carry it?
I just don't care.
Where did you carry it after that?
I did.
Can you show me that?
Shit.
How big? Was it bigger than
The hill's pretty long, but the blade was like overall, like, I don't know, 10 inches long, I guess. They just
anything else you want to tell me about the incident that you haven't told me so far?
I just don't think just left that house in peace. And, been on my way to getting my car back up and running and being at the school or with my family like I was going to. So I'm sure I will look at it.
Anything else you want to talk about? You know, for the sake of honesty and us getting help and making sure.
Right, so I've been talking to mental health specialists that, can affirm that I'm not mentally unstable. And, if my, I guess, detained is lifted, maybe there's more checkups to do than just talk or like.
Well, we're ready to do that. We're going to make sure they have, you see our doctors.
You both feel like you need help, I'm gonna go get you down.
Yeah, I mean,
Anybody that needs help and wants help,
I do,
deserves to go get it.
though I do feel like I don't need that anything to do.
Well, just, anything else you want to talk about that you think would be good for us to know, or to get up to conscience, or, maybe that's happened in the last several days, that led up to this incident, or occurred after this incident, that you think would be helpful for people?
I think having faith in God is very important.
So you're a believer, you're a Christian?
Yes.
I am too.
I think God is very real if left.
I agree. Do you go to church?
It's kind of more like a seasonal, occasional, going to church talks, but
It doesn't, that doesn't have an effect on what you on your level of belief, but, one of the biggest things is, to be forgiven for your sins, as a Christian, you have to be honest and repent about what you did.
and I have made that spirit of God. I feel like He loves me so, because I do.
You think there's anything that He needs to tell you that you need to talk with us about and tell us about, so that it can clear your conscience?
Killing is always kind of, killing should, I think killing should be like a self-defense and then, military nation defense principle. So I believe in the concept of self-defense and like, the Castledonia in Georgia, that kind of speaks to, as a responsible gun owner. Yes, but I don't have it in my possession.
Where is it?
Respects to the current answer.
Yeah, this is your but it's not on here, right?
No.
This is in the same place that no one
Yes,
can do it.
it's safe and secure.
Okay. Have you ever been in that situation where you had to finish?
No. I mean, I thought when my mom showed up, she had like busted the chain off the lock. And I was gonna grab my pistol off the ground. But that was it, that's all I'm certain.
Okay, this is good.
It's a Glock.
Oh, wow.
7.
Okay. 9? Wow, 17.
All those 17s.
Did she very well?
That was what I was searching over the locks and
Literally
my
Glocks.
whole life until I was 17.
How old are you?
The pistol? It's maybe a month or two.
good place? Do you, are you a specific ammo kind of guy, or?
I shoot like FMJs. And then like, I think I make federal makes good all the points.
Yeah. What kind do you keep in your gun?
The brass with copper.
Copper jacket, brown.
Yes, the hollow points. They have like different kinds something. I just know that federal is different kinds. I know federal makes good hollow points.
I'm just curious because, I mean, we don't have anything to do with the gun, so why would you want to tell me where your gun is?
I don't know, I think it's just like relevant for the aspect of, the event. I just think, it's just in the safe, locked in the house.
Okay, but it's locked up.
Yeah. The parents have,
Okay, because the big thing we just worry about, things like this go down people in other people's houses so many times that people, there are a lot of different folks in you and they got guns and they end up just out in the woods somewhere and we just don't want a kid to get it or something like that. That's why we're not thinking about guns. It's nothing about you, I just don't want little Johnny to go run through the woods and pick it up and that'd be a little tragedy.
And that'd be pretty heavy in your order now.
Yeah, I think
Being a Christian, it would, I mean.
killing kids, I mean, come on. Anyway, that's always a tragedy.
Okay. I'm gonna step out. Are you sure there's nothing you wanna? You need a trash can?
Let's see.
You sure there's nothing else you wanna talk about this incident? That would help you ease yourself?
Okay, so.
You need more water. I got you.
Alright, we'll just hang out for a minute.
Fresh cup of water.
For the record, I'm stopping this video at 17:53 and 3 seconds. Now, at this point in your interview, do you start looking into a potential other incident?
Yes.
And were you able to identify a potential situation that you could be looking into?
Yes. So when we stepped out, when Sergeant Johnson and I stepped out, we spoke to other detectives and our intel analysts who had been watching that interview and were trying to dig up other information. And that's when it became increasingly apparent that there was another incident involved, and the Cobb County incident got brought to light, the recent homicide.
Now, once you kind of identified that potential incident, did you or someone from your agency reach out to Cobb County?
Yes, I believe it was one of our intelligence analysts had reached out to Cobb County to get them in the loop.
And at some point, did they come to the headquarters and interview the defendant?
They did.
Now, just to kind of ask some additional questions as to that interview. Now, was that interview conducted in the same room?
Yes.
And at some point, did detectives from Cobb County come and interview the defendant as he is seated there, as we saw?
Yes.
All right. Now, at some point after kind of going over all of that, did you and Sergeant Johnson come back in and continue your interview?
We did.
So now I'm going to skip to that portion when you come back into the interview, and that's on That's on disc 1, video 3 of State's Exhibit 470.
And Judge, I may have some questions. It's a new interview.
Okay.
I'd like to ask you questions. Okay.
Concerning the first one, yes, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. When you restarted this interview, and how long were you out before you came back in?
I'm not exactly sure how long it was that we were out of the room.
15, 20, 30 minutes?
Yeah, it wasn't a very long time period. So yeah, within a half an hour.
Okay, within a half hour. Did you reread his Miranda warnings?
No, we did not.
Okay. Even though you had a new situation that you wanted to ask questions about?
That's correct. He had already been advised of those and was still in our custody, so.
Okay. And you saw that he was beginning to get maybe sick there at the end?
Yes.
And did you ask him anything about that, whether he felt like he could continue or anything of that nature?
Other than asking if he needed the trash can kind of right before we left, that was all I recall. And I don't remember if when we restarted, if I brought that up again or not.
All right. And the Cobb County officers, when did they arrive?
I don't know the exact time they arrived. Sometime I'm guessing around 6 p.m. So.
And you were still interviewing?
Yes.
All right. And did they come into the interview room?
They did after we went out and convened with them, and then they came in.
Okay. And was there Miranda warnings read at that point?
I don't recall if they read him an independent Miranda warning or not.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And Judge, we would object to any continuing playing of the video because we think it's a violation. The fact that they waited 30 minutes before they came back in. This is a new interview, and we feel like they did not read his Miranda warning, and consequently, anything from here on would not be admissible.
You're talking about the interview that continues with Sandy Springs Police Department, or the interview that he's referring to with Cobb County?
The continuation, when they were gone for 30 minutes and then came back in, didn't remind him of his constitutional rights or didn't read the Miranda warning again, then we think that's a violation.
Okay, I'll hear from the state.
Judge, that's just not required. This is a continuation of the interview that they have already been conducting. So, I mean, it's not a violation. I had already asked the officer at any point he unequivocally wanted to withdraw and stop speaking. So, it's just not a violation. It's just a continuation of the same interview, which is done in almost every case where interviews are conducted. They step out and they come right back in. It is not required for Miranda to be reread to him in a 30-minute gap.
I would agree if they'd gone out for 5 minutes, take a break or something like that. This is an interview where they are gathering other information about another case, and they waited maybe 30 minutes before they came back in, knowing that they were going to be interviewing about another case, and they did not read Miranda before the Miranda reading. I think that puts it in a different category. So we would object to this one.
Okay. Objections noted, but I'm going to overrule the objection. The objection's noted for the record. You may continue.
Thank you, Judge. And so, just to go back to State's Exhibit 470, which has already been admitted to evidence, this is disc 2, video 1, starting at 18:04 and 16 seconds.
Well, I guess I wanted to touch back on the night prior to being, kind of the message you were getting, and you talked about that incident that occurred, where was it, behind your house? There's obviously good information for us because there's a witness now, I wouldn't saw your house, and you said you saw a cigarette.
All I saw was that they had like a Bible, and I guess it's their bathroom. And then it's really awesome. They use some lights that fly to the fence hole. That's awesome.
Did you go look or anything?
No, I hadn't like looked at it yet. No, I wasn't like thinking about it. Like, I had left, I guess, before it happened.
Did you see anything suspicious over that night?
No, I can't think of anything suspicious.
Hear anything?
No, that's the weird one, I guess.
Why? Why wasn't it?
I don't know, my mom said like she didn't hear it. Sister said she didn't hear it.
Have you ever been out?
I mean, when I was a kid, one of our parents, his friends just lived there, and we were kind of good friends with the kids. So they were just friends. But then they
Do you know who lived there now?
no. I mean, she said it was just like, it's like a random couple. So weird.
Is there kids living there?
I'm not sure. I think the people that lived there before they were a kid.
How old was the kid?
The old people that said, it was young, I think.
What about the people that live there now?
I guess they're dead now.
Yeah,
That neighborhood wasn't that bad, actually, so it's something like that happened.
yeah. You have bad kids?
I don't know, but they also moved in pretty, like, recently, I guess. I'm not sure they had a kid. Yeah, I don't know.
The news they did, they had a little kid in there.
Yeah. No.
And then that little baby now. And then you sit here and we're a big passion for kids.
Right, it pains me to know one child could, be without their parents like that. That's just hurts me more.
Yes,
Yeah.
but I was in there.
And now,
It's over here.
what do you mean?
It's over here. So that little kid was in the house when all that happened.
From me? Or from,
I mean, I didn't know about that incident until you started talking earlier, so I would have read some news articles.
That's what you said, it was looked it up, and it's bizarre. Yeah, apparently that little kid was home for all that.
their parents, I guess. did they take the executive order?
Do you know? I mean, you
No,
know.
I don't know. I was just gonna ask, like, did they like take it to, like, they took the to a safe place?
I hope so.
And orphan is such a hard thing to deal with.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, kids. You said you didn't know in the house. And you also said that she might have been pregnant. So
That's crazy.
those really two kids.
So interested, she might have heard or seen. Everything going on out here is off to the side right now. I mean,
I mean, all I saw was that the lights were on.
And which lights are those again?
It was, I think it's there. It's like a window like above the middle of the house. And, you know, my brother was, I think, getting harassed by the old police lived there through that window, so it was just super crazy.
They were arrested, but
I believe so.
what they do?
I don't think we ever really found out.
Were they prosecuted for it?
No. Because it was so weird.
Just take it for that baby, you know?
It's really,
Yeah, things happen, you know, getting back to states, but it's just important for that little kid, you know, to have something to, you know, some sort of justice, some sort of closure, you know, because, I mean, we were talking about earlier, you know, I think we're all Christians in the room, you know.
I don't know, do you think that baby will grow up knowing that pain?
I could, but I
Just
just,
in their parents.
yeah, but I think what could help with that pain is some closure and honesty and doing the Christian thing, you know, because
Well, unfortunately, I don't have anything to like have any information about it because
you don't have anybody that does.
no, I mean, besides like whatever, I guess the local police were there. Besides what they found, I don't know.
Yeah. Have you heard anything what they found in one time? You probably has better knowledge than we do, because my wife agrees what was on the news, so what all did she say? How did she?
I don't know. I mean, she must have, I guess, seen the police in the morning or whatever. And then she was just like, do you know anything about two people being murdered, you know, in the neighbor's house on her? So I was like, no, that's not what I'm just saying. And I told her about coming home. Smoke a cigarette in the backyard. Dropping this shit on the house and having in my car for like 10 minutes. And I went to sit there. And then I left. The vibe come off to me. I just came back to
drafting those articles. Did she say how they were killed? Because we can't even get it down.
I think she said they were shot.
What do you think, Adam?
And I wouldn't know. I don't get the feeling that I knew somebody was up to something, you know, when I was looking at that house anyway. I guess they just broke in and killed them.
What do you feel about the person that did it? What do you think about them? What kind of person do you think they are?
I don't know how brutal was it.
I really don't.
Was it even brutal?
Well, it's not in our jurisdiction, so we don't.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking that you're gonna be a very good at this, so I just want
I wouldn't be able to say anything with this.
The only thing we got is just their own
I mean, like, what's your opinion? What do you think? Like, what kind of person? Do you think it was somebody that like made a mistake or had a hunch about something?
Maybe it was. I mean, I would say it was a coincidence that it happened on the same night as I showed up, but I didn't hear anything, which is crazy. I mean, or someone could have just been trying to rob and they got scared. I don't know. Just sitting there, I don't know, but this is nuts. But it was broken in or something.
Your mom was talking to you about it. Did she hear from anybody who were in the house that were or anything?
No, she never was. She might have. I can't really remember what she was saying. I was just trying not to like get too worked up about the way that happened. I was so close to them. I was definitely a little close to them.
What do you think should happen to the person that doesn't do
I guess it depends, like, with what intention it was even, like, attempted at. Like, I don't know what they were trying to do, which is always a weird word.
it? I just keep thinking about that kid, you know? That poor kid and what he's going through right now, and what he's gonna go through as he grows up. Just weighs on my heart. About the child. You know, being right there behind your house.
You would get kids to live with, not having any idea what happened to his parents. It's heartbreaking.
Something like that's just.
I could imagine my little girl growing up like that.
You know, a lot of orphans do it though, which is not smart. You know, they can grow up to be some of the most successful people.
I guess we can all hope that for that we're good.
For sure. I say prayers for
I'll be proud for that
the
kid.
kid and his sister and so much. But yeah. You know, I never used to be super religious, but God really helped me find a lot of strength in myself and others. So I keep them close to my heart.
Yeah, I kind of get this vibe from you that, you know, with your religion and you know, God and kind of our connection here, that there's something there that you want to help bring peace or healing to somebody.
I think the energy might have been off for some reason, and maybe that just yeah, I guess just from a sense of me being at home in the backyard, noticing the lights looking a little like wicked, I guess. I was kind of put off by it.
Yeah. I think you were there for a reason, you know?
It's just a notice, I suppose. Yeah,
At least God was there, you know, for a reason, so you could.
throw some clarity to myself, I suppose, and be able to say prayer and find some peace with
Yeah, sometimes we all go through it in our life, we feel like God put us there for a reason.
everybody's happy. But I was kind of not a believer when I was younger. I was more of a atheistic science believer.
To allow me to switch to the next.
Record. This is still State Exhibit 4470. That's 470. Now this is disc 2, video 1, presuming we're the previous video.
I'm sorry, Mr. Horowitz, I have a little difficult.
I don't even remember. All right, this is State's Exhibit 470, still but disc 2, video 1, a continuation from the previous video on disc 1, video 3. And
I was always, knowledgeable when it comes to Christianity and its values. So I tell myself, yeah, I mean, towards more confident, lower God.
Faith to rely on how to live your life.
And the God and how we navigate mistakes, you know? It's definitely, you know, because Jesus came back for the sinners, you know, to wash people of their sins so that they can have a second chance of life.
That's a courageous sinner to talk about it.
God sent His only Son back to a world of filth and sin, you know, so that we could have an afterlife. But through His Son, you know, there are things that as Christians we have to do as well. You know, we have to be like Jesus, and, you know, act like Jesus, abide by His ultimate word.
He is a very intelligent being and knows love with confidence.
And He was murdered for that, you know.
It's just ignorance, I think. The old types.
The eternal love that He had to offer.
It takes time to love like that. It's hard. And it's worth it if you're able to be in that place in your heart and mind.
Do you know the big love behind you? Were they believers?
I'm not sure. I think the people who lived before their dad lived and the dude who originally bought the house, I think, was probably pretty Christian. He probably, that might have passed on to his children. These new people, I'm not sure.
Had you ever gone to their house? Did they do? Like just for a meeting and say, hey, how you doing? I'm your neighbor.
It was kind of like a suspect, but I didn't even involve myself in that house, because my brother was so entangled by something that was happening.
Can you tell me a little bit more about that and the relationships they have?
With all due respect, it was just, I think he was being harassed, and it just kind of got out of control.
Did you ever try to help them with that?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I do with my friends and family, try to talk to them, be logical, listen to their issues and responsibilities and feelings. I try to work with them to maybe see if they can find some happiness.
Yeah, it's really good.
I enjoy it.
Are you still trying to, I know you said your brother passed, I'm very sorry about that. Are you still trying to help clear some stuff up for your brother?
He was a great soul. He was always one of my best friend. It's very tragedy on the family to lose him, especially in such a short manner. It's been pretty hard for me, and that's why I've been talking to the mental health specialists reliably and with confidence. So I can show them that I'm not trying to devolve into something that's important.
Having somebody to confide in is huge.
It really is.
I've been there.
Talking to people about your problems is a really good way to heal the soul.
Yeah.
Just if you're struggling.
The best way to, I mean, is to get it all out. I mean, literally, it'll kill you, both emotionally and physically. I mean, you can't keep stuff like that on the conscience. I mean, number one, for your well-being, but number two, for your faith. You can't.
Well, I don't have any weight in my conscience about me being there.
If you, hypothetically, if you were, would you? Would it weigh in your conscience if you were there?
I don't know, because I've never killed anybody, so
What about today?
I didn't do that officer gun. With respect.
He's got 3 little kids at home. They're with their dad.
More kids.
I don't even think they know yet.
It's for worse. It depends. I thought I was going to be taken away, I suppose.
Today? Was there anything that put you kind of in that state of mind where you were out walking around and looking at houses and having, hunches that you needed to enter? Was there something that might have occurred earlier that would have put you in that state?
Sometimes we see people that are in a time of crisis, some terrible event has happened in their life, and things kind of get inexplicable from there for a little bit.
It really
You seem like a decent enough dude to me, and did something just go completely awry for you that you just walking around people's houses? Like, that's what doesn't add up, We're just.
I only walked into that house.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, yeah, so that house.
I guess, there was a special hunch, I guess, from God, but.
What was he telling you?
This is you. And then, I was. It's just gonna not talk anymore because I think I've said what I need to say.
Do you want me to let, where do you live?
Acworth.
Do you want me to talk with, find out who's handling their case so that you can be a witness and help them? Would you do that?
Do you think that I could provide good information?
I do. I really do. I think that'd be the Christian thing to do.
I suppose I could help if that would alleviate on your
I think that'd be,
conscience.
We would really appreciate it.
yeah. And I appreciate you speaking with us today. I know a lot of things happen, but your honesty, obviously, that's what sets you free. And that's what gives you peace. So, if there's nothing else you want to talk to me about, or tell me about, we'll, but
God, you guys,
Yes, sir. I'll say a prayer for you, man.
I mean, I'm in due diligence to talk to God about, my neighbors and make sure they're okay. And that,
spend some time talking to him, because I think God will reach out to you and tell you to do the right thing. That's
exciting.
really cool. I think so.
What was there for? Lead us
So,
to
it's to be able to trust that, I really like trust. Security and trust.
Well, who does sound sector, trust security?
I always felt like I've tried to promote trustworthiness as a person I understand. It's one of the most valuable things to me. Sure.
Well, I'm going to give you a minute to be alone with God, and hopefully He speaks to you.
I mean, he's significantly blessed my life. And I deserve to live in it.
I have a hunch that he's going to talk to you right now when I get out of this room, and I think maybe he'll have something to help us, or help somebody, and help that child. I mean, I think that's what he's going to do. He needs to work through you to help that.
Right. Now, we can talk about possibly witnessing for these evidence in hearing, or just for evidence, or just
Just help them, just find out who did this. So, all right, well, we'll go work on that, and I'll leave you to make sure it's quiet in here so that I know it's going to speak to you soon.
Could I get that one?
Yeah.
absolutely. I'll be very fresh.
For the record, I'm stopping this video at 18:31 and 33 seconds. Now, Detective, we kind of previously talked about how you spoke with Cobb County, and just for record purposes, sorry. Font's very small, so I was going to come up here and point. Now, down here on the video, what is the current time? Even better. All right. What is the current time of when y'all left the interview room?
That was 6:31 p.m.
Okay. And so then, at some point after 6:31, does Cobb County detectives come and interview Mr. Lanz here in the same room?
Yes,
And was that recorded as well?
it was.
And through the same system in segments like we've seen
Yes.
with your testimony?
That's correct.
Now, I want to ask just a couple of questions about the burglary case itself. Were you the lead detective in that?
I was.
Now, were you tasked with trying to locate the defendant's vehicle that you heard about in the interview?
Yes.
Now, was his, or let me back up one question. Were you able to identify the type of vehicle that he drove?
Yes.
How were you able to do that?
So through public record searches and through law enforcement databases, I and our intel analysts were able to determine that it was a 2018 Lexus sedan.
And that sedan, was that able to be located?
It was. Once we identified the vehicle, we were able to use those same databases to identify a license plate number, and we used searchable license plate reader systems to get an idea that the vehicle was somewhere in the location of North Side Drive and New North Side Drive.
Now, was that car specifically found?
It was.
And where was it specifically found?
And outside of 5665 New North Side Drive.
Now, in relation to the 90 Cameron Glen house, where was that car located?
If you were to follow the roads walking, it would be about 1.5 miles.
Now, is it a shorter distance if you would walk through the woods?
Yes.
All right. Now, once that vehicle was located, what did you do next?
So the officers that located the vehicle impounded it and had it towed to our headquarters, and then I obtained a search warrant through Fulton County Magistrate Court to search that vehicle for any evidence that might link Mr. Lanz or the vehicle to our crime here in Fulton County.
And so was the vehicle taken from its location on New Northside Drive to a location?
Yes.
And where is that location?
So at Sandy Springs Police, we had a secured impound cage for processing vehicles behind our detective's office. It was dropped in that cage.
Now, is that the same location where you had interviewed Mr. Lanz?
Yes, same building.
All right. Now, were photographs taken of that vehicle?
There were.
Now, as it pertains to this case here, after that point, did you have any other additional involvement?
No, I didn't. I passed off the search warrant to the investigators that executed that, and I passed off the rest of the case to Cobb County. My only involvement was taking out the Fulton County arrest warrants.
Perfect. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Attorney Barry, is there any cross?
Keep questions.
Okay, you may proceed.
Did you actually search the vehicle after it was located?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay, was that Cobb County that did the search?
I know that Detective Tomlin with Sandy Springs took lead on that. Tomlin, Tomlin, and I believe Cobb County worked hand in hand with him on that, but I wasn't part of it, so I'm not sure.
Okay. Were you given any information about anything that was found, any trace evidence found in the automobile?
I don't believe so, I don't recall.
Okay. No glass shards in the vehicle on the floorboard or anything of that nature that you know of?
Not that I can think of right now, no, sir.
And I think you already indicated you don't know what time exactly the Cobb County Police arrived, correct?
That's correct.
I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Is there any follow-up or redirect?
No, Judge.
Right, is witness be excused?
Yes, Judge.
Any objection? Right, so you're excused.
Thanks, Your Honor.
Okay, I think it might be a good time for a break. We're about an hour before to give everybody an opportunity for a break. Let's come back at about 10:45. Sorry, thanks. Stand in recess. Wait, hold on a second before I leave this. That's it. That's fine. That's fine. Okay. Yeah. That's fine.
All right, that was very interesting testimony there that we got to see and hear the interview after Matt broke into the house 2 days after he shot the Hicks, or 2 days after the Hickses were shot. And we also found out that the state is going to rest today. So, all right. So so the Hicks get shot on the 17th. 2 days later, on the 19th, Matthew breaks into this other house, stabs the officer, gets shot. That's why he had, bandage on his neck, arm in a sling because he got shot in the shoulder. So that now they're interviewing him a couple days after that. So this is Sergeant Charles Meadham. So he arrives on the scene. All right, let's go through this interview. So Matt talks about his mom and dad. He has a deceased brother. He has an older sister. She has 2 kids. Sister is 30 years old. Has another sister, 23. His Miranda rights are read. The day started in his room. He woke up around 2 p.m. to his mom, and mom told us that in the other interview. What's she doing here? It didn't make sense to him. She came to tell him about his neighbors and that they had been deleted and asked me if I was involved. I was on my way home anyway when that happened. I didn't hear anything and had left before it happened. He was too tired to go home, and that's what he was dealing with the night before. 10:15, he was at his house for about 30 or 40 minutes, then he left. So again, this puts him at the time. So this is why after this happened with the break-in, that's why people are like, oh yeah, I mean, we have to investigate this guy. He's saying he was at the scene, and as it goes on and on, he just implicates himself more and more. So if he had never broken into that house, who knows? Who knows? He may have gotten away with it. Who knows? All right. So mom said it was a super crazy scene. Someone broke in and yes, Jenny G. Can't believe how he seemed calm, cool, and collected, right? All right, let's see. So mom says someone broke in, deleted them. That's what she said. Want to make sure you weren't there. He says he went in to smoke in the backyard. He saw the light on. Remember, mom said that he thought that it was like some demonic light. Remember that from her interview. Did you look at their house, mom asked? Yeah, I saw it while I was smoking a cigarette. Mom wants him to focus on school and be a hard worker, stay out of trouble. They want their kids to be good people. Let's see. So he said he was a smart kid in high school. School is always pretty easy. He's introverted. They asked him, how did you end up in Sandy Spring? He said, I was going home again in my car. He said something maybe broke down, ran out of gas. I wasn't quite sure about that. So he said he walked through the neighborhood, and then he says, in that house, what were you doing in our house? I'm just not in the right house. And then she started to call the police. Well, yeah. Law enforcement showed up. Hugh went upstairs. He needed someplace. It was someplace I needed to go. Law enforcement said, come downstairs. This isn't your house. He says, that's not right. He felt uncertain. So he started to go downstairs. He saw a load of police, about 7 or 8 of them, and it kind of freaked him out. He wasn't scared, but he thought they might, shoot him. Then this is where he says, based on what has happened, I think I need to call a lawyer. And Richard, it was great. We went back and forth and chat. Thank you for letting us know all that. Law enforcement says, well, we just want to hear your side of the story. What made you think you needed to be in that house, they asked. He says, I would say a message from God. So that's his excuse for being in the other house, not his excuse for the Hicks. We haven't heard specifically about the Hicks. Anything else you need to tell me about the incident? He says something about something that it was worth it. Detective asks, what led up to this? He says, I think my faith in God. God is very real. Detective says, I agreed. You go to church. I didn't quite hear his answer. Tell us now so you can clear your conscience. Then he gets the hiccups. And then the video ends. That's when they became aware of the Hicks' shooting. Then Cross comes up. Not sure how long they were out in between interviews, maybe a half hour. They didn't reread the Miranda rights. Cobb County arrived around 6. They were still interviewing Matt. Doesn't know if the rights were read. Mr. Berry objects to any more playing the video because this is a new interview and they didn't read his rights. The state says, hey, this is just a continuation, not a violation. So ultimately the judge says, objection noted, you can continue. Interview continues. Did you see anything suspicious over there? He says no. I think and this is the same detectives, so I didn't see any new detectives from Cobb County coming in. I think the people that lived there before them, he kind of trails off. They moved in recently, I guess, I don't know. So he does know that these are new people. He does know that these are new people. Then they talk about the kid, the little Jacob, right? Jacob or Jared? Jacob. The kid was left alone for a long time. The detective says, I think he said, I guess they're bad parents. I think he said that. I hope he didn't say that, but it wouldn't surprise me. But I think he said that. All I saw was that the lights were on. Then he says his brother was being harassed. And Brat, you picked that up too. So the brother was harassing the people, but now he's saying the brother was being harassed by the people, not the Hicks, but the people before that. The detective says, asked what were they doing, and I didn't hear what his answer was. The detective is talking about justice and closure for the little kid, being a Christian, do the Christian thing. And then what all did she say? She saw, then he's talking about his mom. She saw police in the morning. Do you know anything about 2 people being deleted? I think they said they were shot. Detective asked, what do you think happened? He says, I went out and I was looking at the house anyway. Excuse me. I would say it was a coincidence. It happened the same night I showed up or someone was trying to rob them. So here he is saying, he admits he was there, so he puts himself at the crime scene. And now he's saying, well, maybe somebody was trying to rob them. Detective says, that poor kid and what he's going through now, it just breaks my heart. What happened to those parents is heartbreaking. He says it is. Here, let me get us back here. Let's just get us back here. I think the energy, okay, I used to be super religious, but God really helped me. I didn't quite catch that. And then he says something about people can grow up to be successful. I guess bad things happen. People can grow up to be successful people. And then he says, I think the energy might have been off for some reason. I seeing the lights on and looking wicked. So that's it. Remember his mom was saying something about he thought those lights were demonic. Then it switches to another video. And then again, the brother was being harassed. Oh, wait. No, and then they're talking about, I don't have a conscience about being there. Do you think I could provide good information? Detectives say, I think you could. If there's anything else you want to tell us. Then he says something about, I'll do my due diligence and talk to God. I didn't quite catch that. Wow, they need to seriously white balance that camera. Good grief. There you go. Thank you. There you go. That's all you got to do. Shine it at some white and boom. All right. So then detectives say, well, we'll leave you a moment to talk to God and maybe you'll have something to tell us and help that child. So then they leave and Cobb County, oh, nope, white balance. White balance. Zoom in on some white. There you go. Zoom in on some white and boop. There you go. See how easy that is? See how easy that is to white balance? Yeah, and then the video ends, and then apparently Cobb County law enforcement come in next. So we'll see what happens. So, hey Sam, good to see you. Coming on in, saying hello. Amby, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Let's see, Sam. I think he subscribes to the Christian God. I guess apparently, I think that's what they were talking about. That he's a good Christian or something. I don't know. That goes in one ear out the other. You know, to be quite honest, what he's talking about. I want to hear it. I want to hear what he's saying. But Clearly, he's got a different definition of that than I do. Let's see. Hey, Hell Rider. Good morning to you. William, I would think the defense would present something. The state's case is very compelling. If they don't do something, it would be a situation of ineffective counsel. With his lawyer, I expect something. William, I'm thinking they have to bring in some psychiatrists or evaluators. He had 3 or 4 professionals, experts, psychiatrists, psychologists evaluate him. They need to bring those guys in. Although he's not going for mental defect or mental incapacity or anything like that. That's not his defense. So his defense lawyer in his opening statement was literally like 2 sentences. Very emotional, difficult case. Matthew believes he was set up by the FBI and CIA, and you'll hear some information on that. That was his defense. That was his opening statement. Not anything about insanity, mental incapacities, defects, schizophrenia, nothing. So I don't, Amby. I don't. There's been some talk maybe with the DP. I think maybe the state, if he had gone to jury, they would have sought a DP. Maybe. I'm not sure. Really not sure. Lori, as we learned, that is a tough defense to win. Yep. Yeah, it's I honestly don't see him getting out of this. But he puts himself there at the scene. Evidence shows that he was there. He admits he was there. If anything, he's going to get stabbing the officer. He assaulted an officer. He's going to get that, regardless. There's no way getting out of that. Then the two, the Hicks, Amber and Justin. He put himself at the scene. I don't see how he's going to get out of this. But I don't think he's going to get out of this. But Sam, probably too hard to get not guilty reason of insanity. It's very hard to get included. He had a history, though. His mom said that he's had issues in the past. Fur babies, Mom. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Grizzly! Grizzly got a membership. All right. Thank you for the 10 Trial TV Live gifted memberships. Awesome. Thank you so much. Here, I'm trying to pull that up. Doggone, it's going too fast for me. Fur babies, Mom. Thank you so much. Grizzly got one. Come on in. Come on down, new members. Rhonda, uniquely... Let's see, Deanne, Nan, Beach Bum, Jay, MRT, awesome. Big old Micah, be kind. Thank you so much for that, Fur Babies. That was really sweet. Thank you. All right. You're welcome, Dina. I'm glad it helps you. I know it helps me. I have to take these notes because it helps me. Kathy, so scared that he was arrested in that other home. And we found out, I think yesterday, it's about 100 miles. Wait, no, sorry, not 100 miles. 20 miles. It's about an hour. It's around 20 miles from where he lives to where this other family lives that he broke into. And then he says he was on his way home to Athens. He could. Actually, he could. Yeah, he could, because you got where he is, and then down here, and then Athens is over here. So he could have. Yeah, it's probably not the best route. But it is plausible that he was on his way home from Athens, and he broke down. It's plausible. But then, why attack the officer? So, Lori, he says he broke down and he was, what did he say? He was just, I was looking at the house anyway. Hold on. Why was he in that other house anyway? Hold on. He says it kind of. What are you doing in our house? I'm just not in the right house. Wait, how did you end up? He says, I was going home. My car broke down. I walked through the neighborhood, and then he says, in that house, and he kind of trails off. I didn't quite hear what he said, but he says his car broke down and he was just wandering the neighborhood. I don't know what specifically caused him to go to that specific house. I don't know. So.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated for me. All right, we are back on the record for the state of Georgia versus Matthew Scott Lanz, 22-9-00922. All parties are present. State, are you ready to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Detective Peter Dwyer.
You'll raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give the court on the issue now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. And once you are seated, if you would please state and spell your true and correct legal name for the record.
Detective Peter Dwyer, Peter-D-W-Y-E-R.
Great, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Dwyer, how are you employed?
I currently work for the Sandy Springs Police Department.
How many years have you been with Sandy Springs Police?
I started in 2016, so just under 10.
And what is your role with Sandy Springs Police?
I currently am assigned to Criminal Investigation Division.
As a detective?
Correct.
How many years total have you been in law enforcement?
It's going to be just under 13 years. I started with Fulton County Sheriff's Office.
Wonderful. And you're post-certified?
I am.
Excellent. I want to draw your attention to November 19th of 2021. Were you with Sandy Springs Police Department at that time?
I was.
And did you have an occasion to get called out to 90 Cameron Glen Drive in Atlanta?
It's the Sandy Springs address, but yes, I was made aware of an incident that occurred there.
Okay, and at that time when you were made aware of that incident, were you in some sort of training?
I was in a training class at Roswell.
Did they ask you to respond to the scene?
That's correct. My supervisor requested me and another detective leave training and respond to the scene due to the nature of the incident.
Once you responded to the scene, where was your attention drawn, or what did you start to do?
I was first responded to headquarters where we received the assignment to go see if we could locate the suspect's vehicle. We were made aware one of our officers had been injured in an incident, and I believe the suspect's vehicle would be parked nearby.
Were you given information as to the make and model of that vehicle?
Yes.
Okay, and do you recall what type of vehicle it was?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
That's okay. Where did you start your search for the vehicle?
I believe I started somewhere in the neighborhood where the incident occurred, and I kind of worked my way out.
Okay, and why is it that, I guess explain for the court what type of investigation you held in trying to determine where this car was located.
Sure. At that time, I was assigned to the street crimes unit where we track pattern criminal activity, and we had a rash of burglaries at that time that were also working. And so I believe more than likely those burglars were used for parking in streets nearby and crossing through woods to get to homes.
Okay. So did you think that the incident you were responding to was potentially related to this other string of burglaries that you were working?
Initially, yes.
Okay. Obviously, in the end, did it have any relationship whatsoever?
None whatsoever.
Okay. Nonetheless, because you were working this other string of burglaries, where did you conduct your search?
So I ended up conducting my search along the Northside Drive, just off Interstate 285. The woods in that neighborhood backed up to that area, and they were pretty decent sized woods, but I believe it was possible that the suspect could have gone to the woods to get to those homes.
Slow down just a little bit. Thank you.
And is that kind of what you had seen with this other string of burglaries, is walking through woods to a different location to where they would park their vehicles?
Correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State 675 and previously shown to Defense Counsel. Have you seen this map previously?
I have.
And did you recognize the map?
I do.
How is it that you recognize the map?
This is the western edge of the city of Sandy Springs.
Okay. And does it include both the location in which you found the vehicle as well as the incident location?
It includes both.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of that area and those two addresses?
It is.
At this time, State moves to tender State's Exhibit 675 into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, State 675 is admitted.
And may published.
Yes.
And that little screen in front of you should be showing the same image here. So what is this highway that we see kind of in the center of the picture?
It's labeled the perimeter, but that's Interstate 285.
Okay. And then you mentioned New Northside Drive. What was the exact address of where you ended up locating the suspect vehicle?
It would have been right next to 5665 New Northside Drive. There's a small cul-de-sac that I don't know if you can see it. Sorry. It would have been right next to 5665 New Northside Drive. There is a small cul-de-sac in that area that where it starts where the woods begin, and the vehicle is located along that area.
And how close is this 5665 New Northside Drive to the 285?
It's right off the interstate, less than a quarter mile.
Okay. Now, if you were to be on foot, are you able to walk more directly from 5665 New Northside Drive to 90 Cameron Glen Drive?
Yes, if you cross through the woods.
Okay. Now, we also see that there's this little body of water here. Is that something that you can just kind of hop over?
I believe it's a creek. I don't remember the size of the creek, though.
Now, when you found this vehicle, and let me back up. Did the vehicle that you found, did it match the vehicle that you were looking for?
Yes.
Was it the same make, model, and license plate number?
Yes.
All right. Were you able to determine whether the vehicle was able to be operated?
No, looked like it appeared to have been abandoned or left there at that point.
And so what did you do?
I requested our tow truck company, which is ATO, and I just kept watching the vehicle until the tow truck company responded.
Did you enter the vehicle in any way before it was towed?
No.
Once the tow truck arrived on scene, were they able to attach the vehicle to the tow truck?
I believe so, yes.
And where was the car towed?
It was to the police headquarters.
And did you follow the tow truck?
I did.
And once the vehicle was then at police headquarters, was it kind of turned over to a different detective for getting a search warrant and searching the vehicle?
That is correct.
From there, after you followed the tow truck to police headquarters, where did you go?
I responded back to police headquarters, obviously, with the vehicle, and then I was requested in North Fulton to sit with the accused.
And when you say North Fulton, is that a hospital facility?
Yeah, North Fulton is a hospital up in the city of Roswell.
So at that point in time, was Mr. Lanz already at the North Fulton Hospital?
That is correct.
Now, when you're at a hospital, are you even able to get any information as to what drugs someone may be prescribed or given during their stay?
No, they don't typically give that information out.
Nonetheless, did you stay at the hospital until he was released?
I did.
Was he released that same day?
He was.
From there, were you part of the transport team that was responsible for Mr. Lanz?
I was.
From the hospital, where did you transport him?
He was transported to Sandy Springs Police Headquarters.
Was that for purposes of an interview?
For an interview, and then so we could pick up paperwork for transport to jail.
And then once you were at headquarters, did you stand by at headquarters?
I did.
Were you intimately aware of or watching all of his interviews?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Nonetheless, were you asked to just stay there until all of the police interviews were done so that your team could have him transported to the jail?
Yes, we stood by until we were requested to finish the transport to Fulton County Jail.
And who else were you with that day?
Detective Donaldson.
And is that Donelson?
Donelson, that's correct.
So after he was through at headquarters, were you and Donaldson responsible for getting him safely from headquarters to the jail?
That's correct.
And that jail was at Fulton County?
That's Fulton County Jail, correct?
Did you put him into the patrol car?
Yes.
Whose patrol car was he inside of?
He was transported in Detective Donaldson's patrol vehicle.
He was transported.
In Detective Donaldson's patrol vehicle?
And was that patrol car equipped with audio and video?
It was.
Alright, is that the patrol car video that you've seen previously?
It is.
And prior to testifying, did you review the entirety of that patrol car video?
I did.
Alright, and are you actually at least heard getting him into that vehicle?
Correct.
Alright, and are you also then at the Fulton jail and assisting getting him out of the vehicle?
Correct.
And the timestamps of that transport, was that all accurate to encompass the entirety of the transport from when you put him into the vehicle until he was taken out of Donaldson's vehicle?
Yes.
Right, and is that all fair and accurate recording of his time inside Donaldson's vehicle?
Yes.
At this time, statement tender states 469 into evidence, which is the in-car video from Detective Donaldson's vehicle depicting Mr. Lanz.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
States 469 is admitted.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Alright, and we will jump forward to 5 minutes and 48 seconds. We're ready to do it. And before we get started, any responding voice that we hear, is that Detective Donaldson's voice?
That is correct.
Alright, so for the record, we are starting this 5 minutes and 48 seconds into this vehicle. The timestamp on the video is November 20th, 2021, I apologize, at 1:29 a.m.
Never mind. see how close that neck shot was to brainsteming me? Bro, that shit probably should have just happened, on God. I'm just saying, bro, like, even though I know in my heart it was that justified observation, I still feel pain for knowing that there was a child or whatever in that lady's belly.
You still feel what?
Huh?
What did you say?
I still feel terrible about knowing that there was a baby in that woman's body.
Which women?
Bro, is that true? Was she pregnant
What
with
are
twins?
you talking about?
I'm just saying, dude, like, was the lady pregnant? I don't know. Probably not. Maybe. Something.
For the record, we're stopping that at 8 minutes and 50 seconds into the recording, the timestamp on the video being 1:32 and 44 seconds. Now, Detective Dwyer, do you recall whether you or Donaldson had any knowledge or intimate details of the Cobb County murders at that point in time?
At that point in time, I do not believe we did. Well, I mean, we may have been aware Cobb County was out of police department, but I don't think we had any information on why or what it was related to at that point.
All right, now, I want to go back momentarily. During any point in time from the time that you spent with Mr. Lanz at the hospital, the time you spent with him transporting him to headquarters, getting him into Donaldson's vehicle at headquarters, getting him out of the vehicle at the Fulton County Jail, during any of that time period, did you have concerns that he was under the influence, drunk or high, any indicators such as that?
I didn't have any concerns he was under the influence at that point. I mean, I assume at the hospital he gave him some type of pain medication, but he didn't seem under the influence to me.
Did you notice any sort of inability to walk or stand or falling asleep unexpectedly or anything along those lines?
No, I mean, he had followed instructions. He stood up. I mean, he walked into the jail on his own power. I mean, he didn't stumble. I saw no issue there.
Very good. And do you see Mr. Matthew Lanz in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you please point him out for the court?
He's sitting at the defendant's table wearing a neon, I think, green jumpsuit with longer hair.
Let the record reflect that he's identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
I don't have anything further. Thank you.
Great. Attorney Berry, you may proceed with cross.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Detective.
How are you, sir?
And approximately how far was it from where you found the automobile to the incident location, the home invasion?
Are you talking driving or as the crow flies?
Probably one who was walking. How far would that be?
I couldn't guess how far it was. I'm not very good at math, I'm being perfectly honest. I mean, it's under a couple miles, though. Under.
And you indicated that there was some damage to the vehicle?
Well, I don't recall if I indicated that or not. In my report, did I?
Yeah, what was wrong with the vehicle? It was abandoned.
It just appeared abandoned on the side of the road.
Okay. No damage to it? Didn't know whether it ran out of gas? It was just abandoned?
Not that I recall, I don't recall.
Now, the video that we just saw started at 5:48. Was there any conversation before 5:48?
I was not present in that vehicle. I was following directly behind.
Okay. But you listened to the video, you didn't?
I did.
Was there any conversation that you heard or you gleaned from
I don't
that
recall any
video?
conversation prior to that.
Okay. What about after 8:42? Did you glean any conversations after 8:42?
I believe he questioned once we entered the jail complex, he questioned whether it was jail or prison, and I think that was the extent of the conversations.
Okay. Did you ask him any questions during any of the time he was there?
Not that I recall.
Okay. And did Officer Donaldson, did he ask him any questions either?
I didn't hear him. Detective Donaldson ask any questions.
All right. Thank you.
there any follow-up or redirect?
No, Your Honor,
All
thank
right,
you.
may this witness be excused?
Yes.
Any objection? Okay, Detective Dwyer, you're excused. Thank you, sir. Have a good day. Stay safe. State, you may call your next witness.
State calls Detective LeVan Mason.
Raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give the court on the issue now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you. Have a seat for me. And once seated, if you would please state and spell your true and correct legal name for the record.
First name is Levan, L-E-V as in Victor, A-N. Last name is Mason, M-A-S-O-N.
Thank you. You may proceed. ADA green.
Detective, how are you employed?
I'm currently with the Cobb County Police Department with the Technology-Based Crimes Unit.
How many years have you been with the Technology-Based Crimes Unit?
Since 2014.
Okay. And how many years total have you been law enforcement?
22 and change, I guess.
22 years?
Yes.
Wonderful. And you're post-certified?
Yes.
What are the primary job responsibilities as a detective with the Technology-Based Crimes Unit?
Just handling most of what the devices that come to us and just getting digital evidence from, be it phones, computers, video surveillance, just where digital evidence is needed for cases.
Wonderful. What is, since we'll be talking about phone extractions, that's where I want to focus. What is a phone extraction?
It's, well, if we have a cell phone that's brought to us, we use proprietary software and hardware to interface with the phone and make copies, basically, of the information that's on the phone as it's brought to us.
And is some of that proprietary software Celebrite?
It is.
All right, and is Celebrite approved by industry standards?
Yes.
And what specifically does Celebrite do?
It goes, well, it interfaces with the phone and basically makes a copy of the file system on the phone and packages it in such a way that we can move it from point A to point B, and then we drag it into Celebrite software that decodes, parses everything out, and basically puts it in a format where you can see the categories of everything that's on the phone.
Very good. Have you received any specialized training, specifically or certification with Celebrite to be able to use Celebrite for purposes of phone extractions?
Yes, I've been certified with Celebrite since, I want to say 2015, just after joining you.
Wonderful. And how many extractions on average do you perform each month?
A month, probably in the teens.
Okay. And then over the course of your career, just a rough estimate of how many phone extractions you've performed?
I would say hundreds, possibly into the thousands, but hundreds definitely.
You kind of alluded to this a little bit, but how many steps are there, if we really just boil it down to layman's terms, how many steps are there in the phone extraction process?
You plug the phone into basically a data port. The software interacts with the phone, runs background algorithms that are proprietary to Celebrite to actually communicate with the phone and copy that data from it. And then after that, the data that's extracted goes into a proprietary file that only Celebrite's software can read. That file goes into their software and then it parses everything out, so maybe 2 or 3 steps total.
And when that data is parsed out and put into a readable format through Celebrite, are you able to manipulate any of the data within?
No.
Okay, and is it an exact copy of the data that exists on the phone?
Correct.
All right, now are there times that you're not able to get certain categories of data or what's called a full extraction?
Depending on what type of extraction you get, what type of phone it is, what type of, background programming that the Celebrite software actually interacts with the phone and what it's able to glean from that phone. That is correct, yes.
Certainly when you have a brand new iPhone, is it harder to get full extractions from it?
Yes.
All right. Now, is there anyone with your same background and certification through Celebrite able to repeat the steps that you conduct and achieve the same results or the same extraction?
Yes.
Now, once you've put this into readable format through Celebrite, what do you typically do with the phone extraction?
The phone extraction is usually, well, there's a report generated from it, which is the reading report that you mentioned that usually goes to the investigator or whoever's actually looking into the case so that they can look at the contents of the phone and see what's pertinent to their case. But we store the extraction itself and then generate a report that goes to the investigator so they can use that for the investigation.
Okay, very good. Did you perform 2 phone extractions in this case?
I did.
And the phones that you extracted, did you use Celebrite specifically to perform those extractions?
Yes, for both of them, yes.
All right, and were those the devices that belong to Justin and Amber Hicks?
Yes.
All right, first I'm going to show you state 605 here, which has already been tendered and admitted. Was this Amber Hicks's device that you extracted?
Yes.
All right, and then state 606 again, which has already been tendered. Was this Justin Hicks's device that you extracted?
Yes.
And where did you actually get these devices from?
I responded to the initial scene after the incident was being investigated, and crime scene techs were working the scene, and they actually collected those phones from the scene and turned them directly over to me and transported them back to the office for analysis.
Okay, was that for purpose of expediting this investigation?
Yes.
All right, did you conduct this same process of plugging it into Celebrite, allowing it to extract the data and then put it into readable format that you previously described for the court?
Yes.
Prior to testifying, did you go back and look at your phone extractions for both of these devices?
Yes.
All right, and are those phone extractions the phone extractions that you performed on State's Exhibit 605 and 606?
Yes.
All right, and has anything been manipulated or changed?
Couldn't be.
Okay.
No.
And I was going to get to that. Can you even manipulate it and change it?
No.
All right, very good. So at this time, State moves to tender State's Exhibit 472 into evidence, which is on the master drive. That is Amber Hicks's phone extraction, as well as State's Exhibit 473, which is on the master drive and is Justin Hicks's phone extraction.
Any objections to 472?
No, Your Honor.
Any objections to Exhibit 473?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Exhibit 472 and 473 are admitted.
Now, in this particular case, did you personally go through the contents of those devices and analyze the data found within?
No.
Was that
analysis other than confirming that the phone was the phone that belonged to the person that we believed it belonged to.
Absolutely. Did you find evidence to confirm that it was in fact Amber Hicks's phone and Justin Hicks's phone?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Beyond that, did you provide the phone extractions to Detective Stannard to look at in detail and analyze?
Yes.
All right. Did that pretty much conclude your direct involvement in this case?
Yes.
I think that's all the questions that I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Attorney Berry, any questions for Detective Mason?
Just one question. Did you do anything else at the scene there on November the 18th?
I did assist with some of the video canvassing with working different houses in the area as far as seeing if anybody had any video that was active and pertinent to the case.
Okay. And did you do any of the work on that after that were obtained from the various phones?
The video evidence that we did have was turned over to one of our other detectives that was basically analyzing the video data kind of en masse.
And was that Detective Smith?
Yes.
But your job at that point was collecting them and then giving them,
Identifying who had video and actually getting it to a place where you could actually look at it, yes.
All right. Did you do anything else in relation to the case?
There was a couple of other devices that were in the house it was kind of a search of the house to see if there was anything else pertinent to video that was in the house, but there was nothing else that was found that actually was capturing the video other than just gathering the phones.
All right. Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you. Is there any follow-up or redirect?
No, thank you.
May this witness be excused?
Yes.
Any objection? Thank you. Detective Mason, be excused. Thank you. Have a good day. Stay safe. Right. State, you may call your next witness.
State calls Sergeant Jason Harder.
You raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give the court on the issue now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat for me. And once seated, if you'd please state and spell your true and correct legal name for the record.
Yes, ma'am. Jason Harder, JasonHarder.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you. Sergeant, how are you employed?
Cobb County Police Department
And how many years have you been with Cobb County Police Department?
since 2007.
And what is your current assignment?
I'm a sergeant with the Technology-Based Crimes Unit.
How many years have you been a sergeant over technology-based crimes?
August 2022.
And did you have previous experience with technology-based crimes?
Yes.
Right. And how many years prior were you a detective with technology-based crimes unit?
July of 2017 till I believe it was March of 2022.
Right, very good. So a number of years, was that 8 years or so, working specifically with technology-based crimes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, as a sergeant with technology-based crimes, do you still have the skill set, and are you still responsible for performing things like phone extractions or forensic video acquisition and analysis when needed?
Yes, ma'am.
Very good. I want to jump right in. We've heard a little bit about Celebrate, but I want to talk to you about Gray Key. What is Gray Key?
Gray Key is an advanced tool that came on the market about 2019 roughly, and it has the capability of performing advanced actions with various devices.
Is it similar in nature to Celebrate in terms of being able to extract data off of a phone?
Yes.
And are there times that you actually use both Gray Key and Celebrate?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain what the purpose would be in using both softwares?
With Gray Key is very specific on what it can acquire at that time, which was a file system. If you wanted to do anything with a SIM card, perform an advanced logical, or anything like that, you had to move over to Celebrate to perform those extractions.
Okay. I'll jump right into this particular case where you asked to perform a cell phone extraction in this case.
Yes.
Okay. And how many cell phones were you asked to extract?
One.
Okay. And do you remember what type of device it was?
Apple iPhone.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State Exhibit 665. Do you recognize State 665?
Yes.
And how is it that you recognize State 665?
That is the item number as well as the physical device. Had a cracked screen and same as the photos I took.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Nancy.
Same as the photos that I had taken from our report.
And so is 665 the actual physical device that you extracted in this case?
Yes.
All right, State moves to tender State's Exhibit 665 into evidence.
Any objection? No objection. State 665 is admitted.
And while, just to be clear, did you originally collect this evidence from where it was located?
No.
Okay, was it provided to you for purposes of the phone extraction?
Yes.
And what was your understanding as to the owner of this particular device?
I believe it was the suspect in the case.
Okay. Is that Matthew Lanz?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Now, for this particular device, did you have to use both Gray Key and Celebrate?
We used Gray Key for the file system as well as Celebrate, I believe, for the SIM extractions.
And in using both of the software programs, were you able to obtain a relatively complete phone extraction from the device?
Yes, on what we could acquire.
And when you say
On what we could acquire. Sorry.
And when you say on what we could acquire, can you explain that a little bit further for the court?
When we talk about data collection, it's what's available at the time we're able to collect it. There used to be different extraction types where you can get the entire end-to-end data from a device, but that changed around iPhone 4, where it went to you can only get certain data sets from phones due to the developer securities and things like that limited the tools that we had. So at that time, we're only able to do a file system.
Now, did you successfully extract the file system?
Yes.
And the file system that you did successfully extract, is all of that content true and accurate copies of what would be on the physical device itself?
Yes.
Prior to testifying, did you have an opportunity to look at the copy of your phone extraction that you performed?
Yes.
Okay, and were you able to confirm that that is a true and accurate copy of the extraction that you personally handled?
Yes, it was.
Okay, at this time, State moves to tender State's Exhibit 471 into evidence, which is Defendant Matthew Lanz's phone extraction, which is contained on the State's master drive.
Is there any objection to State's 471?
No, Your Honor, I had not.
Thank you. Exhibit 471 is admitted.
Now, do you always personally go through phone extractions, or is it kind of a case-by-case basis?
Case by case.
In this particular case, what did you do after you extracted the data from Matthew Lanz's device?
Brought it in a physical analyzer, generated a read report, and provided that to the requesting detective.
Okay, was that detective standard in this case?
Yes, it was.
Very good. I don't have anything further. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Attorney Berry, any questions for this witness?
No, Your Honor, no way.
All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Detective Hardy may step down, sir. Thank you. Have a good day and stay safe. Yes, of course.
So it's interesting that they're bringing in these digital data, cell phone extraction experts, but they're not telling us what the data is. So they extracted these, they extracted the phones of Justin, Amber, and Matthew, but they're not telling us the data that they extracted. So is somebody else going to tell us that?
Right, this looks like an appropriate time for us to take our lunch break. So we'll go to lunch now and be back at 1 p.m. Okay, so not 1:30, but 1 p.m. We'll be back today. All right, everyone enjoy lunch, and I'll see you all at 1 p.m. Court's in recess.
All right, so another hour and a half lunch break. Another long lunch. So they're coming back at 1. Let me change this. Not 1:15, but 1. I have a feeling that the state may rest. I have a feeling they may come back and the state may rest. We'll see. Because they could have very easily gotten in another. Not that. Yeah, technical difficulties on my part. They could have very easily gotten in another witness. So, what do you think? You think they're going to rest? Because they were talking about it today. The defense was talking about it. The defense says it seems like the state's going to rest today. So, what do you guys think? Rentia, I think someone else will. Did the state rest? Nope, they didn't, Denny. That's what I'm wondering. I think they may rest after lunch, and then the defense may kick in. I don't know. We'll see. But the defense said the defense said today at the top of the stream, the state's going to rest today, and the state's like, yeah. The state didn't say anything. Lori, there's no jury. The judge could have gone longer. I'm surprised they didn't get another witness in, unless that witness is not available and or they're going to rest. They could rest. They've got 15. That's 15 witnesses. I'm really surprised that they bring in these digital data experts. They say, yes, we extracted Amber and Justin and Matthew's phones, but then they don't tell us the data. They don't give us the actual evidence, which is weird. BFM Cookies, I think these past two witnesses were laying foundation of his phone download. I hope somebody's going to come on and tell us, give us the information. I hope so. I would hope so, right? It just seems so, meh. I want to know. I want to know where he was. I want to know, what he was saying, if anything. I want to. States that at the end of the day, Sharon, did they? I thought it was just they were going to. Hold on. What did they say? So it was the defense said, well, the state will rest their case today. Did the state actually say it would be towards the end of the day? I didn't catch that. I think phone data will be next, BFM Cookie says. I hope so. Kathleen, not sure, but I thought the prosecutor may have mentioned they may go to 5 today. Okay. I didn't catch that at all. All right. Gordon, yes, it is a very laid-back courtroom. I agree. Lazy Boys, did the state take a nap yet? No. So BFM, the state did say 5? Okay, did not hear that. Thanks, guys. No evidence of anything about the last 3 people on the stand, Lori says. Yes. Yeah. No, they came in. Peter Dwyer talked about finding the vehicle, Matthew's vehicle, which was the Lexus. They show him in the back. Oh, yeah, let me recap that. So did you see, so he's in the back being transported around 1:30 p.m. He says, did you see how close that next shot was? Even though I know in my heart it was justified, I still feel pain. I feel terrible knowing there was a baby in that woman's body. Is that true? Was she pregnant? Then he says, I don't know, probably not, maybe. And then State asks, did you know any details about the shooting? He's like, we didn't know anything about that. So, and there was no evidence. There's no evidence that Amber was pregnant, because we would have heard that like at the top. We would have heard that at the top that she was pregnant, and research would have told us that as well, that she was pregnant. So, all right, stop smacking. Come on, be nice. Hi, Houdini. Good girl. Yeah. Denny Don. Okay, so there are more witnesses from the state. Apparently. Okay, stop it. Kittens are starting to wake up. May have to feed them a little bit early. I don't want to, but I may have to. All right. Lori, shows on how many levels he could feel. Richard's really glad that you're not a woman. I could not walk around all day in high heels. The kitten goblins. They literally are like gremlins, right? So I'm in the morning, doing my thing, and you'll hear like you hear these sounds from all over the living room, kitchen, house, and it's like, they're like little gremlins, little gremlins when you hear like a noise. Yes, you are a little gremlin, little mugwise. They're like little mugwise, and they're like, they chirp. They're so funny. All right, let's see. Yeah, there you go, Denny. Yeah, it's only 9:30, right? Lori, would Bev be the attorney for Brian Walsh? That would be funny if she was. The attorney or the judge? She's definitely not going to be the judge. There is another judge for that. Yes, little gizmos. Exactly, Jenny Lynn. They are like little gizmos. Little mugwais. Mugwai. Richard, you're in flip-flops most of the time. I watched about another 15, 20 minutes of the Judge Boreski interview with Nate Eaton last night, and he was Judge Boreski's all chill in his sandals. I thought that was pretty cool. Hello. Yes, hello. Little Houdini making her little appearance. Hello, kiddo. Hi. All right. Little Houdini. So Judge Boreski in his flip flops, his sandals, he was cool. Yeah, I didn't know he wanted to be a teacher, right? He wanted to be a second level secondary teacher, which I guess is college, and he didn't want to be a lawyer until after he graduated college. He was like 21. He's like, do I really want to be in a career for the rest of my life? So then he went to law school. So it was good. It was good. Good interview. Betsy's saying hello to you, Houdini. Yeah, I can show you. Here, let me make myself a little bit bigger so you can see little Houdini. Little Houdini. And there we go. Yep, and there we go. Scared everybody. All right. I guess that's my clue or my cue to get up and deal with them. Oh, Fed. Why? Just why? Why do you have to be destructive? Why do you have to be a cat? Why do you have to be a kitten, I should say? Right, Super Bowl, why? Just why? As he's admiring his handiwork there. There used to be curtains there, and Houdini pulled them down, so we put up these shades, and now little Fed is obsessed with knocking those down. Chaos Hour, there you go. Yep, Chaos Hour. All right, I'm going to play some music, and let's get to it. Let's get to it. Little Super Bowl, right? Super Bowl kittens. Can't live with them. Can't smack them around, but yet you do. Oh, she lost her. Whoop! Oh, she lost her seat. That's where Super Bowl always sits. Wait, hold on. Super Bowl always sits over there. She lost her seat. You snooze, you lose, Super Bowl. You move. You I think it was all a coordinated, planned attack. So Fed knocks that down. Super Bowl moves from there, and Houdini goes and takes over. Right? They gotcha. Yep, as he's smacking it more. Yeah. It was a coordinated attack. It was a coordinated effort. Poor Super Bowl lost her little thing there, her little cat cloud. But she'll be happy to know that, all right, dude, you got to move. I got to be able to see what I'm doing here. She will be happy to get some food. I'll get her some food. All right, dude, stop it. Yeah, this is what I have to deal with. Kittens. All right, let me get them some food. Stop. All right, stop. Yep, little monsters. Little dude, come here. Okay, well, hi. Okay, good boy. We'll get them some food. Little Roger Federer Cheddar McCheddar. Cheddar McFetter. All right, let me get some food for them. Let me play some music for you guys. And we'll see you in an hour. God, I get an hour and a half. Jeez, wow. All right, 1 o'clock.
Lately I've been staring at the dark. Turn my inner demons into art. Struggle with the pain inside my heart. Wish I didn't care about what they say. What you want to say, what you want to say, what you want to say, what you want. Say what you want to say. to say, what you want 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 to no one.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Superball just made an escape. She made an escape, made it outside. She goes outside every once in a while, but not 10 minutes before I have to go live again. So, welcome in, Widespread Panic. Hope you're doing well. Crochet Nana, love you. Love the music. Thank you both. Hello, kitties. Good. Lazy Boy, Superball has taken over. United Felines 2425 is on strike. Yes, Widespread. Simba the cat escaped the house, and I wore myself out looking for him. And just when we'd given up, back he comes strolling. He had a good time out. He was a good time out. Play on Crime, good to see you. You were driving, so just listening during the cat attack theory. Thought that was pretty funny. Jaren is asking, is Kitty on timeout? Gretchen, Superball always showing she is the one in charge. Yes. Now I got this little one. These little guys over here scratching to go out. Because Mom's on the other side of the door and Paulie won't come in. It's always drama. Always drama here at Kittyville. Okay, can you go find your seat? Trial's about to start. I need you to go find your seat. Yes, please go find your seat. Yes, please go find your seat. Can you go find your seat? It's over there. Are you going to go find your seat? Go sit over there. I know you're just going to lick. You're just going to lick everything. All right. Tried to escape again this morning, Widespread says. Yeah, wow. Does he go out often? Or has he been out, I should say? Or is that his first escape? Widespread, is that Simba's first escape? Yes. This is my seat, sir? Yep. All right, dude. Keep it moving. You don't growl. Keep it moving. Yep. Right there. Here's my keyboard. There's Superball. Tail flopping. We're going to have a showdown here, Superball, in a minute or two. Because I'm going to have to type. Sharon just sent an email. All right, let's see what said email is. Let's see. Sharon is sending photos of, kitties. Oh, and a video, no less. Okay, let me see if I can. All right. Oh, watching kitty. Oh, that's sweet. All right, let me see if I can download this. All right. All right, hold on. Let me see if I can play that before we start here. Hey, Peggy, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. All right, so this came from Sharon. Let's see if I can get this to play. I don't think it's an image, but let me try. All right, now, I know I've done this before and I always forget how I do it. Hold on a sec. Maybe it's media source. right, hold on a second, you guys.
Mia. Mo.
Uh-oh, where'd it go? Oh dear. Um, all right, I have to do this again.
Mia. Mo.
I want to rotate it. Okay, here we go.
Mia.
Oh boy,
Mo.
hold on. All right, finally. So this is Sharon.
Mo.
This is your kitties. There you go. Hold on, what are they saying?
Mo. Mia. Mo.
So your kitties are watching our kitties?
Mia. Mo.
Cute cats. Nice.
Mia. Mo.
That's cute. Thank you for sending that. Very cute. Cute little kitties. They like being close to the action. Very, very cute. Thank you for sending that in, Sharon. You don't have to fear, or you're not afraid of them pulling over your TV. We always are. We're still leery of our cats trying to pull over our TVs. Oh, thank you. Yeah, thank you for sending that. That's cool. They want to play more than, yeah. That's cute. They are the gray one, blue cream, torty long hair, and the other tuxedo long hair. Yeah, beautiful kitties. So cute. All right, Richard, last clue, passion and calm. All right. Last clue from Richard. Passion and calm. All right, so I've got clue 7, 2, 3, and then last clue. So that's 4 clues, I guess. When do I have? What's my time frame in figuring this out, Richard? What's the time frame? Give me the time frame. Lazy Boys, yours is a domestic short hair, which means he's a mutt. Sharon, TV was on and they jumped to play with them. They are Israelis cats? Is that, I don't know, I'm not familiar with that. Oh, I have till December 12th. Ah, okay, okay. Gotcha. All right, thank you for that. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening to you, Christine. Thank you for joining us. Richard is sending me clues. I guess we're in the middle of playing a game that I don't even know. I don't even know about. But Richard sent a gift and then he sent me some clues. So delivery date. So I have to have it figured out by delivery date. Okay. It gives me 2 weeks to figure it out, or even more, 3 weeks. Fair enough. No, I guess just Richard and I are playing it. Richard and I are playing a game, I guess. I just found out about this yesterday. Clues about what the gift is. Okay. All right. So Richard sent a gift. It's going to be here December 12th, and then you sent clue 7, clue 2, and clue 3, and then the last clue. All right. I'll have to work on it. I'm intrigued. You have piqued my interest. Well, I'll try and figure it out, and then I'll throw it out to you guys. So I'll try and figure it out with the clues I have. Give me a week, and then I'll throw it out to you guys, and you guys can make your guesses. Sharon, oh, they were born in Israel. I got you. They're Israeli cats. I got you. So they were born there. Very cool. Hey, Brenda, back from lunch. Welcome back in. Yeah, let me figure it out. Give me time to figure it out. Oh, dear Lord. Give me time to figure it out, and then give me a week. Give me till I'll put up the clues. Let me figure it out, and then I'll throw it out to you guys. Richard, I'm sure you'll figure it out. We'll see. Am I able to phone a friend? Sally asks. I'll throw it out to you guys so you can try and figure it out as well. So let me see if I can figure it out, and then I'll throw it out to you guys. Then you guys can sort it out. You guys can figure it out from there. Move this over a little. Oh, actually, it's going this way. So I'll include you guys. Give me time. Do I have them all, Richard? Do I have them all? I have. All right, here we go.
All right, we are back on the record for the state of Georgia versus Matthew Scott Lanz, 2290092. We are present here in the open courtroom, present to the court, the clerk, the court reporter. Mr. Lanz is represented by Attorney Jimmy Berry, and the state is represented by Assistant District Attorneys Green and Horowitz. Good afternoon, everyone. Is there anything that we need to put on the record, any concerns, any procedural issues?
Not as far as the defense is concerned.
Thank you.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, state, make all your next witness.
State calls Detective Zachary Stanner.
You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give the court on the issue now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, and once seated, if you please state and spell your true and correct legal name for the record.
My name is Detective Zachary Stannard. First name is Z-A-C-H-A-R-Y. Last name S-T-A-N-N-A-R-D.
Right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, how are you employed?
Currently employed with the Cobb County Police Department.
And what is your current role with Cobb County Police?
Currently, I'm assigned to the Cobb County Police Homeland Security Unit, where I was then assigned as the task force officer to the Joint Terrorism Task Force.
How long have you been in that position with the Joint Terrorism Task Force?
I was assigned to the Homeland Security Unit about a year ago.
And you're still attached with CCPD?
That is correct.
Prior to this new assignment, how were you employed?
I was first employed as a uniform patrol officer in Precinct 3. That's where I began my career. From there, I was assigned as a detective to our criminal investigations unit at Precinct 3, which is responsible for property crime-related investigations, so burglaries, stolen cars, thefts, things of that nature. From there, I transferred to the Crimes Against Persons unit, which is essentially our robbery homicide unit. Spent about just shy of 6 years there, and then I went to the Homeland Security unit. Actually, misspoke. I then went to the Organized Crime Investigations unit, where I was there momentarily until I was transferred to the Homeland Security unit.
How many years specifically were you a detective with Crimes Against Persons?
5.5 years.
And what were your responsibilities as a detective with Crimes Against Persons?
In the Crimes Against Persons unit, we primarily focus on armed robberies and homicide investigations. However, we also do investigate other violent crimes like aggravated assaults, aggravated batteries. We also did adult sex crimes. We would also investigate other deaths, natural deaths, suicides, or any accidental deaths that may have occurred in the county.
Very good. Are you post certified?
I am.
Okay. And then how many years total have you worked in law enforcement?
12 and a half now.
I want to direct your attention to November 18th of 2021. Were you a detective with Crimes Against Persons at that time?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And what hours did you typically work back then?
That time I was on day shift. I believe the hours were from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Tell the court about your notification of this particular case.
So I was working my normal day shift. The call came into a supervisory detective, typically a sergeant, who will field calls from the patrol division. From there, my supervisor informed me that there was a homicide in our Precinct 1 area in Acworth. He then assigned me as the lead detective.
And was that 5059 Ravenna Drive?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Is that here at Cobb County?
It is.
Did you respond to the scene?
I did.
What were your observations of the scene?
So when I first got to the scene, there was already a large amount of patrol officers there who had already responded and cleared the home. So my first thing that I did when I arrived was speak to the officers, kind of get an idea of what they saw, what they heard, what they may have encountered upon their arrival. At that time, the child, Jacob Hicks, was already reunited with some of the family members. There had already been multiple family members on scene and had stayed on scene. The first thing I did was do a walk around the house as I'm speaking with the patrol officers, and they're relaying information to me. So I was initially directed to the rear of the home, where I was informed that they discovered some forced entry. The first thing I saw and examined was a broken window on the first floor of the home near the back patio area.
And typically when you see signs of forced entry, where does your mind start going?
That crime has likely occurred.
Do you typically start then looking for evidence of things being rummaged through or theft or something along those lines?
That would be one of the things we would look at. And going back to my property detective days, I did work a lot of burglaries, and that was a common theme you would see in burglary investigations.
Did you see any evidence of that sort of burglary, of going through drawers, rummaging through property, taking any valuables?
No, once I entered the home, there was kind of a bit of a chaotic scene in the living room and sunroom area. However, outside the initial scene, inside the home, there were valuables, purses, computers, cell phones, weapons in the house. Nothing else really seemed disturbed or appeared to things that had been removed from the home as far as valuable items.
Did it appear that anything really at all had been touched in the upstairs area?
No, it did not look disturbed upstairs.
What were your observations of Amber and Justin Hicks?
My observations, I found Amber Hicks on the couch. If you were facing the couch, she would have been on the far left, so closest to where the window had been damaged. She was laying down on the couch with her feet propped up. She had her shoulder blades kind of resting on the back cushion of the couch, and her head slumped down. I could immediately tell just by some of the blood patterns that I noticed on her clothes that she had been likely shot multiple times. I then saw that Justin Hicks, he was on the far right side of the couch, if you're facing the couch, on the floor with his back shoulders leaned up against the sofa. He'd appeared to have, just from examining that part of the scene, I suspected that he had stood up momentarily before being struck. As well with Justin, I saw multiple spots blood spots on his clothing that indicated to me that he was also likely shot multiple times.
Was it completely obvious where these gunshots were prior to medical examiner or investigators arriving on scene?
I could see that Justin had some blood on his shirt and on one of his arms. I also saw that Amber had a shirt kind of pulling near the center of her clothing. But I can't tell where all the shots were on her body.
So at that time when you first arrived on scene, could you really determine exactly how many shots there were for each Amber and Justin?
Not until the medical examiner's office arrived.
What sort of physical evidence were you all able to discover on scene?
So initially, obviously, once we determined that it was likely they were suffered from gunshot wounds, we were looking for shell casings.
Were you all able to find any?
Yes, 3 shell casings were recovered from the first floor of the home.
Okay, do you remember where those shell casings were located?
Yes, 1 shell casing was located in the kitchen area near the stove. 1 shell casing was located underneath like a little kid's trampoline that was in this sunroom that had been converted into like a play area for the young child. And then 1 shell casing was sorry, I have to think about that. The 3rd shell casing, I have to check that.
That's right, we'll circle back to that. Typically, when a gun is fired, how are casings ejected from a gun?
To the rear and to the right.
Now, do you ever expect that wherever a shell casing first lands, it's going to stay in that exact position?
Typically not. It also depends on the scene. This has, from my recollection, at hardwood. So shell casings can roll on a hard surface. If it's something like grass or has some foliage, some shrubbery or something, it could get lands and stay right where it is. But yeah, something like a hardwood floor, things could roll or shift.
When you all are looking at location of casings, are you really just looking at that general area as opposed to precise locations?
Yes, and in terms of that house, we were looking primarily on that first floor in that area.
Of the casings that you all were able to recover, first of all, what size casings were these?
This is a 9mm.
Do you recall the head stamp on these?
SIG.
The SIG?
Correct.
Of the casings that were located there, did any of them seem in an unnatural position?
In an unnatural position, they were spread out pretty far within the residence.
With respect to your observations on scene, did you ever make a determination or have an opinion as to where the shooter was likely standing in terms of behind the couch versus in front of the couch?
Based on where the shot placements were on the body, to the right of the victims, in between the couch and the broken window.
Was there any indication based on the shots of these victims that the shooter would have been firing from behind the couch?
No.
Were there any casings located in the kitchen?
There were.
And did it seem that that casing could have landed there based on where you believe the shooter was standing?
I don't believe so.
Now, with respect to the casing that was located kind of behind the dog bed, could that have been kind of where the casing originally landed?
I don't believe so. Could it maybe that they were so spread out that it didn't really make sense for a person to be standing in that position?
Because of that, what type of efforts did you all have to find the casings in this case?
So while we were doing our evaluation of the Amber and Justin Hicks, we determined that they suffered from multiple gunshot wounds, likely within 5 or 6 gunshot wounds divided between the two of them. We only located 3 shell casings initially. They were a bit difficult to find. So when I was standing in the living room area of the residence, just looking around, you would expect to kind of see a shell casing. They were a little difficult to find, so we had to look under things, like behind a dog bed, look all the way in the kitchen, look under a trampoline. Kind of took a minute to find these. We only recovered 3. We knew we at least had possibly at least 2 more. We removed the cushions from the couch after the medical examiner's office had removed the bodies. We took out the carpet, they had like a rug underneath the couch, we removed that. I mean, we were looking behind picture frames, moving toys and toy chests throughout the house looking for these shell casings. We couldn't find the additional shell casings.
So it sounds like y'all looked in the playroom as well, near the Christmas tree and so forth.
The whole first floor of the house, we looked behind every different cranny that we could.
What about projectiles?
Yes, we did recover projectiles on the scene.
How many projectiles?
2 on scene.
Okay. Were those consistent with the 9mm?
In my opinion, yes.
Now, within the home, we've seen some of this, but were there various devices capable of recording and storing video evidence?
There were.
Okay. Did that include the front door?
Yes.
Did that include the side door?
Yes, there was a camera there.
Okay. Was there also some sort of like doggy camera?
Yes, I can recall the actual official name of that camera system. There was some kind of camera for your pet cam you would set up when you go away so you can watch your dog. Unfortunately, that was unplugged and powered off, and it was sitting on a shelf in the living room.
And what about the cameras, one at the side door and one at the front door? What about the camera at the side door and the front door? What efforts did you make to determine whether there was stored footage?
So that was both of those cameras were through the Nest camera system, which is owned by Google. So later on in the investigation, after I got back to the office, the first thing I did was send what we call a preservation request to Google and Nest saying, hey, if there are any data, please save it and preserve it before it can be deleted. From there, I then sent legal process to Google, who again, like I said, owns Nest. When I received a response back from Google, I discovered that the way their account was set up, they had like a free trial run. And back in 2021, if you had the free trial run, it would do motion activated images. So it would take an image if there was some motion detected. And if you had the free storage at the time, it would only save for 3 hours. So any footage that happened during this time frame of this crime was deleted and rewritten and overwritten. So by the time we even got the 911 call, any storage that may have existed at that time, all those images would make up.
So based on the scene itself, talking only about the Hicks's residence, were you able to collect any evidence other than the 3 casings and the 2 projectiles?
We recovered some mobile devices that belonged to the victims, as well as we took their some Apple Watch devices that were charging in the upstairs master bedroom.
We're going to look at those items in just a moment. Were you able to develop any leads from your investigation of just the scene?
No, we were not.
Did you rule out the possibility of like a burglary or theft or anything along those lines?
At that particular time, we had no idea we couldn't. The scene wasn't consistent with a burglary. Like I said, there wasn't anything rummaged through or things taken, but at that point in the investigation, we really had no suspects or motive.
And obviously, when we're talking burglary, I'm talking specifically as it relates to entering for the purpose of theft.
Right.
Okay. Now, because you had no leads from the scene itself, what efforts did you make with respect to Justin and Amber's cell phones?
Well, I personally went through those cell phones manually back at the Crimes Against Persons office.
Was that prior to the full extraction?
It was.
Okay. What was the purpose of going through them manually before even attempting the extraction?
So luckily, during our search of the home, there was an office area with a desk and filing cabinets. Luckily, Justin was a good note taker and kept just about every piece of paper he ever had, I think. And he actually wrote down the passcodes to his phone and Amber's phone. So we had found that in the house, which can accelerate us getting in the phones. The mobile device is locked. It can be difficult if we don't know the passcode to get in that phone and extract that data. Because we had no leads at that time, I thought it'd be more efficient to manually go through the phone if I had the passcodes, instead of waiting for however long it may take technology-based crime unit to actually do that extraction.
Now, because you went through them manually, did you make any efforts to make sure that you didn't change any of the contents of that device?
Yeah, correct.
What efforts were this?
We would just hold up the phone, every other detective with me, we would just scroll through the text and read them.
Well, I guess did you put it in airplane mode?
Oh yes, that's something we do as soon as we take a device. Yeah, as soon as we take a device, we put it in airplane mode so it cannot connect to like Bluetooth or anything, and it's so we could like remotely wipe it.
All right, now going through those 2 devices, were you able to identify any possible enemies or love triangle or conflict or beef or anything along those lines?
None whatsoever.
Did you also speak to family members to see if they could point you in any specific direction?
We did. We spoke to several family members who were already on scene by the time we got there. We could think of anybody who may want to hurt them or have any reason why someone would want to hurt them.
Now, with a case like this, when you have no leads whatsoever while on scene, how important is it to expedite things like DNA?
Very important.
And did you all take those steps?
Yes, we did. We partnered with our ATF partners to get some DNA processed.
And obviously that takes at least some time, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. In the meantime, did you start looking further into both Justin and Amber and trying to develop a timeline?
Yes, another thing we do with victims, especially if we have no clear motive at this time or any clear suspects, we do essentially victimology, and we try to establish what their history looks like, what their day-to-day looks like, who they interact with on a regular basis, things like that.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 660. Do you recognize State 660?
I do.
All right, and how is it that you recognize State 660?
I took that photograph myself.
And was this taken while still on scene?
It was taken in the master bedroom.
And is this a fair and accurate photograph? Well, first of all, whose watch is depicted in State 660?
This is Justin Hicks' watch, Apple Watch.
Is that a fair and accurate photograph of the notifications that were on his Apple Watch back on November 18th of 2021?
Yes.
State moves to tender State 660 in evidence.
Any objection to State 660?
Okay.
It's admitted.
May publish.
Yes.
Alright, so what was significant and what is it that you were documenting in State 660 here?
So like I said, we were still on scene at the time, and I was looking, just tapped the Apple Watch and saw this notification that there had been a motion sensor activation at one of their security cameras at 10:17 p.m.
And did you find any items by that side door when you all arrived on scene on November 18th of 2021?
Yes, there was a side door if you were facing the garage, just to the right of the garage, and there was a door that led into the interior near like the like washroom and interior hallway that went into the kitchen. There was a brown package that appeared to have been delivered.
Later on during our investigation, were you able to determine that this notification was associated with that package?
Yes, once we gathered some video surveillance footage from the area, particularly a camera from across the street, I believe it's 50/50 Verbena, we watched a delivery driver deliver a package at that exact time.
And just to be clear, where it says attachment 1 image, were you able to get that image by clicking on the notification or anything like that?
No, the Apple Watch was not showing the image, and then we sent that legal process, like I said, to Nest, and that data had been overridden.
You mentioned the surveillance video that was eventually obtained. I know we went through it in detail, but I do want to just kind of talk about a couple of the time frames there. When was it that you had evidence that Amber and Justin were still alive?
From video footage, we saw them around 7:07 p.m.
And then do you recall when it was the first time that the back floodlights were illuminated based on the sensor?
Approximately 9:31 p.m.
And then what were the other two times that the back floodlight sensors were illuminated?
Activated again at 9:55 p.m. and then again at approximately 10:10 p.m.
And that 10:10 p.m., was that the last time those lights were triggered?
It was.
So 10:10 p.m. last time being that those rear lights were triggered. How many minutes after that did Justin get the notification about the package delivery?
That was about 7 minutes. That was also confirmed through the video camera from across the street.
Okay, and so was that also the timestamp of the camera from across the street of 10:17 p.m.?
Yes, the camera time when we saw the package delivery matched exactly to the notification on the Apple Watch.
So initially, kind of based on that surveillance footage, what time frame were you really looking at?
From that point, about 9:55 p.m. to about 10:10 p.m.
Now, later, did you obtain full extractions from Detective Mason?
I did.
Okay. And that's specifically for Amber and Justin's phones?
Correct.
Were you able to find additional items that helped establish that timeline?
Yes, I did.
First, going to show you state 661 here. Do you recognize state 661?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize 661?
This is a text group chat that was extracted from Amber Hicks' phone. Two other individuals in this group chat with her.
Is that a fair and accurate cell-by reader report with this text thread between Amber and her friends?
It is.
State those contenders, state 661 into evidence.
Any question? No. State 661 is admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
Looking at the top here, does it tell you who was involved in this text conversation?
It does. It will list out the everyone involved in this group chat, and it will also identify who the owner of the mobile device is. So in this case, Amber Hicks.
And as we zoom out, when we see blue text messages, is that from the owner or the other parties?
The other parties.
Okay. And then the green messages, who would that be from?
That would be from Amber.
I'm going to start on page 3 here. First, I'm going to have you read kind of each of these line by line, but what is the nature of this conversation?
Appeared to have set up a get together where they would go out to eat. hang out.
And does it have the timestamps associated with when these messages were sent?
It will be in the bottom right-hand corner of each text message.
So on page 3 here on 11/17/21 at 6:51 p.m., what message does Amber send to her friends?
She sends, "That sounds great, actually. I love Olive Garden and have not had it in forever, although I am up for whatever."
All right, and then looking further into the conversation here, what time was it that one of her girlfriends responded?
Then November 17th, 2021 at 9:56:54 seconds p.m.
Okay, and then with respect to Amber, what does she do on November 17th of 2021 at 9:59 and 37 seconds?
She loved a text message that was sent by one of the other participants.
And then what does Amber Hicks do on November 17th of 2021 at 9:59 and 40 seconds?
She then loved another separate text message from that was sent by another friend.
Now, thereafter, was there any further conversation from Amber Hicks?
No, there was no other. So, just to kind of explain, when you love or like a text message, you have to actually put your finger on the text message, pull the text message down, the little indicator pops up, and you hit the heart. So that shows proof of life. There can be other data on the phone, emails coming in, things like that may register on your phone, but it's not actual like physical action that you did on the device. So that was the last one, physical actions on the device that I could determine was made by the owner, Amber Hicks.
And so were there other messages and calls and so forth found in Amber Hicks's phone?
Yes.
Okay, but were the messages that we saw on, or the reactions to messages that we saw on state 661, page 4, were those the last activities that Amber herself would have done on her phone?
Yes.
Okay. So what does that tell you, kind of further evidence as it relates to the timeline?
That would have been the last moment of life that we could establish.
At 9:59 p.m., how did that align with the 9:55 to 10:10 p.m. window that you had previously established?
Shortened it for about 4 minutes or so.
Now, did you also look for similar items of evidence within Justin's phone?
Yes, we did.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 662. Do you recognize State 662?
Yes, I did.
All right, and how is it that you recognize 662?
So this is physical activity, heart rate monitor sensors that were recorded from the device Justin Hicks' phone.
And is that a fair and accurate copy of one of the reader reports that was produced from Justin Hicks' phone extraction that was previously admitted in this case?
Yes.
State moves to tender State 662 into evidence.
Any objection? No objection. State 662 is admitted.
Now, if we look at kind of earlier in the day, on November 17th of 2021, was there a significant amount of activity logged on Justin's phone?
Yes, there was some.
Alright, so I'm gonna go back to page 8 of State 662. Are these some of those readings?
Yes, there are. Different categories of different readings that were recorded to the device.
Did the phone itself appear to stay active for the better part of November 17th of 2021?
Yes.
I now want to look at page 2 of State's 662 here. Did you still see activity on the device? Sorry. In the 8 o'clock hour?
Yes, up to 8:47 p.m. and 4 seconds.
And so what does that tell you, at least with regard to whether Justin's phone was moving in some capacity at 8:47:04 p.m.?
Yes, this would indicate that the phone was being moved.
Now, did you care so much about the accuracy of the number of steps or anything like that?
No, the distance and stuff was not as interesting to me. It was more of the establishing a timeline of showing some type of life.
Now, after that 8:47:04, when is the next time that you saw the device itself log movement?
That would have been at 6:16 a.m. and 59 seconds.
And will you go ahead and read off the various timestamps for logged movement?
Yes, so we had the one at 6:16 a.m. 59 seconds. The next one would have been 6:27 a.m. 49 seconds. And the last one was 6:43 a.m. 43 seconds.
And then going up a little bit further, did you see additional movement later on?
Yes, this is at 8:53 a.m. and 10 seconds, and then 8:53 a.m. and 10 seconds as well as how the distance traveled.
And these 6 a.m. and 8 a.m. Movements that were logged, is that November 18th of 2021?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And at that point in time, had police arrived on scene yet?
No, they had not.
Where was Justin Hicks's device found within the home?
Justin Hicks's device was found resting on top of a baby gate that was between the sunroom where the child's toys were, Jacob's toys were, and the living room.
Did it appear that it had been there when Justin and Amber were alive and well?
It wouldn't make much sense that it would be there.
Were there any other items around that area indicative of child play?
Yes, there was toys scattered, things removed from shelves, and kind of a scattered, chaotic scene that you see in a child's playroom.
Was there other toys actually on the gate where Justin Hicks's phone was found?
Yes.
And do you remember any of those items?
Don't recall the specific toy that was on the gates. I do remember the phone being on the gate.
Right now, were you able to determine whether these timestamps associated with movement of the device was relatively accurate?
The movement of the device was relatively, yes.
Okay. Looking down at the bottom of page 2, were you able to see whether there was any movement at 7:07 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. And how did that align with the video surveillance that was recovered from 5050 Verbena at 7:07 p.m.?
The November 17th at 7:07 p.m. was consistent with the time frame that we had from video across the street of the Hicks arriving at home.
So with respect to the movement that we then see on November 18th of 2021, what conclusions did you make about that morning movement?
Based on where the phone was located, and the fact that Jacob was found inside the house downstairs, and then it looked like it was clear that Jacob had gone downstairs to play with toys, we believe that that is the first indication of Jacob at least coming downstairs and taking his father's mobile device.
Of course, is there any way to know what time Jacob actually got downstairs for the first time?
No.
So this is simply once he decided to play with his dad's phone.
Correct.
Looking next at State 663 here. Do you recognize State 663?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
This is a text message that was sent to Amber Hicks' mobile device.
And what day was that?
That was November 18th, 2021 at 8:07 a.m.
Is that a fair and accurate screenshot of that text that came through on Amber's device on November 18th of 2021?
Yes.
Did that come directly off the phone extraction that's been previously admitted?
Yes, it was.
State moves to tender State 663 into evidence.
No, Judge. State 663 is admitted.
May I publish? Yes. So looking at this message here, Were you able to tell whether anyone read the message that came in at 8:07:34?
Yes, the status of the text message indicated unread.
And with respect to this particular message, what did that have to do with?
The box that had been delivered at 10:17 p.m. Next to their side door.
That where it says your Carter's order?
Correct, it was a Carter's box, it was child's clothing.
Right, next, looking at state 664 here. Do you recognize state 664?
I do.
How do you recognize state 664?
This was a photograph on Amber's iPhone of herself, her son Jacob, and her husband Justin in front of the residence at 5059 Verbena.
And is that also a fair and accurate depiction of some of the metadata found within her device?
It is.
State moves to tender States Exhibit 664 into evidence.
State 664 is submitted.
May I publish? Yes. Now, has the court seen this photo itself previously?
Yes.
Okay. But what is captured here that was significant just in terms of understanding the bigger picture of the timeline here?
The home was purchased by the Hicks on August 31st of that year, 2021. This was the kind of the first picture that they had taken as a family at the house.
Okay, what was the date of that, please?
It was September 5th, 2021 at 5:50 p.m.
What was the first kind of major break in your investigation?
It's a notification from the Sandy Springs Police Department.
When did you receive notification from the Sandy Springs Police Department?
It's early, I think it was around, I think by the time like 9:30, 10 a.m. on the...
What day, sorry?
Oh, sorry, November 19th.
Okay,
2021, correct.
And why is it that you were receiving notification from Sandy Springs?
So I just came back from processing the scene. We had no leads at the time. Essentially went home, took a very quick nap, went back into work. As soon as I walked into the office, I was notified by a supervisor that Sandy Springs analyst had contacted the office to let us know that they just placed the individual in custody for entering 2 homes and stabbing a police officer. The reason why we were notified is because that individual was later identified as Matthew Scott Lanz, lived near the Hicks. It was actually the house right behind the Hicks. So they felt like they wanted to pass that information along to us.
At that point, had the media kind of reported on the fact that there was a murder investigation from 5050 Verbena?
Yes, and the analysts had seen some things on the news or wanted to read that to us.
Now, was there any vehicles associated with Mr. Lanz that allowed Sandy Springs to kind of connect the dots for you all?
Yes, it was notified that they had recovered a black 2008 Lexus GS 350, and that vehicle they determined was registered to Matthew's parents, Teresa and Scott Lanz.
So what did you do upon receiving this notification?
I responded to Sandy Springs. I originally responded to the incident with the officer-involved shooting occurred.
Was that on Cameron Glen?
Correct.
Right, now, the point in time that you arrived at Cameron Glen, was Matthew Lanz there?
No, he was not. He had already been transported to a hospital to receive medical treatment.
Now, what about the 2008 Lexus GS 350?
I believe that was, don't recall if it was still where it was recovered or if they had already transported it, but I know it was transported to Sandy Springs Police Department headquarters.
Did you end up going to Sandy Springs Police Department headquarters?
I did after I left the scene of Cameron.
And while you were there, did you have the opportunity to personally observe the 2008 black Lexus GS 350?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what's it's marked as 687 through 707, if you'll flip through those. And did you have an opportunity to go through all these items before you testified as well?
Yes, ma'am.
So do you recognize state 687 through 707?
Yes.
How is it that you recognize those images?
This is Matthew Lanz's vehicle at the Sandy Springs Police Department headquarters.
Now, those fair and accurate photographs of his car at Sandy Springs during their search warrant execution.
Yes, it is.
And did you have the opportunity to personally observe while it was there and the contents of the vehicle while it was still in Sandy Springs?
Yes, it is.
State Business Tender State 687 through 707.
State 687 through 707 is admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
Starting with state 687 here, what are we looking at?
It's the front of the vehicle.
Or photographs taken along all sides of the vehicle as well?
Yes, it's pretty standard.
State 692 here, what do we have on state 692?
We're taking a photo to document the license plate that's affixed to the rear. This particular one was a Georgia Tech CGI 9767.
And just while we're on the topic, so I don't lose my train of thought, when you have a known license number or license plate, are you able to run that through any license plate reader systems?
Yes.
And did you do that in this particular case?
Yes.
Were you able to obtain any relevant images of this license plate from, let's say, 8 p.m. on November 17th of 2021 until 1 a.m. on 8 p.m. on November 17th of 2021 through 1 a.m. on November 18th of 2021?
No.
State 697 here, what are we looking at?
It's a photograph of the driver's side of the vehicle.
State 698.
So the back seat of the vehicle is a green backpack observed in the back seat.
State 699. That is unit of that same backpack.
Yeah, it's a picture of the same backpack, but from the passenger side of the vehicle.
State 700. What is it that was being depicted in State 700?
So that was a metal flashlight that we had found in a glove box.
Was this of interest to you?
It was, yes.
Why is that?
So as we were examining the flashlight, noticed at the end cap, it was pointed at the end, and I found this
I'm sorry, the cap is full.
pointed at the end. There were some scrape marks on the end cap. That point was kind of consistent to items that carry back on patrol to break windows. You usually have carry a window punch or something. If there's a vehicle accident, someone's trapped, we would have like a pointed end on it so you could break a window. So when I saw that, I thought that was interesting since we had a broken window in our scene.
Is that what we're looking at in State 702?
Yes.
State 703, is that the same flashlight?
Yes, and in this picture you can kind of see towards the end cap how it protrudes out to a point where there was some scuff marks around the edges.
And State 704.
I was documenting the other end of the flashlight.
What was being documented in State 705 here?
This would be the center console where we located an Apple level device.
State 706, was that device then removed from the center console for better documentation?
It was.
Is that what we see in State 706?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then what are we looking at in State 707?
Depicting the backside of the phone.
Ultimately, was the search warrant obtained to retrieve that phone and bring it to Coconut?
Yes, it was first seized by the Sandy Springs Police Department, and then later they got a separate search warrant to take it from their property and take it back to Cobb County.
And did you collect that item of evidence?
I did, yes.
Is that in looking at State 665, which was already admitted? Is State 665 the cell phone that was found in Matthew Lanz's center console that we just looked at in photographs 705 through 707.
Yes, this is the Middle West.
Now, while did Mr. Lanz get transported to Sandy Springs headquarters while you were still there?
Yes, it was.
Did you have an opportunity to interview him?
I did.
Okay, so was this still on November 19th of 2021?
It was, yes.
And do you recall what time it was when you conducted your interview?
Approximately 7:15 p.m.
At that point,
I'm sorry, are you admitting 6:65?
it has already been admitted, so I would just start going back
To there, okay.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. You said 7:15 p.m.?
Yes.
At that point in time, had the Sandy Springs detectives, Detective Needham and Detective Johnson, had they already interviewed Mr. Lanz?
Yes.
Is that the footage that we watched earlier today?
Yes, it is.
When you conducted your portion of the interview, do you recall how much time had passed between when Detective Needham and Detective Johnson ended their interview to when you and Detective Jackson began y'all's interview?
Approximately 45 minutes.
Was it in the same room that was seen in the previous footage?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Was that a video and audio recorded room?
It was.
And who was there other than yourself?
Detective Ben Jackson. Ben Jackson.
At the point in time that you all arrived, had Mr. Lanz already been read his Miranda warnings?
Yes.
And had he agreed to speak to Sandy Springs officers without counsel?
Yes.
Had they started initiating any conversation with him regarding your investigation of Amber and Justin's murders?
No.
Did they talk to him at all about that?
About the cop incident?
Yes.
Yes.
And was there indication before you even walked in the room as to whether Mr. Lanz was willing to speak to you all?
Yes.
Once you all got in the room, did you re-Mirandize him?
We did not read Miranda's in that.
Did you talk to him at all about his rights or ask him about whether he was read his rights?
Yes, Detective Jackson confirmed with Matthew that he had been read his rights, and he replied yes. Then he asked him, did you understand that?
And was based on his response to, did you understand your rights, was he asked whether he was willing to speak to you all?
Yes, he made a comment about how he was planning on speaking with his attorney to reach out to us to set up a witness interview.
So did he phrase it as though he was a possible witness to y'all's homicide investigation?
Correct.
Did he proceed to then have conversation with you all?
Yes.
Right. Did he at all appear to be under the influence, meaning drunk or high or slurred speech or anything along those lines?
No.
Did he have difficulty staying awake?
No.
Did he have difficulty making and maintaining eye contact?
No.
Was there any indication that you observed that made you feel that he had too many drugs in his system from his gunshot wounds to know what was going on or what the nature of y'all's conversation was?
No, he was speaking clearly to us. We could understand what he was saying, and he seemed to be aware of where he was and why he was there.
Was there any hope of benefit offered throughout you all's conversation?
No.
Was there any fear of injury?
No.
Did you all threaten him in any manner?
No.
Did you use any weapons to obtain a statement from him?
No.
Did you use any coercive police tactics at all?
No, ma'am.
What was the tone of y'all's interview with him?
Conversational. Towards the end, I got a little more accusatory towards him, but yeah, 99% was conversational.
Prior to taking the stand, did you have the opportunity to review your portion of the defendant's interview?
Yes.
Is that what's contained in State's Exhibit 474?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, similar to the Sandy Springs investigation, is their recording system kind of broken down into chunks?
Yes, it was.
And is that just how you get a copy of it?
Yeah, that's how their system works, I guess.
Despite being broken up into segments, is that the entirety of y'all's conversation and interview with Mr. Lanz?
Yes, even though there was chunks of clips, it was continuous, so there was no portions missing throughout the interview.
This time, State Business Center State's Exhibit 474 into evidence.
And Judge will object to that under the same grounds that we checked prior. It was 45 minutes from the time that they stopped the second part of that interview. The officers were there for a different purpose than what was associated with the first group of officers, which was a home invasion there in Sandy Springs. So this was totally different. They came to talk with him about another crime that happened in Cobb County. So consequently, Judge, the fact that they did not read him Miranda, they did not have him sign a Miranda waiver, and the fact that he made a comment about wanting to get with his lawyer about setting up something to talk with them about. For all those reasons, Judge, we would object to this interview going back.
State, I hear your response.
Your Honor, you heard the first portion of this interview that was conducted by Sandy Springs officers, and in that conversation, or in that beginning portion of the interview, he specifically asked if he would be willing to talk to Cobb County officers, in which he indicates that he would. They had already kind of begun the conversation and actually starting to interview him on this topic, so Mr. Lanz knew very well exactly what Cobb County officers were there to do in terms of the interview. At the start of that interview, as indicated by Detective Stannard, they did ask him whether he had been read his Miranda rights by Sandy Springs officers. He indicated he had. They then asked whether he understood his rights and would be willing to speak to them, and he replied that he was actually going to reach out to his attorney to be able to set up a meeting with Cobb County officers in order to discuss his witness testimony, essentially making it sound as though he was a witness or potential witness to this homicide investigation. Thereafter, as indicated by the detective, they began their conversation. So at no point in time did he invoke his rights, and clearly he understood the nature of that conversation. Additionally, I would point around to Quintana versus the state, which is 322 Georgia 61. That's from June 24th of 2025. And in that case, Your Honor, the Supreme Court of Georgia held that coercive police tactics are a necessity in order to find that a interview was not voluntarily given. In this case, I don't think there's any way to make that sort of finding. You've seen the beginning portion of this interview, which continues on in that very nature, so I don't think that's an issue at all. 45 minutes isn't long enough to make this unduly lengthy of an interrogation. That's very normal to take breaks during interrogations. You've heard testimony that he was lucid, that he was willing to speak to officers, that you saw previously his relaxed body language and so forth. And so I don't think there are any grounds to find that this is an involuntary statement that shouldn't be admitted.
You all will approach one more from me.
All right. Welcome in, Serafina. Glad you are joining us. Scott R.A. is a very big supporter of our channel, and we are of his. So I'm surprised that you're having issues over at his channel with audio, because we know his setup over there. But thanks for joining us. Appreciate that. Siggy, all right, Serafina. Sorry, you're gone. When you attack our mods, we don't appreciate that. So, see ya. All right, let's move on. Siggy and Mike, good to see you. Back from lunch. Thank you for joining us. All right, so Detective Zachary Stannard is on the stand. And some interesting testimony. Definitely some interesting testimony. So Amber's head was resting on the cushion with feet propped up. See, I don't even think she had time to react. I mean, somebody comes in, whoever it was, allegedly, it's Matthew, but whoever comes in, it sounds like Justin stood up and got shot, and then Amber was still on the couch with her feet propped up. She didn't even have time to like get up, get her feet up off of the couch. It's just amazing. All right, so Amber's head resting on the cushion with feet propped up. Justin, far right side of the couch on the floor with his back shoulders resting on the couch. So it looks as if he stood up. They did find 3 casings.
Right, the court is going to admit the video over objection. In the admittance of the video, if during the course of viewing the video, the court makes a determination based on the totality of the circumstances that a Miranda warning should have been reread, the court will then make a decision on whether or not it can consider that portion of the interview in evidence. So you may publish the video.
And Your Honor, for the record, this is labeled as Disc 2, Video 2, and we'll begin with a timestamp of 19, 15, and 25 seconds. All right, Your Honor, sorry, we missed our spot, so it will be 19, 15, and 12 seconds.
Thank you.
You guys water, anything else you guys, burgers? Dehydrated, sir? Sorry, you need anything else? I need some else to drink? I'm Timothy Justin Hicks here. Man, I really appreciate talking to this. Actually, you might have seen something here in the house last night. We're working on it, you heard about it. We're working on a murder that happened in Acworth. I understand you were there last time, you might have seen something. Man, I'll be honest with you, this in Amsterdam is, we've been trying to wrap our brains trying to figure out what happened. Before I left this morning, I 6-year-old prayed to be like, oh yeah, we get on this case. Yeah, you me too. Man, like I said, I actually may have some information out.
All right, and that's the end of that portion of Disc 2, Video 2, so it will now resume with Disc 2, Video 3.
With something, this is our here again, because the same strings guys on your right seat.
Yes,
You understand all that?
I was quite frankly, I was intending to be able to leave soon and go call my lawyer and talk to him about it, just set up a witness testimony or whatever.
Okay, well, that's good.
Yeah, I was just saying, I gave my side of the sort of story to officers.
Okay. Like I said, we're here to talk about having Acworth. You want to talk to us about that now?
I'll just say, I mean, all I saw was their lights were on, and those were the lights that were always on. I think my brother was being harassed by the neighbors. And that was just not something I really want to go into because it like caused a lot of issues for me.
Okay, well, we don't have to talk about what's going on, brother, we're not talking about that. Part of what we're trying to figure out is narrowing down the time frame. Like, we know it happened sometime between, the night before and that morning when they were found, we got this really huge window. So, do you remember about what time you saw the lights on?
It would have been, so I left Athens at around
9 p.m.?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I got home probably at 10:30-ish, and then I slept in the car for about 10-15 minutes. Then I went back and smoked a cigarette. Saw the light on.
Okay.
Trying to go back to work without because I couldn't sleep at home. And it was locked somewhere in front, and I just didn't go. And then I just left because I was starting to get really tired.
Okay. So you think that was
So
10,
9 to about 11:30 when I got back at it, I believe.
Okay, so but you think it was around
maybe
9 to 12 was your trip from Athens to home?
my trip from Athens to home back.
Okay. So you saw the light on, you said an hour and a half, so 10:45-ish?
Right.
Okay. Did you see any kind of movement in the house or hear anything?
I mean, I would say maybe the lights moved and it freaked me out kind of bad.
Okay. What do you mean, like you saw somebody walk by the light, or like?
I mean, maybe just flicker a little bit. I noticed it out of the corner of my eye because I don't think it's really focused on everything else, for family reasons.
For family reasons?
Yeah, they caused a lot of issues with my brother. And it's just not something I thought had to involve me.
I'm sorry to hear that. Did you hear anything while you were out there?
No, that's the weirdest part. I was talking to my mom just in the chamber here and there. I didn't hear anything while I was there either, so I just don't know what to think.
What's your mom's name?
I mean, respectfully,
Yeah, that's
thank you. It's just,
we're just gonna talk to everybody, and it's recent. We're gonna try to talk to everybody in the neighborhood, like I said, I mean, it's a pretty sad case. I mean, I understand the same strings test, you're a religious guy.
well, I mean, I don't like to think of religion as like my main focus, I like to use it to like empower myself.
Okay.
In a spiritual way.
Okay.
Be able to apologize to my like personality flaws, if I need to address something.
We've all got those. Yeah, I mean, for us, this is not, most of the cases we work is a drug deal gone bad or some kind of gang beef or something like that. And this, I mean, it's just a young couple. I mean, they got baptized recently. They found out recently she's pregnant. They hadn't even told their family that they were expecting. They were planning a reveal party in a couple weeks. They just took all pictures and sent out the reveal party and said everybody she's pregnant. The 2-year-old son was found in his dad's lap covered in blood, like he had put toys on his parents.
The son had?
The son woke up, came downstairs, and was laying in his dad's lap covered in his dad's blood, and put toys.
That's shocking.
It's a pretty messed up situation.
That's horrible. Like I said, besides like the light maybe flickering and like maybe them going in between the slats of the windows or just the lights being on, that's really all that I saw.
You think that was about 10:45? What time did you leave to go back to Athens?
That would have been probably 11, 15
Did you see suspicious cars? You had a neighborhood that didn't belong?
No. It was pretty bad when I left. I wasn't really any part of them. And, you know, by the time I left, I hadn't heard anything behind me, and everything, you know, I was driving away.
Is that neighborhood pretty, that seems, we don't live there, it seems like a really quiet neighborhood.
Yeah, it's probably the last place I ever went to last place because historically there's been like car runnings and stuff, but like not even anything that you would expect to happen like that, you know.
Just like how you were into night.
Yeah, just like nighttime stuff. I mean, there's been casing of houses in the neighborhood before, but
Pretty violent or just like?
no, I wouldn't say violent. I would just say, you know, historically there's been soliciting or you know, regular mischief type scene or so.
I mean, so for us, like I said, we're just trying to figure out, his dad's actually a pastor. And I was in ministry before, she was in his job too. And a lot of times, like, things you don't think that would matter, like small details that you don't think matter, and you think make a big deal to us. So I just, no, go ahead. Let's just say there's anything you can think of, even if you think like, hey, this is insignificant and not a big deal, it might be a big deal to us. Like something, you might say a little something that matters to us, and somebody else say something else, and you can put that together. So if there's anything you can remember, even if you think it's insignificant, it would be helpful.
I don't know, I suppose the energy just might have fallen off and it's made me want to go home. I don't know, it's so weird. It's like a weird coincidence, you know.
Energy is off.
But it's just like, you know, that was the one person who's getting tired for no reason or other than I should just drive back to Athens.
That's a long drive.
I know, but I did it anyway because I had this next day. I was just gonna stay the weekend there.
What made you decide to go home tonight?
I just wanted to go shopping with them. Just be with them.
Did you know you were fine?
I called my dad and he knew I was on it, but I should have gone more to let him know.
Your dad didn't leave, and you said you tried the door and the door was locked?
Yeah.
He didn't leave the door open for you, or did he keep
No, the door, I have a key, but I just didn't use it on the front door. But that's literally all that I can help with. That's kind of like, just how that went.
You said, can you use the back door?
I tried to unlock the back door before. I don't have the key to this one.
Did you do anything else out in the back door before you went inside the house?
No, I just smoked a cigarette and was, you know, kind of getting around and saw my lights on.
Did you smoke that cigarette like as soon as you got back to the house?
No, I was like, I feel like 15 minutes. I was in my car like kind of dead for a little bit.
Yeah. How long do you think you're out back or smoke a cigarette? I'll smoke it.
I don't know, it should have been 5 minutes.
5 minutes?
5 minutes is long.
Did you ever go inside your house? You never went inside the house? Did you have any further conversation with your mom or your dad?
Yeah, we talked and, you know, I didn't know that I didn't do anything, I didn't murder anybody.
I don't know, you guys the house, you let them know I am at the house.
No, not with this lady, she probably heard that.
So you show up, sit in your house, sit in the car for like 15 minutes, go to the back, smoke a cigarette, and then drive a little bit at that. Why did your mom ask you that about what happened at the house?
I don't know, she kind of just showed up like that over at my apartment and I was like, why is somebody like trying to be my work? So like, I don't know, shit. Yeah, no, I had this or something. And weirded out by that, but I had a whole sense of how I was burning into her. in my drawer and she has the gun. Cause that's weird like that.
Did she take it from you?
It was actually my dad suggested he keep it.
Did it was your dad with your mom?
Yeah, I forgot.
So they both showed up.
Yeah, this, they showed away later though, that's it.
And then they snatched your gun up?
Yes, but they said they would get back after.
Why they snatched your gun? There's something like your guns or?
Yeah, something like that, especially since I just turned 21.
Did you go with that?
Yeah, that's what I told them. Oh, they just, when you do the responsibility.
Then this show over the
It's a weird thing for them, like culturally, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know, they haven't been historically gun fans.
No,
but I mean, my brother and I enjoy firearms.
I think that's what. And we're all pro second on here, we like against this.
Exactly. I mean, I say it's Georgia.
Yeah. You ever go like, do you like go hunting or target shooting? Or do you like?
Yeah, I've done ski shooting a few times, some target shooting.
And 12 shooting or just like traditional?
Over under and sim, ski shooting. What is it where it goes down to track shooting?
Yeah, track shooting. Good times.
Yeah. But I just want to ski. Yeah, I enjoy training with myself and pistols.
And of course, you know, when we look at videos of this kind of thing, just try to kind of dig into their life and figure out as much as we can.
I'm almost saying their relationship was allegedly kind of cryptic, but I don't know if that is. I just don't want to presume on anything. I don't know if
Say cryptic, you don't know.
cryptic as in like they were very newly related or very newly together or something. I'm not sure.
Oh, now, I know you said that the house behind you, they lived. You know, you don't want to get into it, but you brought it and happened there. But do you think the people that lived there before something could happen to somebody else outside your brother? Like they might harass someone else other than your brother? Or had issues with someone else?
The new people?
No, the old people.
Oh, the old people? I mean, who knows? I don't know. Maybe. I have seen the people that lived there before being a little suspect with the lights for no reason. Something
Had you suspect with the light?
Yeah. I don't know. They're just like flipping on and like shine lighters in the window and shit. It was so weird.
So the people who lived there before were kind of
It's so.
you know, some shady stuff?
It must have been. I don't know. It was so like off-putting.
Do you think they did like criminal stuff too?
I don't even know. That's.
I know all that stuff was with your brother. You don't have to, you don't want to talk about your brother. I'm just trying to get an idea of those people that used to live there. Like what kind of, because who knows, maybe somebody went to that house thinking they still lived there. Maybe they made someone else.
Yeah, I don't know. The people must have moved in pretty fast after they moved out. Like,
You know how the old people moved out? Yeah,
it was a couple months ago.
We pretty early they moved out.
And I just tried not to think about it because it was so weird from the beginning. Like, trying to push it.
Do you think that, you know, if they would have done all this mean stuff to your brother, you think they would have done this like anybody else in the neighborhood or somebody?
No, I don't think it was like that. I think it was just some weird obsession like type deal.
Obsession with your brother? Yeah. So you think they would have the other
reason?
Yeah.
We never really talked to him. We never kind of quiet.
Tell me about you said you like flicker lights and stuff in the house. What's that? What's that all about?
I don't know, like if we were in the backyard like at night just sitting there, then they would consciously like probably consider trying to get our attention in some way, but like, or they would just turn on for no reason and leave the room, leave the light on, and go for whatever amount of time, stuff like that.
Would that light shine through y'all's house?
No, but it's just like you can see it from our backyard.
Yeah. Can you see from like when you're inside your house or something?
Yeah, you can see it from our living room.
Did the new people do that house stuff too?
No, I haven't seen anything like that because I've been in Athens doing school.
I just recall you saying that you caught something out of the corner of your eye when you got there smoking a cigarette.
Yeah, it might have just flickered, like, moving my periphery or.
You don't think they they were trying to like mess with the show here.
Even if they are also off the mess with it anyway, but that causes issues.
Your mom never had any issues with them flickering the lights? Just
No, she didn't seem to believe it, but
didn't seem to believe what? About the lights flickering?
well, them harassing. She would have decided, no, I don't believe it.
Why don't you? Did you not believe you about stuff like that?
Well, I told her that he was probably right about them harassing him because I had seen it. I guess the intention was them to train.
I mean, honestly, you believe it. You believe they were harassing them, right?
Yeah, because he told me that. He was like, they're being so weird to me. Like,
Why would you lie to them? So your mom didn't do it. But these people weren't harassing you, were they? They're harassing your mom?
no, I don't believe so. They seem to have been very moody and quiet.
So it's all that old mess that there. Do you know what happened to them? Like where they went?
They must have just moved somewhere else.
You don't know where or anything about them? Okay. Were they into like...
Like Buddhist?
Yeah, I don't know, like some old stuff. Were they into some like satanic, like...
That's what I'm saying. I don't really assume because I don't know.
Yeah, I get you. I know that you had like a suspicion or something like that.
I just, we just see all
All of that, I know what you're telling me. Okay, I'm getting a little bit into that. Man, did they have like all people that are drafted and stuff or something?
I don't know. I don't know see people over there.
Crazy, man. Yeah, it is a mad world. So you don't think anybody
George's like considered pretty safe too, in my opinion.
do you think that those old residents could have harassed somebody to the point where someone would come over there and kill those people, thinking that they got the wrong, didn't know they moved out?
I don't know. I mean, I don't want to assume like that because I never saw them like, trying to harass people.
Well, the thing is did you grow up in that neighborhood?
Yeah, my whole life.
Yeah, so you know the vibe of that neighborhood, you know that.
Exactly.
You know,
it's not fun. I know it's off.
yeah, well, you know something's not right.
Yeah. But I don't claim it's a sixth sense type thing because that's a little out there, but anyway.
So, knowing the neighborhood and the kind of people who live in and around that neighborhood, what do you think happened? What do you think happened to the house?
I told him the other officer, I was like, it probably just got attempted robbed, I don't know. And then maybe they got scared going in, like, seeing the people, I don't know. And then they just,
Do these people have like fancy stuff you think like?
I don't know. I've never really seen the interior.
They have like a
Well, besides, I don't really go over there much.
I mean, you hear like there's like and there's fancy stuff at their house, like fancy cars or something that someone's gonna go and maybe that's a good place to rob. You know, it's like why that house? You know, like why that house and all that
I don't know. Our house is on the corner, so it's kind of like not like able to be robbed as easily, I suppose. And that's just like behind ours, so it's more hidden.
So we're trying to figure it out because we couldn't really see anything like this in the house, so it was like a weird thing. Didn't trip us up.
So I just
It's like, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, that's, I mean, usually they come for a reason, I suppose, right? I don't know. Unless it's just an irrational murder.
an irrational murder? What would be like a...
I don't even know, just like someone like.
Yeah, what even is it?
Some black guy shit wanting to break into somebody's house.
You got those numbers?
I mean, I've seen solicitors, I don't know like boxing solicitors with that person, but I don't think that's possible.
Yeah, it's a solicitor.
Where'd you park it when you were over there?
I'm not sure.
In the driveway? Did you see cars parked on the street or anything?
I don't know, I think the neighbors were across the road. The neighbors across the road were probably parked in their driveway with me.
When you're smoking your cigarette, where were you when you're smoking your cigarette?
Just in the backyard, like near my, like that's our house. And the fence to the other house is here, house over here, like looking at that.
Okay.
I don't know.
Did you see into their house from that vantage point?
You can't really see in the house, you just see in the window that's lit up.
Do you know which window that is? Do you have to describe it?
Yeah, it's just above the middle of their house.
Is it like really high up? Or?
It's just a sad story, I think.
Okay. So you can't see like, I don't know, the first floor or anything like that.
I mean, you might go see some like shimmers of light through the cracks and fence and stuff.
Did you hear about it before your mom came to your place?
No, that's the thing. She completely surprised me with it. I was like, yeah, that's really sad.
What have you heard since then?
Nothing really. No.
Have you seen anything of the news or word of mouth or?
Something too shot dead in Acworth home. You know, it's close, it's literally the neighbors.
Yeah.
So, you just happened to drive by that night, like there was no, like, was like a voice from God or something that said, like, hey, go home that night, or?
Well, no, I was going home to see my family because I hadn't felt like I had any connection with them. So, I was gonna say, but I went to Thursday, Friday. And then I got there and, went to the background, I was gonna put the vibe, that's not what happens, and
That's just crazy. I mean, it seems like when I got home, he's not the family over there.
I was telling my mom, I was like, I let that down on my way, like, I should have called you too.
Did you text him or call him?
Yeah, I called him.
Okay.
Well, I didn't ask something. I was just putting gas on her.
And you never, did you ever, you're showing this here, did you ever go into the neighbor's yard at all?
No, it's like a big fence, you gotta jump over, like, you want to cross into the
Walking across it out on the street or sidewalk or cul-de-sacs, anything, I don't know.
I mean, like, sometimes I walk around, you know, at night, just like, walk around at night where it's really bad.
You walk around that night?
No, it's just that.
You didn't see anybody else out there that time?
No, it's very quiet. That's the weird story, it was very quiet.
Did your house have any cameras that could help us out?
No.
Any images that cameras that you think could help us out, or take footage or anything? So video, I'm gonna have you guys scatter across the whole damn neighborhood, going every Ring doorbell camera, and this thing. You know, we're gonna have hours and hours of footage to watch, so I'm just wondering if you know, like, and then you should really check out this camera, this probably help you see everything.
I don't know. There's like a few, I think, but not too many, I think.
I mean, you can get
It's
right to the house or something like that camera.
Like when I drive home, I can't drive up past more than 5 or 6 rings, I think. Something like that.
Any like in particular you want in your house or like where this happened at that you know?
I don't know.
I don't think about
Did you call when you got home or anything?
Who?
Your parents, when you got home, did you call and say, hey, I'm here?
No, like I said, I should talk to my mom.
disc 2, video 3. It resumes now on disc 3, video 1.
I try to go home more often these days.
Yeah.
Usually, I'll go out there home for the next day. I'll probably do that. It should be fun.
So like how often do you think you go? Do you go to your parents' house once a month, every other week?
Sometimes like 2 or 3 times.
2 or 3 times a month or a week?
Like, I'm definitely not there on consecutive weekends.
You have a roommate that happens or? Very well. You work?
Yeah, I do summer construction like that.
Okay, cool.
You know, just kind of graduated.
So you make a bunch of money over the summer?
Yeah, pretty much. Hard.
Yeah, so you can't just say over the summer. Does your mom have you to get some?
It's only like a couple thousand for working, a couple months.
Yeah.
It's really all anyone can come up with. Honestly.
Well, before we leave, I'm trusting we won't take up too much more of your time. We just need to check our case files and make sure we're not forgetting anything that to ask you that can help us put these things together.
Like you said, it's not just like little tiny detail.
Yeah, and these things, if they're so, they can be so complex, we just want to make sure we go through our notes and go, oh, dang it, we forgot to ask Matt this one question, I gotta help us out.
I mean, I just, with all due respect, I would like to check on that would be possible. And be able to possibly, you know, call a lawyer and be able to maybe witness or some evidence that can help.
Well, there's the Sandy Springs, you got your own thing going on there, that's okay. I don't know where all they charge you with, I don't know off the top of my head, but,
I believe they could have explained away with this mistreatment of.
yeah, I'll ask them.
I don't know, I don't want to assume that, I just really like to go see my family and have their.
So, you mentioned an attorney, I guess we can have a couple other questions, is it okay if we go through our notes and come back and keep talking?
Yeah, yeah.
And we'll try to be quick. Okay. Need more water?
For the record, that's being stopped at 19:47:31 seconds and will resume at 19:51 and 12 seconds.
Yeah.
Alright, look, you gotta understand what we're seeing, okay? I'm asking this to the police, okay? You got this cop that lives behind your house, where someone broke into their house, okay? And today, not only that, the people who used to live in the house, used to talk with their brother, and do something associated, which I believe. Now
today, just a few days later, send your spray signs you and other people's homes. And then on top of that, you just stab one of the guys. And you stab them up really, really, really good. I mean, bad. You carve them up. Okay? You know, in our business, we don't call that shit a coincidence, okay? The thing is, when I asked you about the cameras, we were already in cameras for cameras, okay? There's a damn camera right across the street from where these people go from. Okay? I want you to think about it. Okay, I had guys that at the office scouring for hours and hours and hours, just sitting there literally watching camera footage. Okay? This, I just went into my backyard to smoke a cigarette aspect, I'm not really buying it. Now, I'm not saying you're some cold-hearted person, but from where I'm sitting, you were in that house Wednesday night when you drove back from that house. Maybe you had a reason. Maybe someone told you to do it. Maybe God told you to do it. I don't know. But here's where the rubber meets the road. It's time for you to cleanse your soul and tell us what happened so we can tell that family and that 2-year-old when he grows up one day why he doesn't have any parents. You're picking up on the way down to you.
Or that we're probably demonic in nature.
What makes you say that?
I don't know. It's the way it seemed.
They could very well be lying.
I don't want to think of that. I'm talking home too.
Is that why you're over there?
Where?
To their house?
I didn't go over there.
There's a camera right there across the street. So, what's that?
We gotta get your name out of the hat.
There's a
Where
camera.
did it come from?
There's a camera across the
How
street.
did you know? How do you know it was me?
Because you stabbed a cop today after breaking into someone's house, and you live right behind where these people were murdered. I mean, 5-year-old could figure that out.
I don't know what to say other than I'm innocent. And I mean it.
I don't believe you.
Well,
Let me ask you this. What's the ninth commandment?
the what?
The ninth commandment. You know the Lord, right? What's the ninth commandment?
I'm not sure.
Don't lie. That's the ninth commandment, okay? So I can sit here and tell you right now, from the camera footage, you did walk from your house into their yard, and you set off the motion light. You remember that?
Not quite.
Not quite? What do you mean not quite?
Are you saying that I'm going to be arrested under some circumstances?
Or anything.
I'm just wondering.
I'm saying the camera shows you walking into their backyard, setting off the motion light, walking back to your house.
This is me.
Because the same gray hoodie you were wearing today, it's at the hospital in the clothing bag, is the same hoodie that's in the
No, it's a
video.
different one.
It's a different one?
Yes.
What hoodie was it the other night?
It was the North Face.
The North Face, the gray North Face hoodie.
Yeah, the one that was in the hospital.
And zip up?
No. I have one that's lighter than the old size. And that's the one that was in the hospital.
So that's the one you were wearing Wednesday night.
Yes, that's right.
So how'd you get in your house?
I didn't murder them.
Maybe you didn't need to murder them. See, if you didn't need to murder them, I could believe that. But this, I didn't do shit but smoke a cigarette and drive back to Athens thing. Dude, come on, man. Wait a minute.
Where do you want
You're
this
going
to go with me?
The truth. I want to buy these people under them dead.
Someone murdered them.
You murdered them.
What do you want me to say? I haven't even been gifted a lawyer, curves on me on the fireplace. Like, it's admissible. Yes, dude, they were battering me after I got shot. They were still trying to batter me.
Maybe you shouldn't stab police officers.
That's correct, sir. You're correct about that.
I was thinking after that, man. We're from Cobb County. I don't know anything about what happened with you in Sandy Springs. All I know is you're in someone else's home today. And that's why the police had to come out there. And that's how this all transpired.
Exactly.
So you go in someone's house today, but no, man. I sat at a cop. Yeah, I was in someone's house. I wasn't. But this whole going to my neighbor's house and killing people, I didn't do that. Of course, that wouldn't be me. Come on, man.
What? Why would I kill my neighbors?
Why would you go into someone's house and stab a cop today?
Because I didn't intend to do that. With all due respect.
Maybe you didn't intend to murder them, but you did. So how did we get from I got there to them being dead?
Maybe I induced blackout while I was sleeping. I don't know.
Okay. Have you ever had one?
A blackout?
Yes. Okay. What happens during these blackouts? Because I've never had a blackout.
I don't know. It's just like, you do like random stuff and then you wake up.
Okay. Did you have a blackout that night?
I don't know. I slept in the car and woke up in the car and then I went to go smoke a cigarette and left.
Okay. So
that's the truth.
You don't know if you had a blackout? Is it possible you had a blackout?
I don't want to think I had a blackout because that would probably
I know you don't want to think about it. I'm saying it's impossible you had a blackout.
I don't know. I was sleeping for like 10 minutes or 15 minutes.
Have you ever had a blackout and been accused of doing something you didn't remember?
My last case was induced marijuana, panic attack, probably psychosis, but like that was pretty much settled. And like, it's just crazy.
Did you have your gun with you that day?
It was in Athens.
It was in Athens? Find your gun and I match them up to the showcases in the house. Are they going to match?
I don't know. Probably not.
Probably not. If it was my gun and you asked me, hey, is your gun going to match any murder scenes? I'm going to be like, no. I'm not going to say probably not. Because guess what? I'm going to get your gun. I'm going to get all your guns. I'm going to get any guns you ever touched.
Okay. Alright. Well, you don't have to threaten me, please, officer.
I'm not threatening you, man. I just want the truth. I'm not threatening you because you're lying to me, man. You're lying.
Sir, with all due respect, you don't want to believe me that it was.
So here's the thing. I think there's a logical explanation. You're just not telling me.
For the record, that stopped at 20 minutes and 5 seconds. Detective Stannard, ultimately, did this defendant confess to these killings?
No, he did not.
Where did he put himself on the evening of November 17th of 2021?
In the backyard of his home at 600 Delphinium Boulevard.
Which is how close to 50-50 Verbena Drive?
They back up to each other.
Now, with respect to the timeline he provided, how did the arrival that he said was at 10:30 p.m. align to the video surveillance evidence?
It's about 19 minutes difference from when we observed his Lexus leaving the area.
Well, in terms of arrival, how did his stated time of arrival of 10:30 p.m. compared to the arrival as shown on surveillance video?
That would have been close to an hour. I think it would have been about a 50-minute difference.
And then how did his departure time that he says was 11:15 p.m. compare to the departure time as seen on the surveillance video?
It would have been about an hour and 4 minutes difference.
Now, what did you make of the statement that he was really tired, so he drove back to Athens?
Didn't make much sense to me.
Did you at some point go to Athens?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked. Going to show you State's Exhibit 821 here. Do you recognize State's 821?
Yes, this is a Google map showing a route from 600 Delphinium Boulevard, which is his family residence here in Cobb County, to Athens, Georgia, at his apartment.
And is there that a fair and accurate map showing the different roadways and such between those two addresses?
Correct.
And in that particular exhibit states 891, does that show two possible routes to get from point A to point B?
Yes, it does.
This time State moves to tender State's 821 into evidence.
No objection.
States 821 is admitted?
May I publish?
Yes.
Looking at State's 821 here, and I'm going to zoom in, but roughly, and obviously it varies on the route taken, but roughly how far is it from 600 Delphinium to 435 North Church Street in Athens?
Just shy of about 86 miles.
Did it make sense to you that if someone was super tired, they would drive almost 2 hours?
No, and he was at his parents' house where he could have slept there, so I don't know why he'd drive all the way back.
Now, kind of towards the beginning of that interview, there was a statement about believing Amber to be pregnant. Was that the case at that point in time in y'all's investigation?
Correct. There's some speculation swirling around at that time. We had also found some photographs of the family, the Hicks family. It was like some fall family photographs. And Amber was holding a very small pumpkin near her stomach. So we thought that may have been possible.
Okay. And so was that at the time that you made that statement to Mr. Lanz a true statement?
Yes, that was our belief at the time.
Was it later determined that she was not pregnant at the time?
That's correct.
Now, what else kind of stood out to you or caught your attention about this interview?
Well, first he put himself in the area, not just in the area, but in his backyard where that backed up to the Lanz, or to the Hicks property. The statement itself, was hard to follow. He claimed he drove all the way from Athens to come visit his parents, smoked a cigarette in the backyard, and then took a nap in his car for 10 to 15 minutes, got a bad feeling, and then drove all the way home. I just thought that was an unusual thing to do, and as far as that statement goes. So yeah, I didn't quite believe that to be genuine.
What about the statements regarding a North Face jacket?
So at the time, we had reviewed a lot of video surveillance. Granted, the surveillance was difficult to see. When I reviewed it on my computer, kind of frame by frame, a particular moment when we see an individual walking from the backyard area of the Hicks' residence up the street towards Delphinium Boulevard. It was my opinion that the subject seen in that video, their top clothing was a lighter color than their bottom clothing, and I just at that time suspected it may have been a lighter color or gray. So that was when we confronted him about a gray hoodie, because during the Sandy Springs incident, when he was shot, the paramedics or responding officers had actually cut off a gray jacket, zip-up jacket off his person.
But what was it, I guess, about his response that was noteworthy to you?
So when we confronted him with that belief that, hey, you were wearing a gray hoodie today, and we believe you were wearing a gray hoodie on that video camera, he made a response and said, no, that was my North Face hoodie.
What about the number of times that lights were mentioned?
The number of times?
And I'm not asking you to testify to how many times, but what about the volume of times?
He mentioned seeing a flickering light while he was in the backyard smoking a cigarette several times. I believe at one time described him as possibly demonic. I think maybe the word he used.
I'm sorry.
I think he described him as demonic at one point.
Was it clear based on the interview whether these demonic lights is what led him to have this bad feeling and drive almost 2 hours back to Athens?
Specifically the lights? I just recall him saying he had a bad, eerie feeling, took him out, and then drove home.
I'm going to show you it's been marked to 666 here. Do you, recognize that exhibit?
Yes, I did.
All right, and how is it that you recognize that exhibit?
This is a booking photo of Matthew Lanz taken at the Cobb County Adult Detention Center.
Is that a fair and accurate photograph of how he looked back in 2021?
It is.
State moves to tender, states 666 in evidence.
Any objection? No objection. State 666 is admitted.
Now, in terms of the clothing that you referenced as having seen on the Sandy Springs body camera footage, were you able to recover that clothing?
Yes, it was.
And where did you go to recover this clothing?
I went to the GBI headquarters to retrieve that.
After retrieving the clothing, what was done with it?
That was photographed and processed by our crime scene technicians.
And before photographing it, did it remain in the packaging from Fulton County?
Yes, it was in its original packaging that the crime scene original person who collected the items had sealed it in a bag.
I'm going to show you states 708 through 766. If you'll take a moment to flip through those.
Sorry, there's just a lot of them. Yes, I recognize these.
Okay, are those fair and accurate photographs taken in Cobb County of the clothing you retrieved from GBI from Sandy Springs?
That's correct.
State moves to tender, states exhibit 708 through 766.
Any objection? No objection. State 708 to 766 are admitted.
May I publish some of these?
Yes.
Looking at state 710, just by way of example, were the items you received in bags?
Yes, they were.
And were they sealed?
Yes, sealed and signed.
Looking at state 711 here, what are we looking at?
I believe it's a pair of pants.
And now, what was the state of a lot of these clothing items based on the Sandy Springs case?
They were cut off of them, so they're pretty torn up.
State 713.
Yeah, that's also a pair of like sweatpants.
And I don't mean an exact number, but how many articles of clothing were there?
Several tops and bottoms.
State 716 here.
A pair of black gloves.
State 721.
Say, gray North Face fitted jacket.
And once again, looking at 723 by way of example, did this jacket also have to be cut off of him?
That's correct.
State 728.
Some camouflage pants.
State 733.
See another glove to the other right hand.
What's state 737?
It's like a camo veil, or some people like a ghillie. It's just like a net that you would put over you like a poncho, but it's camouflage.
State 743.
It's a camouflage mask.
State 748.
It's a green, it's called like a boonie hat. Boonie hat.
State 755.
Pair of sneakers.
How were the sneakers wrapped?
They were in a brown sealed bag.
Was there anything of evidentiary value found near the sneakers in the brown evidence bag?
Yes.
What was that?
It was a small piece of glass.
Looking at states 556 here, do you begin to see that small shard of glass?
Yes.
State 757. Is that a little bit better image of that shard of glass?
Yes.
And then state 758. Can it be seen here as well?
Yes, this is.
Was that shard of glass collected?
It was.
I'm going to show you states 767 here. Do you recognize 767?
Yes, it is.
How is it that you recognize 767?
It is the small piece of glass that is in that photo.
State moves to tender state 767 into evidence.
Any objection?
Okay.
Thank you. State 767 is admitted.
Now, as part of your investigation, did you review footage from Sandy Springs?
Yes, it did.
To your knowledge, was there any broken glass involved in that case?
Not that I'm aware of.
Then looking at state 759 here, is there any additional kind of small piece of glass in this area?
Correct. It was just to document the sole of the shoe and showing where the glass is.
State 761, is that a close-up there?
Yes.
State 764, what are we looking at?
The same shoes, just from a different angle.
No, there are a few more angles to show all the different sides.
That's correct.
It's a good time for us to take a break. We'll go for about 2 hours, give everybody a stretch, get some water, and use, get a comfort break at this time. So I'm going to come back at about 3:10. Stand in recess. You're free to stay.
All right, that's pretty big. The shoe soles had shards of glass. So I mean, it's just building on and on and on. I'm answering play on crime. How did we get from the break-in to the Hickses? And a few of us have been answering. His house abutted. The backyard was this. They shared the backyard. There was like a fence and a tree line, I think, or some trees. So once they found that out, then the pieces just kind of fell together. They started questioning they started questioning him. They looked at video surveillance, ring cameras. They questioned the family, the parents. They got the 9mm. They tested the casings. I mean, everything just kind of fell into place. Shoes had shards of glass. That's a new one. I didn't see that one coming. All right, let's go through this. This interview was a little bit harder for me to hear. I didn't quite get as much, but let's get through what we heard. So Amber's head resting on the cushion, her feet propped up. Justin's far right side of the couch on the floor with his back shoulders resting on the couch. It's as if he stood up and then, fell back. There were 3 casings. One was near the stove. One was underneath the children's trampoline in the sunroom. And then one, he says he can't recall, but eventually it was by the dog bed. So typically, casings exit from exit right to rear. Casings can roll around. They found 2 9mm projectiles, which are the actual, the bullet, if you will, and then you have the casings. In searching, there were no enemies. There was no love triangle. Nothing came back. Now here's where there's proof of life. They looked at Justin's Apple Watch. There was, let's see, and there were texts from Amber to her friend Ellie about a meeting at Olive Garden. So 9:59 was her last response. So they think this happened between 9:55 and 10:10. Well, now we know at 9:59, Amber's texting her friend, so it must have happened like at 10 o'clock, something like that. Then there's Justin's Apple Watch has activity at 8:53 the next day. So 8:53 in the morning, and his watch is found resting on top of the baby gate. So that means little Jacob was playing with Dad's watch and put it on top of the baby gate. Just terrible, terrible, terrible. All right, so let's see. So the break came when Matt was arrested in Sandy Springs. All right, so this break came when he was arrested. So he went to camera. So he heard about this arrest, heard about this attack, and he goes over to Sandy Springs to investigate it. So then they conduct this interview at 7:15. So Matt's already been interviewed by the one group of detectives. Now he's being interviewed by this other group. They did not read him his Miranda rights this time because they had already read them. So let's see. So he's going through he's going through these flickering lights. These flickering lights freaked him out. He says he didn't hear anything. That's the weirdest part. Found out recently she was pregnant, and that's what they say to him. And he's like, "Oh, that's awful." Then they talk about other people and issues with your brother. People that were there before, did they do criminal stuff? He says, I don't know. The people that did mean stuff to your brother, and then he talks about lights flickering again. Mom never had issues with the lights flickering. Then he talks about harassment, about the neighbors harassing him, harassing them, and Mom didn't. So he told me they were harassing. So Austin, I guess, told him that they were harassing him. Mom didn't believe him, but people were not harassing Mom. And we know that it was the other way around. Austin was harassing the people, not the Hicks, but the other folks that were there before. Then they talk about, hey, we have cameras from across the street. Here's where the rubber hits the road, and we can tell that family that 2-year-old when he grows up why he doesn't have 2 parents. He's like, I don't want to have to think about that. Well, guess what? You do. How did you know it was me? So, okay, play on crime. He asks, how did you know it was me? Because you live right behind where they were taken out and you attacked a cop. So you put yourself on our radar. So we started to investigate, and boom, there we go. He says, I don't know what to say. And the detective talks about the 9th commandment, which is basically, don't don't lie, don't bear false witness. So they're asking him, don't, because he's talking about, religion and God and church. And it's like, well, walk it like you talk it, follow the ninth commandment then. So he's saying, are you saying I'm going to be arrested on circumstantial evidence? They say, well, we saw lights go off. We see somebody wearing a hoodie. He's like, what do you want me to say? You're battering me after I got shot. And then this was a great exchange. You're battering me after you shoot me. And the detective's like, well, maybe you shouldn't have stabbed a police officer. Sorry, I thought that was really clever. So why are you battering me after I got shot? Well, maybe you shouldn't have stabbed a police officer. That's why you got battered. If you had just come down and said, hey, sorry, my bad, you would have been picked up on maybe minor trespassing and sent home. Instead, you stab a police officer, you get shot, you get battered, and now here you are being caught up on these two just, dude. My thought is if he hadn't done that break-in in Sandy Springs, he may have gotten away with this. Yes, they would have probably found him eventually, but he may have gotten away with it, Why would I delete my neighbors? Detective's like, well, why'd you stab a police officer? I didn't intend to do that. And they're like, well, maybe you didn't intend to take out your neighbors. And then he's like, you do random things, then you wake up. He's like, well, did you have a blackout? Is that possible? He says, I don't think I had a blackout. I don't want to think about that. The last case was, I guess, when he partied, he smoked, and he would bang his head against the wall of the dorm. Some interesting there. They asked him if he has a firearm. He says, probably not. Then he's like, you don't have to threaten me. Detective's like, I'm not. Interview ends. So detective is asked, did he confess to these? He's like, he did not. He puts himself in the backyard on that night. So play on crime, that's another piece in the puzzle. So how do we get from him attacking that officer to him being detained? Well, he attacks the officer, so that obviously puts him on the radar. So they're like, okay, let's go investigate this guy. Then he tells them that I was there that night. I was there at like 9:30, 10 o'clock. Their timing is that the shootings took place at 9:55 to 10:10. He's there. Speculation about Amber being pregnant, and they found photos with Amber holding a small pumpkin near her stomach. So at the time we thought she might be, but then it was determined later that she was not. So we can put that to rest. Because that's the first time I heard that, and I was like, what? No way. That would have, and Richard, you were right, that would have been in the charges. He would have been charged for that. Just like Jose, remember Jose Soto Escalara? He would have been charged for sure. And then the ME would have said. So again, that's the first time we heard it. Actually, he said it. Matthew said it in the back of the officer's car. Matthew said it, that she was pregnant. So that's the first time we heard that. And then they say it to him while he's being interviewed. Then detective goes on about, well, he says he smoked in the backyard. He got a bad feeling. He took a 10-minute nap, drove back to Athens. He says, that's just odd. The flickering lights were mentioned several times, even possibly being demonic. Mom said that too. That's two separate independent sources, I should say, saying that he thought these lights were demonic. Now, is that, I guess those are the Christmas lights, the Christmas tree lights? He thought the Christmas tree lights were demonic? Like just what goes on? What goes on in somebody's head that makes him think that? I just don't understand. Then they show items of clothing, including he had black gloves, gray North Face jacket, camouflage mask, and his shoes had shards of glass. That's big. His shoe has shards of glass. I wonder if we're going to hear from an expert about the glass. Because if we hear that glass, he has, and this is 2 days later, and he still has shards of glass on his shoes, right? 2 days later, and he still has shards of glass on his shoes. So I hope next we hear from an expert saying, yeah, that shards of glass match. Shards of glass match then it's like, then that truly puts him there. So we'll see what they bring in. All right. Paula, incredible that a 2-year-old was able to get out of a toddler bed, since I assume it had size, and get down the stairs at 2. Yeah, then there's that. Beach Mom. Been watching off and on and couldn't chat. I was 3 and remember JFK being shot. Kathleen, Matthew told the detective that his mom came to see him at his apartment and asked him if he had anything to do with it. That's what piqued their attention. Oh, yeah, right. Yes. Yeah, no, it's all of it.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. We are back on the record for State of Georgia versus Matthew Scott, Lanz 22900922. All parties are present. Just want to make a quick announcement again to everyone that is on Zoom. Zoom is a courtesy, and all devices must be muted. We've had a couple of instances where we've had feeds or conversations that are coming into the courtroom. If the courtroom continues to be interrupted, then we will have to make a decision on whether or not we will continue with Zoom or remove those who continue to violate the court's orders. It is if you are still in court, court rules still apply. So again, do ask that everybody give the consideration to everybody that is in court so that we can be heard without any interruptions. Again, if there are interruptions, we'll have to make a decision on whether or not the court will allow the courtesy of the Zoom. You may proceed, Lady Green.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, circling back for just 1 minute here, looking at States 759. When you responded to 50/50 Verbena, what type of shoes were you wearing?
I was wearing cowboy boots.
All right. Did you end up with any glass in your shoes?
Yes, I had some Tyvek, little booby covers that we wear for crime scenes at the time. And when I was walking around the crime scene after I was finished with the crime scene, I noticed that I had lots of tiny shards of glass embedded in my boot that I actually had to kind of scrape away and remove. So when these items were collected, I requested that they be processed, and I asked if there had been any noticeable glass in the packages.
And is that how you came to find and collect the small shard of glass?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, I want to move on now. I believe earlier this week there was some mention of GSR or gunshot residue. What is that?
So gunshot residue, it's caused from a weapon being fired. So the powder in a cartridge, when the firing pin hits the cartridge and the powder inside ignites, it causes a miniature explosion, which then causes the bullet to go down the barrel of the pistol or rifle, and then that gas and powder is ejected also out the barrel and the ejection port of the weapon. So when a gun is fired, that gun residue powder that is ejected from the firearm is not necessarily concentrated. It actually comes out in a plume in the air.
And is that tiny particles that can't necessarily be seen?
Yes, that's correct.
Is there such thing as a GSR or gunshot residue test?
There are.
And what is the purpose of a GSR test?
You do a GSR test to see if there's any gunshot residue on someone's person or clothing.
Is it used super frequently, at least in Cobb County?
Not in Cobb, no.
And why not?
So there's a couple of things in dealing with GSR testing as well, specifically to this case.
So I just want to talk about regular GSR testing first.
Well, GSR, like as I kind of described, it can be emitted into the air after a gun is fired. And it is not an absolute, it's an investigative lead, the testing that I mean. So what we have to look at if we do a GSR test is how that gunshot residue may have gotten on that person. There's many ways that can happen.
Well, before we get there, let me ask you this. If someone has gunshot residue on their person, does that mean that they held and they fired a weapon?
Not necessarily, no.
Additionally, now could it indicate that they were in the presence of a gun being fired?
Absolutely, especially if it was in an enclosed space.
Now, in terms of how long it stays on clothing or body parts, can that vary?
It can.
And can that make it difficult to conduct delayed GSR testing?
Yes, there's many factors that can go into that.
What are some ways that GSR, if it were present on someone's hands or body, some ways that you may not detect it?
Simply washing your clothes, washing your hands, taking a shower can remove GSR from your person.
Given some of these limitations, did you swab Lanz's hands for GSR during his interview?
No.
Right. Did you swab any of his clothing?
No.
Right. And why is it that you are not swab, but rather did you have his clothing tested for GSR?
So kind of as I said, GSR testing is an investigative lead, is not an absolute, okay? GSR testing does not indicate a timestamp, meaning it doesn't tell you when that GSR was on a person or on a piece of clothing, and it doesn't tell you how. So had a GSR test been done and resulted in a positive result, well, by the time I came in contact with the defendant, he was just shot not once, but twice in an enclosed space. So that powder, that GSR, would have been emitted in the air inside a room. So there is a very strong likelihood that GSR would have been present on his person. Also, the officers who fired their weapons then got into a physical altercation with the defendant, had to drag him out of the house, and then assisted in handcuffing him, so they're touching his wrists and hands during that time. Now, on the other side of that, if the test had become negative, or had a negative result, by the time I was face-to-face with the defendant, we were just shy of 48 hours. I think we're around 40 hours since the crime had occurred. Well, there's plenty of time in 40 hours to take a shower and wash your hands. So if there had been a negative result, I can't conclude that he didn't fire a weapon because there had been enough time to get rid of that GSR. So either way, if it was positive or negative, I would not be able to conclude if that GSR came from the homicide itself, and I can't conclude if it was negative, that means he didn't fire a weapon.
Effectively, it would have gotten you nowhere.
Exactly.
I'm going to show you states 768 through 820. Do you recognize these images?
Yes, it is.
How is it that you recognize 768 to 820?
These are crime scene photos that we're taking at our crime scene vehicle processing shed at the time. These photos are of the 2008 Lexus belonging to Mr. Lanz.
Is this the same Lexus 2008 GS 350 that we saw from Sandy Springs?
That's correct.
All right, did you all conduct your own search of this vehicle once in Cobb County?
Yes, I obtained a Cobb County search warrant for that vehicle.
And are all of these photos fair and accurate photos of that search warrant execution here in Cobb County?
Yes.
State News to Tender states 768 through 820.
Okay. State 768 through 820 are admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
We'll just go through a few of these, but 768, what's being documented here?
The vehicle tag.
Did the exterior of this vehicle appear to be in the exact same condition as when you saw it in Sandy Springs.
Yes.
State 783 here was the green backpack that we observed from the Sandy Springs photos, still transported with this vehicle when it was brought to cop.
Yes, it was.
Was it moved slightly from within the vehicle?
Yes, the bag was searched under a Sandy Springs search warrant and then ultimately left in the car.
And in these photos, do y'all unpack that bag and go through the back?
Yes, we did.
States 801, what's being documented here?
That is the insurance card for that vehicle.
And does it have the name and address listed on there?
Yes, it does. Scott and Teresa Lanz, the address of 600 Delphinium Boulevard in Acworth. Then it has the year 2008 Lexus GS350. And then it also has the vehicle ID number.
Now, for purposes of this search warrant, did you also turn the car on?
Yes,
Okay. Is that what we see in State 812?
that is correct.
What is being documented in States 814?
Showing that the vehicle was very, very low on gas.
Now, do you...
Very low on gas.
Now, was it able to be completely turned on, or is this just turning on the electricity? Do you recall?
I think this would have been just turning over the car to show the lights of just the electricity.
So do you know whether this car was capable of being turned on given the lack of gas in the tank?
I don't recall if we were able to fully get it on or not.
I want to go back to State's Exhibit 821, which was tendered before the break. Zoom in here. Can you see the new north side exit off of 285 on here?
I can.
Okay. If someone were driving from Athens to the Acworth area, specifically 600 Delphinium, would you more than likely use 285 to get onto 75?
Typically you would, yes. That'd be the more direct route.
Can you, of course, go 85 all the way until the switch and then take 75 and go that way as well?
Yes.
Okay. With this particular route, would you have passed the exit upon which this vehicle was located by Sandy Springs?
You would have, yes.
Is there any way for us to know whether that vehicle had run out of gas or not?
I know it was abandoned, and we found that the gas light was on, and I know we had trouble trying to crank it.
All right, looking at States 815 here, what is being documented in States 815?
These were items found throughout that green tactical backpack.
And what are some of those items?
So I got a med kit. I found, there's that med kit and a smaller first aid kit. We had some leather gloves, some earplugs. You see some spare underwear and socks. And then at the top, a rain poncho. That's the bottom half of the poncho. You'll see some binoculars here.
I want to show you States 816. Is that a continuation?
Correct. You'll see a handheld kind of radio, and it was in like a camera bag. There were some snacks, food, some drinks that we found, and then those 2 orange containers at the top are half-pound containers of tannerite. So that was a pound of tannerite total.
Were all those items contained in states 820 here?
That's correct.
Now, after doing the search warrant of this vehicle and meeting with the defendant in this case, did you go to his Athens apartment?
Yes, we did. That was on the 19th.
Do you recall, we previously saw the interview with Scott and Teresa Lanz. Do you recall whether the interview with the parents was before or after the Athens search warrant?
The interview with the parents was before the Athens search warrant.
And I think obviously the court saw that previously, so were you in there with Mr. and Mrs. Lanz?
Yes, it was.
Was there anything that particularly stuck out to you during that interview?
Yes, so one of the first things that stuck out to me is that after finding out that there had been a murder, Teresa felt it necessary to go to Athens and locate her son. And then upon arriving to the apartment in Athens, finding him asleep in the middle of the day, when Sheila was supposed to be in class, finding a weapon in his possession, not wanting to relinquish that weapon, and then point blank asking him if he had anything to do with the murders, which I just thought was a very strange chain of events afterwards.
Do you recall what time it was when Mrs. Lanz arrived in Athens?
I believe around between 2:30 and 3 in the afternoon.
And do you recall what time it was roughly when officers first arrived on scene?
That would have been
After discovering the murder, sorry.
around 9:45 in the morning, somewhere in there.
Alright, so thereafter, did you go to Athens?
Yes, after that interview.
I'm going to show you states 822 through 902.
Yes, I recognize these.
And how is it that you recognize states 822 through 902?
These are photos conducted during the search warrant at Matthew Lanz's Athens apartment.
Are those fair and accurate photographs taken during the search warrant execution?
They are.
And do you remember the address in Athens?
It's 435 North Church Street. It was apartment 4, and it was in Athens, Georgia.
This time statement to tender states 822 to 902 in evidence.
Any objection?
Objection.
States 822 to 902 is admitted.
May I publish some of these?
Yes.
State 822 here, what are we documenting?
This is the exterior of the apartment building.
Okay, what's the name of that building?
Hillsborough Apartments.
States 823.
Documenting just the front and where the defendant's apartment was.
States 826.
It's the front door of the apartment, documenting the number of hits to the door.
How would you describe this apartment looking at states 827?
Incredibly neat and clean.
What area of the home is this?
Be the living room area.
States 828.
Another angle from the living room area, looking back into a office and his bedroom.
States 829.
It's the kitchen.
States 830.
More of the kitchen.
here. Now, did you find any documentation from his residence with his name on it?
Yes, there's multiple different things that had his name on it.
By way of example, looking at states 851, what are we looking at here?
University of Georgia student ID of some type.
States 860 here. Where are we now within the apartment?
That would be his bedroom.
States 866.
That's the bedroom closet.
States 867.
And another angle in the same position. The bedroom closet and bed.
Was his bed made?
Not at that time. It was a little disheveled.
What about the sheets?
They were kind of balled up a little bit, but I mean the sheets were pulled up. But it was kind of in between. It looked like somebody just slept in it not long ago.
States 872.
It's a driver's license.
Sorry, trying to keep these in order. What is it that you found in states 873?
So that was actually found in a washing machine. That was a North Face zip-up jacket.
States 875, what is being documented there?
Zoom in on the label.
States 877. Whoops.
It was another bedroom that had been converted into like a computer room.
And were there any items of interest within this room?
Yes, we found 2 pistol magazines in that desk drawer.
So we will skip ahead for just a moment. Hang on. States 895. Is that the desk drawer you just referenced?
That is correct, yes.
States 890. Seven. Are those the magazines you referenced?
Yes, they are.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 673 here. Do you recognize State 673?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize State 673?
These are the 2 pistol mags, as well as the ammunition contained within the pistol mags that we found in the desk drawer.
And the photograph we were just looking at?
That is correct.
State moves to tender State 673 into evidence.
Still objected.
State 673 is admitted.
Now, were the head stamps of the ammunition found within these magazines documented?
Yes.
Okay, and what type of head stamps did all 29 bullets contain?
Sig Luger 9mm.
Now, did you all, without opening these in their entire, well, let me do this. let me go ahead and show you states 903 through 913. Do you recognize states 903 through 913?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize 903 to 913?
These are photographs taken at our headquarters in our crime scene processing lab of the ammunition once they were removed from the magazines. So we get an accurate count, show the head stamp as well as the type of projectile it is. This also contains photographs of the gun box and a box of ammunition as well.
Was all that found in the defendant's residence at 435 North Church Street in Athens?
It was.
State moves to tender states 903 through 913 into evidence.
Any objection? States 903 to 913 are admitted.
Okay, so we'll circle back to that in a moment, but looking at states 882 here, did you all go into this black box?
Yes.
States 884, what type of item was inside this storage bin?
We found one of those drawstring bags.
States 885, did you all take that out of the storage bin?
Yes, ma'am.
Alright, states 886, what are the items that we see next to the drawstring bag?
So we found like a little tackle box type container, as well as a gun box belonging to a ZTech OZ9.
Looking at states 887 here, is that zoomed in on the ZTech box?
Yes.
Alright, states 888, what have you now done with the ZTech box?
So here we opened up the box, and inside we saw a box of SIG hollow point ammunition.
States 889, is that what's being documented here?
Yes, ma'am.
States 890.
It's a closer view, yes.
And did you find any other magazines or ammunition? Looking at states 900.
So that was the magazines when we were counting the ammunition in them. We put them in the cups so we wouldn't lose any.
Is that documented in the photos that follow, such as 901 and 902?
Yes.
Now moving on to states 903. Is that one of the magazines recovered from the drawer?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And what type of magazine is that?
It's a magazine for a Glock style pistol. It's a 9mm magazine.
How many rounds does this sort of magazine hold?
This one held 17 rounds.
And looking at well, let me ask you this. All the bullets that are next to this magazine in states 903, where did those come from?
Came from that magazine.
Okay. And states 904, is this just another angle of the same?
Yeah, it's showing different angles of the projectiles.
And does it also document, maybe not perfectly, but
Yeah, it's blurry in there, but they were 9mm.
So how many projectiles or bullets were there in the first magazine there?
It was 17, so it was at full capacity.
Now this type of magazine, you said it was a Glock magazine that held 17 bullets, which was full with SIG 9mm ammunition. Could this magazine fit into the ZTech OZ9?
Yes, I think that particular magazine is ZTech's magazine, but ZTech is based off of Glock pistols, so their size and shape are interchangeable, I think.
States 905 and states 906. Which magazine is this?
I've been the second magazine that we found in the location.
And so for states 905 and 906, is that just a different angle but the same magazine as well as bullets?
Correct, just showing different angles of the ammunition.
And how many bullets were located in this magazine?
12.
Is this the same exact magazine as we saw from the first one?
The same type of magazine, yes.
In other words, does it hold the same number of rounds?
Correct, yes. That one also holds 17 9mm rounds. We found only 12 in that particular magazine.
So how many more rounds for this one to be at max capacity?
So it was missing 5 rounds from being at max capacity, which was consistent with the number of projectiles we had recovered in this case.
And just for a reminder, how many projectiles were recovered on scene?
2 on scene.
Okay, and how many projectiles were recovered from the medical examiner's office?
That would have been 3 years. 2 from Justin Hicks, 1 from Amber Hicks.
And after you all worked to kind of make sense of the scene and determine potentially how many gunshot wounds total were suffered, what conclusion did you all reach?
A minimum of 5 shots.
Looking now at 907 here, what are we looking at in 907?
That's documenting the ZTech pistol box.
In states 908, is this the same box?
It is. This is documenting the make and model of the firearm, the brand, as well as the serial number.
Now, at this point in time, when you all took this ZTech box from Athens, had you all already gone to the Lanz's residence at 600 Delphinium?
Yes, that ZTech that was located at 600 Delphinium had already been recovered by this time.
So was this box consistent with the make and model of the firearm you had recovered from the defendant's parents?
Yes, as well as the serial number.
States 909, is that the same box of ammunition we previously looked at?
Correct.
States 911 here, was this box of ammunition full?
This box was, yes.
And was this the same type of ammunition that was in the 2 separate magazines?
Yes.
Now from here, did you obtain purchase records of the ZTech 9 that was recovered from the defendant's parents' house?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and where did you get those documents from?
The Athens Gun Club, I believe it was the name.
Athens.
Athens Gun Club, I believe it was.
At this time, state moves to tender state 667 into evidence, which is the business record certificate from the Athens Gun Club, along with state 668, which is the 4473 firearm transaction record, as well as states 669, which is the invoice from the purchase of the ZTech Z9, serial number ZA04909, all of which is covered by the business record certification.
Defense.
No, good, good.
States Exhibit 667, 668, and 669 are all admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
Looking first here at state 668, the 4473, what type of information is included on a 4473?
So it'll be the purchaser's information, the date of the purchase, as well as the weapon that is being purchased.
And here specifically, what type of weapon was being purchased?
It says ZEV OZ9, and then it has a serial number, which is ZA04909. And then it documents that it is a pistol and it is a 9mm.
And who is listed as the purchaser of this weapon?
Matthew Scott Lanz.
What is the address that was listed?
Used 600 Delphinium Boulevard in Acworth, Georgia, which was his parents' home and home he grew up in.
what is the date of this purchase?
So it was actually purchased on the October 13th. The paperwork was filled out, I believe, during October 6th, but according to the purchase receipts and the actual transfer date, it was 10/13 of 2021.
Was there a signature produced on the 4473 on October 13th of 2021?
Yes, it was.
And whose signature, what name appears there?
That's consistent with Matthew Lanz.
Whose driver's license was copied during the purchase of this OZ9?
Georgia driver's license belonging to Matthew Scott Lanz.
And then looking at state 669 here, what are we looking at?
So this is their actual purchase receipt, or their invoice from this purchase. It says it was completed on October 13th of 2021 at 10:32 a.m. And these items were sold to Matthew Scott Lanz of 600 Delphinium Boulevard in Acworth. And the purchased items were one Zev OZ 9mm, that would be the pistol. Then there was actually 3 boxes of SIG 147 grain 9mm hollow points. And then there was 1 box of Stand 1 Armory 9mm. Not sure if that was a hollow point or not though. And that the payment was made in cash.
And that was on the same date as the 4473?
The 4473, according to the dates, appeared that it was filled out on October 6th, but the weapon was actually transferred and in his possession on October 13th.
And is this firearm that we've just reviewed in 667, 668, and 669 the same firearm that was sent to the ATF forensic lab for testing?
Yes, it was.
All right, now moving on to let's see, I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 914 and 915. Did you go through the foam extraction of the defendant's device as performed by Sergeant Harder?
Yes, I did.
And did you pull some items of interest off of that device?
I did.
Looking at states 914 and 915, do you recognize those 2 documents?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
These are extraction reports from Cellbrite from the defendant's phone, one being a list of device events from the phone, and one being call logs from the phone.
And are both of those true and accurate reports coming off of Cellbrite, reflecting the exact data that's contained within the defendant's device at the time that it was collected on November 19th of 2021?
Yes.
State moves to tender states 914 and 915 into evidence.
Any objections? States 914 and 915 are admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
With respect to here we go. Looking at page 6 of states 914 here, and I want to focus on device event 48. Do you see that device event?
I do.
Okay. What is it that took place on the defendant's device on November 17th, 2021 at 10:16 p.m.?
The device was placed in airplane mode.
And moving down, to item 52, or line item 52, what happened to the defendant's device on November 18th of 2021 at 12:43 a.m.?
The phone is taken out of airplane mode.
how, first of all, going back to 10:16 here at the top, how many minutes after seeing the defendant's vehicle on the surveillance video was the phone placed in airplane mode?
Approximately 5 minutes.
And how long did it remain in airplane mode?
More than 2 hours. More than 2 hours.
And approximately how long does it take to drive from the Atlanta area to Athens?
Approximately, I'd say on average about an hour 45.
Now, while we're on the topic of device events, do device events allow you to see when a phone is like unlocked or locked?
Depends on a lot, but some devices do, yes.
Sure. Well, looking at this exhibit, for example, for Matthew Lanz's device, were you able to see when it was unlocked or locked?
Yes.
Were you able to see when the display lighting came on or off?
Yes, there were records of that.
Okay. Were you able to see airplane mode and so forth?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Did you look for this sort of information in Justin or Amber's phone to see if that would help with any form of timeline?
I did, but there were no device events in their phone that was extracted.
Okay. And is that just some of the discrepancies sometimes you see among phones?
Yeah, it can depend on a certain model of phone or what operating system has been currently downloaded on the phone and how that interacts with Celebrite.
Now I want to look at States Exhibit 915 here. What do we see on States Exhibit 915? What type of report is this?
These are call logs, so calls incoming and outgoing from the device.
Now, how many total, looking at States 915, how many total call logs were included on this report?
27.
Now, did you see any, let me see this, let me go first to looking at line items, let's see, 13 and 14, do you see those two? Whoops.
I do.
Okay, so on November 17th of 2021, do we see any contact between the defendant and his father or dad?
Yes, we do.
Okay. How many calls are there that we're looking at?
There are 2 calls.
Okay. Were any of them connected?
Yes, one was.
Okay. And what time was that call?
That was on 11/17/2021 at 7:57 p.m. and 32 seconds.
And how long was that call connected?
At a minute 58 seconds.
Now, during the interview that you had with Mr. Lanz, did he ever reference having a phone call with his father?
I think he referenced talking to his father about coming home to the house at some point. I don't specifically recall.
Now, thereafter, what was the date of the next any sort of phone incoming or outgoing call?
It would have been on, the next call that came to his phone was not answered, however, that was on November 18th, 2021 at 11:24 a.m. and 2 seconds.
And so at this point in time, when his dad called him, I think you already mentioned, was it answered?
It was not.
Okay. And at 11:24 and 2 seconds, had even an hour and a half or 2 hours passed since the murders were discovered?
I'm sorry, say that again.
How long had passed since the murders were discovered by law enforcement?
Yeah, roughly 2 hours or so.
Thereafter, do you see another phone call?
Yes.
Okay. Incoming or outgoing?
That was incoming.
From who?
From his mother.
Was it connected?
It was a missed call.
Okay. The next call?
Is incoming from his father at 11:47 a.m. and 43 seconds. That was also a missed call.
Down at the bottom here,
It's a call from Alex Lanz, I believe that's his sister, and that is a missed call. That was November 18th of 2021 at 11:51:31.
Next one.
Another call from Alex Lanz, same date. That was 11:52 a.m. and 6 seconds, also a missed call.
Next.
Additional call from Alex Lanz on November 18th, 2021. It was at 11:54 a.m. and 16 seconds, also a missed call.
Next.
Incoming call from mom. So November 18th, 2021. It's 11:58 a.m. and 15 seconds, and that was a missed call.
Next one.
This is another missed call at November 18th, 2021 at 12:05 p.m. and 47 seconds. That was an incoming call from his mother.
Missed.
Yes, that was missed.
Alright, the next call.
This is another missed call on November 18th, 2021 at 12:23 p.m. and 35 seconds. And that was an incoming call from his mom.
Missed.
Yes, missed.
Next.
So incoming call from his dad at November 18th, 2021 at 1:38 p.m. and 41 seconds. And that was also a missed call.
Alright, and then finally.
And then there's an incoming call from his mother at November 18th, 2021 at 2:14 p.m. and 42 seconds. That's also a missed call.
Do you recall during Scott and Teresa Lanz's interviews whether Teresa Lanz said that she attempted to call her son once she arrived in Athens?
Yes, she did.
And is this time stamp consistent with the general time frame she gave you as to when she arrived in Athens?
Close to it, maybe about 15 minutes prior.
Now this last call that we have here, is that any form of family member?
No, it was not.
Is that someone you actually spoke to?
Yes, I believe he was a classmate that attended UGA. I just don't recall which class it was from.
So looking from line item 2 through line item 12, how many phone calls were made from Lanz's family members to him on November 18th of 2021?
It was 10. 10 or 11. 11, I believe.
Now, did you look in Lanz's device to see if he had any sort of GPS or location data that was logged?
I did.
And were you able to find any relevant location data between 7:07 p.m. when we know that the Hicks were alive through 9:45 a.m. on November 18th of 2021 when law enforcement was responding to their homicides?
His mobile device did not record any location data after 11:17, a little bit after noon, from my recollection.
On what day?
November 17th, 2021.
Nothing after November 17th, 2021?
Around, I think it was, I don't recall, but it was in the 12 o'clock hour. After that point, there was no location data ever recorded on the device.
Okay. Now, did you also obtain his AT&T records?
I did.
Okay, and what was the primary purpose at that point in time in obtaining AT&T records?
Tower location data.
Were you able to determine whether there was any cell tower data originating from phone calls during the relevant time period?
Hit no incoming or outgoing phone calls or text messages that recorded tower locations during that time.
And so because there's a lack of phone calls, did that result in a lack of towers generated from phone calls?
Correct. You would need to either receive an incoming call or place an outgoing call. Same thing with text messages in order to record a tower location record. And in this case, there were none during that time.
Next, Your Honor, the state moves to tender State's Exhibit 916 into evidence, which is a business record certificate from Google for the Google records concerning MatthewLanz13@gmail.com, as well as State's 917, which is an activity search history report contained and covered by the Google business record certificate.
Any objection?
Your Honor, we've talked about that particular exhibit. I think the state has picked out maybe 8 or 9 of those to read into the court. The remainder of those can be put into the record, but not go to the government.
Okay.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, so states 916 and 917 are admitted with the limited limitations on the emails that will be presented to the court.
But yes,
Searches, sorry.
That's okay. All right, so may I publish the ones we've discussed? Okay, very good. State's Exhibit 917 here. Let's see, what sort of Google search did you see on November 16th of 2021?
Searching facts about blood. It was a Johns Hopkins website.
And what other search was looked at on November 16th of 2021?
Catholicism and the Ten Commandments for Dummies.
Was there a reference to the Ten Commandments during your interview with Mr. Lanz?
Yes, that was a reference made by Detective Jackson during the interview.
Looking at October 9th here, what sort of searches were seen on October 9th?
That's 29th, I think, really.
I'm sorry, 29th.
Ballistic calculators for long-range shooting.
Looking next at, I guess, earlier in the day or evening or early morning hours of October 29th of 2021, what other search do you see?
So what would getting shot by 308 be like?
And
do heads really explode as portrayed in Pulp Fiction?
looking at October 20th of 2021, what sort of Google search do you see?
OZ9 combat pistol, black slide and barrel with Trijicon RM06 optic.
And how long after the purchase of his ZevTech 09 OZ9 was this search made?
Not even 2 weeks.
And what else do you see on, October 17th of 2021?
That says 22 mag velocity. And then it continues on. There's another search for Zev OZ9 pistol.
Then also on October 15th of 2021, what do we see here?
Another search for Zev OZ9. This is for reference of barrel length in inches.
And below that?
Search for Glock 19 barrel length inches.
And then on October 15th?
Zev pistols, a couple of different models there. I think that's like the main website.
Sorry, do you see another search for Zev 09?
Yes.
Or OZ9?
Yes, actually visited the website.
Okay. And this was how many days after the official purchase where he then possessed the Zev OZ9?
2 days.
Then looking at October 12th of 2021, what sort of searches were done on October 12th of 2021?
Total number of fatalities in the United States 2018.
And also,
Mortality in the United States 2019.
and
CDC. This is a visited website, Fast Stats, it's deaths and mortality.
and when was this in relation to the purchase of the Zevo Z9?
The day before.
Very briefly, did you obtain other records through the course of your investigation?
Yes.
Does that include things like Instagram records,
Yes, it did.
UGA records?
Yes, student records.
Did you speak to some classmates?
Yes.
Did you obtain some flock images as we've discussed previously?
Yes, it did.
Did you also extract some computer or hardware devices from the defendant?
I did.
Did you speak to neighbors in the surrounding area?
Yes, I did.
With regard to any of that material, were you able to glean at anything that was relevant to this double homicide?
No.
Did you ever find a link between Amber and or Justin Hicks and the defendant Matthew Lanz?
Not personally, only to the residents.
And when you say the link to the residence, was that really with Matthew Lanz or his brother?
His brother.
And I know we've talked a lot about Matthew Lanz. Is he in the courtroom?
Yes.
Can you please point him out for the court?
Yes, he's the gentleman sitting at the defense table wearing a green jumpsuit.
Let the record reflect that he has identified the defendant in this case. Nonetheless,
Just the record will reflect.
thank you. Despite not having a specific connection between this defendant and Amber and or Justin Hicks, what evidence linked Matthew Lanz to these homicides?
Well, we know from video evidence and his own statements that he was in the area during the time frame these crimes occurred. Not just in the area, but within a very, very, very close proximity by his own admission. We also know that his vehicle had left the neighborhood approximately 1 minute after the last known rear porch light had gone off, and we see movement running from the backyard. So the car was seen leaving within the right time frame when we have identified that the crime occurred. The defendant then puts his phone in airplane mode and goes back to Athens, at which point his parents recover a pistol from his person the next day, less than 24 hours after the crime occurred. The weapon was in his possession. He was reluctant on giving the weapon to his mother and subsequently gave it to his father, at which point it was collected, brought back to his parents' house. That weapon and ultimately ballistically matched shell casings that we had recovered from the crime scene. That ammunition contained from that pistol, as far as the pistol magazines belonging to that gun, did match the same type of ammunition that was recovered from the crime scene. Not only was the weapon ballistically matched to the shell casings, but the defendant's DNA was recovered from the pistol grip of that weapon, which he then had actually purchased in Athens a little over a month before this murder happened.
Given the very narrow time frame you were able to establish as to when these murders occurred, what was that small window again?
It was 9:59 p.m. and 40 seconds to approximately 10:10 p.m.
And when was it that Jacob Hicks actually left that home? Or was taken out of the home?
It's around 9:45, 9:50. I don't recall the exact time he exited the house.
Which is roughly how long the 2-year-old Jacob was inside the home with his dead parents?
Just shy of 12 hours.
Did you lay eyes on Jacob that day?
I did see him when I first arrived.
What did his PJs look like?
They were covered in blood.
Great. Attorney Barry, proceed with your cross.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, David.
Good afternoon, sir.
Let's talk a little bit about the residence when you first arrived. You basically went around the scene and looked at what you thought may have happened. You saw glass that was broken to the interior of the home, correct?
Yes.
Like somebody knocked the glass out from outside in.
Correct.
Yeah. But there was glass on the exterior of the home as well.
There was.
Okay. And when you came in, there was a white gate that had been pushed forward rather than backward. Pushed away from the living room instead of pushed into the living room.
That's correct.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you found out that there was a dog that was barking a lot when the officers first arrived. Did you have an occasion to see that dog?
I think they corralled the dog. I think it might have been in a car by the time I arrived, but I have seen that dog on the body cam. So.
Okay. Now, after observing these things, did you want to find out what lights may have been on the interior of the home or the exterior of the home around 10 o'clock?
From the interior of the home, I know what light was on or off when we arrived to the home.
Right, that's what I did. Yeah. Okay. Was the light on in the playroom where the Christmas tree was?
When we arrived, I don't recall that being on. I know the living room light was off at the time.
Christmas tree lights were lit.
Correct. They were.
Were there any lights on in the living room area other than TV?
Not when I arrived there, no.
Okay. Do you know whether anyone had turned any of the lights on or off before you got there?
No, I did not. Well, I watched the body cam of the first responding officer, and they were still off. From my recollection, when I was there, they were still off.
And you observed that there were a number of motion sensor lights that were placed around the home.
On the exterior, yes, sir.
On the exterior of the home.
Yes, sir.
Were there motion sensor lights close to where the delivery box was found on the side of the home?
Just off the corner, so you'd actually have to kind of round and go past that front door, and then there was one right on the edge of the home on the corner.
And was there a group of sensor lights past that, close to where the window had been broken in?
Yes, there was an additional set closer to the window near that patio area.
Okay. Would the sensor lights close to the delivery box, would they come on at the same time that the other satellites close to the little patio where the broken glass were, or would they be independent?
I do not know that question. I'm not sure if they're independent or if they would trigger on in unison.
Okay. When these lights would be triggered on, do you know what length of time they would stay on before they went off?
Don't recall the length of time.
Okay. And if you, say for instance, if someone came up on the porch and the lights came on, and they're motion sensor lights, right?
Are you talking about the front porch
on the back porch there where the glass was broken.
Yes.
Okay. If you entered that area, there are motion sensor lights, so they would naturally come on, right?
If you were captured by the motion sensor, yes. I would have seen the lights would come on.
Okay. And you saw those?
I did see them.
Okay. And they are motion sensor lights?
Yes.
And that's what y'all looked at with Detective Smith. He showed you where the motion sensor lights had come on in the back during certain time periods, which you testified to a few minutes ago, at 9:31, 9:55, and 10:05.
Yes, I watched that video.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So the motion sensor lights, then, if you came within the range, they're going to come on.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what range that would be? 10 feet, 12 feet?
I do not know. I did not test them when I was there on the initial scene.
Okay, so nobody tested those to find out?
No, not any information was relayed back to me if there was. So I'm going to acknowledge.
So if I'm on that patio and I break that window out, that motion sensor light would come on because I'm having activity on that porch.
Either that or from when you approach the patio.
Okay. So once you approach the patio, if I then break the window and go inside and they go off, they would have to come back on when I exited through that window, right?
Yes.
Okay. Or I'd have to exit some other place.
Yes, or we'd have to exit some other.
Okay. So the motion sensor lights did not come on again after 10:08, correct?
That's correct.
And the motion sensor lights came on at 9:55, correct? According to your testimony.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, so they're on, but the time that they're on, Ms. Hicks is on, apparently on her telephone with a group text, and text at 9:59. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. The sensor lights did not come on between 9:59 and 10:10, right?
I don't recall any other lights being activated in the rear at that point.
Okay. We're talking about searching the vehicle. You went to Sandy Springs to look at the vehicle. Did you ultimately bring it back to Cobb?
So it went, once Sandy Springs was finished with their search warrant, it went to ATO Towing, which is, I guess, the company they contract with. I then got a search warrant, retrieved it from ATO Towing, and then it was transported back to Cobb.
Now, in the vehicle, did you actually search it yourself or someone else?
I was there.
Okay. Did you find any glass shards in the floorboard of that vehicle?
I did not.
Were there any clothing items other than the backpack in the car?
Clothing items other than the backpack. There was some underwear and socks. And if you consider a poncho maybe a clothing item, but I remember. I think there's some shoes in the trunk. Golf shoes.
And I think you indicated that there was a flashlight in the glove box.
Correct. That was located during the Sandy Springs search.
Okay. Do you know how old that flashlight was?
I do not know how old that flashlight is.
Okay. Don't know how many times the flashlight had been used or for what purpose?
No, sir.
And you have a speculation, but you don't know for sure that the flashlight was ever used to knock any windows out.
No, I cannot confirm if it was used to knock any windows out. I just saw that it had the ability to.
Does that scratches?
On that end cap that I described, that was pointed, yes, sir.
Did you find in the car Mr. Lanz's wallet?
No, we found it. don't recall if we found his wallet in there.
Okay. Do you know whether he had a wallet at the time he was arrested?
If there was, it was not given to me at any point that I recall.
So you don't know what may have happened to his wallet?
I don't recall what happened to his wallet.
Was there a wallet found in Athens when you did the search there?
We found his driver's license in Athens. I just don't recall a wallet.
Okay. So were there a number of service stations between Athens and where the car was ultimately found?
Yeah, I would imagine so, yes, sir.
Okay. But you don't know whether he had a wallet with him or any money because none was ever given to you?
I don't recall any wallet. I definitely don't recall any currency. If Sandy Springs or the GBI collected a wallet with currency, it was never provided to me.
Yeah. You told us that on the video interview that you took with him, you mentioned a number of times seeing lights, demonic lights, at that home. Did you ask him whether it could have been Christmas tree lights?
So there were kind of several conversations about lights and who it was pertaining to and how they were described. So if there's a specific moment, it might be easier for me to answer that for you, because lights were mentioned in several different conversations about different people.
Okay. I assume that you knew that his brother had been killed in Washington by an agent?
I did, my man, yes, sir.
Okay. Did you ask him any questions about that?
He was a little sensitive about talking about that particular. We did talk some about his brother, but not so much about how he passed.
Okay. Talking about the clothing that you received from Sandy Springs, you mentioned the North Face, the gray North Face. I think you see that in one of the photographs. Did you ask him if that was the one that he was wearing the night before?
So when I asked him in an interview, I made a statement that you were wearing the same hoodie as you're wearing today as you wore during the time frame of the murder. His response was, no, that's my North Face one. So when we recovered the North Face one later on in his apartment, we took photos of both of them. From the one collected from the Sandy Springs incident and the one found in his apartment.
The one in Sandy Springs, the gray hoodie, is it a North Face?
Yes, it was.
Okay. The one you found in Athens was not a hoodie.
It's a zip-up jacket.
Zip-up jacket, but not a hoodie, right? And when he entered the home there in Sandy Springs, he had on another piece of clothing over that hoodie.
Did some kind of camouflage jacket sometime.
Okay. So the gray hoodie would have been under another piece of clothing.
It was. I didn't know about the gray hoodie being worn at that time until they cut it off of them and told me that they recovered it.
Okay. Now, when you were talking about the doing the GSR test, sometimes you don't do it on clothing because it gets washed or it can be rubbed off. And in this particular situation, one of the officers came in contact with him, but that was a secondary piece of clothing, not the outer piece of clothing, correct?
And they cut a lot of those off and handcuffed him. So, it would be transference easily all over his body.
Okay, but not if he had a shirt over that North Face. If they were touching him all over, they would have been touching the outer clothing, not the inner clothing.
Well, the covering was like a mesh camouflage poncho looking thing that he was wearing. I don't think that would completely block any GSR from getting anywhere else in his clothing.
Okay. Now, you told us you don't use the GSR that much, but it's a tool that police officers use. A tool just like DNA or any other tool that you use in investigation, correct?
It can provide investigative lead, yes, sir.
Sure. It's kind of like playing the lottery. If you don't do it, you're not going to get a result, right?
Well, in this case, I wouldn't have been able to tell you if the GSR recovered from his incident in Sandy Springs came from Sandy Springs or it came from this homicide. No, I would not be able to tell you one way or another.
But if you did it, and you got a positive result, that would just be another piece of evidence that you might use.
At that point, I couldn't validate that piece of evidence because it just sounded tainted because he had been shot twice.
Bottom line is, you didn't do it.
No, we did not do that.
You didn't find any spent cartridges in Athens, did you?
No, sir.
Okay. Let's talk about the shoes that you collected. Did you collect any shoes from Athens?
We didn't collect any. Looked at them, but ended up collecting any.
Did you ask him if these tennis shoes, we saw pictures of that with sharp glass on them, did you ask him if those were the shoes that he wore the night before?
Did not see those shoes until after I interviewed him, so no, I did not mention it in my interview with him.
Okay. So you don't know whether those are the shoes that he was wearing?
I cannot confirm that, no.
Now, where he left the vehicle was a good, mile and a half or 2 miles to where he was ultimately arrested?
And approximate, depending on the route you take to get to that area.
And do you know whether he walked up the road or walked through the woods or how he was able to get to from his car to the residence that he ultimately went into?
To my understanding, I was not the investigator on that particular case. My understanding, he cut through some woods at some point to get to the neighborhood. The exact route, I couldn't tell you. I was not the lead investigator in that.
Okay. Around streets and sometimes in the woods, you find people that have broken glass and thrown glass out in those areas. That'd be fair to say?
It's a pretty nice area over there, but it's possible.
Okay. The SIG 9mm ammunition, is that pretty common ammunition used in 9mm?
Yes.
Okay. Were you there when the gun was collected from Mr. Lanz's home?
No, I was not. I was in Sandy Springs with him in his vehicle.
All right. Do you know whether the officers found a clip there at the home?
Yes, there was that. You talking about with the weapon or just in the home in general?
Either with the weapon in the same coat. Do you know if there was one found and what it was found?
Yes, there was a .40 caliber magazine in the same coat pocket that the weapon was located. And then they also looked into a safe that was in the residence that contained firearms and other magazines.
Okay. How many bullets were in the magazine that was found in the same coat pocket as the gun?
So the weapon was empty at that point. The magazine that was recovered with it was, I don't believe that had any ammunition, and it was for a .40 caliber pistol.
Okay. Let me show you State's Exhibit 442. 442. 445. See if I can get this thing right. worked just fine for the state. I don't know why it's not working.
88 agreeing with us with the.
Well, that's helpful.
Almost like you're
I appreciate it. Let me show you what's been identified as State's Exhibit 445. Do you know where that particular projectile came from?
So that projectile, the way the picture's taken is they locked the slides from that firearm to the rear and have taken that projectile out of the chamber.
Okay, so it would have been taken out of the chamber of the weapon.
A weapon found at the house, not the one we recovered in the jacket pocket.
Okay,
Different
so
one.
Is this not the same weapon that you recovered?
I can't tell from that what picture it kind of zoomed in. There was lots of firearms taken from it.
Two firearms that were just alike, correct?
This picture is of a standard Glock with a laser. I see the Glock emblem on it. It is not a ZevTech Technologies pistol. So this, I believe, is a different pistol taken from the safe.
Okay. Did you talk to any of the officers about when you were getting the information, what gun that was?
I know they
Whether that
collected.
bullet came out of that gun?
Well, that firearm was not of interest to me. It was in a lock safe belonging to his parents. We were particularly looking for that ZevTech.
You indicated to us that Mr. Lanz's phone went on airplane mode about 10:15.
It was 10:16, yes.
And what would be the purpose of putting a phone on airplane mode?
Typically in criminal cases that I deal with, when people do it to avoid any recording any locations from their device.
Well, if you had something in mind, would you put it on airplane mode on the way there rather than on the way back?
Could, yeah.
Okay. We just covered three things. You don't have any information that Mr. Lanz had ever met the Hicks, do you?
No, I have. I don't think there was any witness statements or evidence in phones or anything indicating they'd ever met in person or spoke to each other.
You don't have any information about anything that was taken from the residence.
Which residence?
The Hicks residence, sorry.
Do I have information about what was taken from it?
You don't have any information of anything that was taken from the Hicks residence.
You mean as like an theft?
Yes.
No, I can say the crime scene was not consistent with the theft, but I did not itemize every object in their house.
Okay. But there did not appear, nobody said, oh, this gun was missing, or this watch was missing, or anything like that.
No, sir, there's never been a report of a missing item that I'm aware of.
And you have not been able to determine any motive for this shooting.
The only connection I have is from the house and the defendant's brother.
So the motive that you think is because of Mr. Lanz's brother.
I didn't say that. I just said that was the only connection to the Hicks was that house in Lanz.
All right, thank you.
Great, thank you, Attorney Berry. 88 Green, are there any additional questions or redirect for this witness?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection from the defense? Just excusing the witness.
No,
okay. Executive Secretary. Thank you. Can I go approach?
Well, as we heard this morning, that probably is it. for the state, because the defense was saying the state's going to rest today. So that's probably going to be it. 16 witnesses. We've heard from pretty much everybody. I would want to hear from a glass expert if they can figure that out. I don't know if they can. The shards of glass that were found on the back of his shoes, or the soles of his shoes, that's pretty damning for me. Yes, the 9mm casings match his choice of whatever you want to call it. That's pretty damning. Doesn't put him at the scene. Glass shards on his soles of his shoes puts him at the scene. So we'll see. We'll see if they rest. Do they? I guess they put it on the record. I guess they come back and they say the state rests. So let's see. Yeah, Ken. If especially, well, the judge could come back with a verdict immediately, but chances are she's going to take time. She'll probably take a couple weeks, again, depending on her workload. There's a lot of evidence to review. I don't think she's just going to come back and say guilty or not guilty. Oh, speaking of, we took a poll, 139 votes. Have you seen enough, or do you need more evidence to convict Matt? 78% said yes, guilty as charged. 16% said I need more, but I'm leaning to guilty. 5% said I need way more, you have doubt. 1% said not guilty all the way. So I don't think the judge is going to come back right away. I would like to think she's going to take her time, and it's going to be written. It'll probably be written. I really don't know. We only did one. It was Nixon. Do you remember him? I forget his first name. We were covering that. He was pro se, and that was a bench trial. And the Jose Ibera, Lake and Riley, that was a bench trial. I'm trying to remember how long that took. Let me see how long it took. How long that took. Concluded on November 20th with a guilty verdict and sentencing. So November 20th it concluded. Wednesday's okay, so I guess he did it right away. So that judge, what was the judge's name? Judge Patrick Haggard. I guess the judge came back right away. So I guess they can. I mean, they can for sure. They can come back. Take to find him guilty. In just minutes after closing arguments concluded. Okay. So judge found Jose Ibera guilty of in just minutes after closing. So it was a 4-day bench trial, and Judge Patrick Haggard stated the evidence was overwhelming and powerful. So there, that answers our question. So if the defense does not put on a case in chief, yeah, we'll hear closings, and we could have a verdict tomorrow's Thursday, Friday, possibly. And then next week is Thanksgiving for us, but we have some good things lined up for you guys. So don't fret not. We have lots of things lined up for you for Thanksgiving week. If this trial does not go into next week, which I don't think it will. Yep, she could, Sam. Yep, she could rule from the bench right away. No, come on. Stop. Yeah, she could rule from the bench right away. She could take her time. She could come back weeks, you know. Yes, Amber. Yes, we do. We do have a ego lined up for you guys next week. Yeah, he's trying to smack the. Well, now we have blinds. Houdini pulled down the curtains, so now we put up these black blinds. I'm sorry. Yeah, blinds, right? Shades. Trying to make it real simple and easy, and there's clips, and he's up there smacking at him like he did at lunchtime. So I'm sure it's going to only be a matter of minutes before he smacks him down.
Okay, we will recess at this time. Actually, just a couple of things I want to put on the record first. State, do you want to, this tomorrow or today, as far as your case is concerned?
We can complete it today, Your Honor, before we rest. Do we need to circle back on the Jackson Deno matter for the interview?
Yes, and based on, let me go back to, that was exhibit number 474, based on what the court viewed in the interview, particularly as it relates to Cobb County Police detectives interviewing Mr. Lanz. I think you also, it was like a 45-minute break. It was a continuation. I find that was a continuation. There was not a significant lapse of time, and also it was a initiation of the discussion that Mr. Lanz gave. So I'm going to admit, not it was admitted or objection, but take that into consideration as evidence that the court will consider in its deliberations.
Very good. So with that, Your Honor, we will rest.
Okay. And so, Attorney Barry, you will follow procedures tomorrow, and if there, for what case, if you so choose to present any evidence to the court, we can discuss that in the morning. What your decision will be. Yes, what your decision will be in moving forward. All right, so we'll stand at recess. We'll get started tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. All right, everyone be safe. We'll see you all tomorrow at 9:30. We'll open the courtroom at about 9. We'll open the courtroom for around 9. All right, everyone have a great evening. Stay safe. Bye.
All right, state rests. The state rests, and they're showing up at 9:30 tomorrow. So day 4. We may have closing arguments tomorrow. We could have a verdict for sure. But 9:30, they're showing up at 9:30 tomorrow. Let me just get that down. So 9:30 tomorrow. So we'll show up around maybe 9 or so, 9:15. We'll see. We'll see what else we can do. 9:30 tomorrow, but we may go on a little earlier than that. So, all right. So that's pretty much it. Trying to think if there was anything in that last bit of testimony. Let's see. So they're putting the crime to happen around 9:59 to 10:10. Jacob was taken out at 9:45 a.m. Nothing linking Matt to the Hickses other than them being neighbors. So he goes through the this was a nice summation. What links were there? He admitted to being in the area. I got to show you this, you guys. Houdini and Super Ball. Okay. Yeah, that's it. All right. So he admitted to being in the area. The vehicle had left 1 minute after the porch light goes off and the crime occurred. The phone was in airplane mode. Parents recovered the weapon the next day. He's reluctant in giving it away. It's brought back to the parents' house. Casings from the scene matched, and then DNA found on the grip. So those are all staring contest, right, Amber? It was a quick showdown there. Quick showdown. They try to hang with Superball all the time. Little Roger, he's always trying to, play with Superball, and he pounces her a couple times, and she'll lick him. She's licked him before, and then she'll smack him. So, all right. So those were the links. Jacob was taken out around 9:45, so just shy of 12 hours. Let's see. Oh, all the phone calls. Yeah, the phone calls. His phone was blowing up with his dad, his mom, and Alex. I'm assuming that's his sister. They called 11 times on November 18th. They called him 11 times. And then they do these searches. He's got ballistic calculators for long-range shooting. What would getting shot by a 308 be like? Do heads really explode like in Pulp Fiction? Dude. Then he searches mortality rate in the U.S. Just oof. Betsy, he had gloves on. We're not sure if he had. Well, they recovered. He had gloves on when he attacked the officer, and they recovered gloves in his backpack. So, did he have gloves on then? Perhaps. Who knows? So. Superball doesn't appreciate being used as a feline trampoline. I can't pull up your comments because Superball is like right here. She's right there, and my mouse is right there. So let me see if I can. Hold on. Let me try to get this over here. All right, there. Superball. Superball. It's very awkward here. Maybe if I come this way. All right, dude. Yeah, you're right in the middle of everything. This is highly. I can't. I can't. I just can't. You're gonna have to move. And then we have little Rafa or little Fed over here checking out my notes. Yeah. Hi. Yep. All right, you guys. With that, I will say have a good night. Thank you for joining us. Hopefully, I can end the stream. But Superball's going to have to move. All right, dude, you got to move. Okay, you have to move. Okay. Yep. All right, good girl. All right, and she's back. Okay, thank you for joining. I'm going to say goodbye real quick because Superball is being Superball. Thank you to our mods. Thank you for watching. Thank you to Aaron. Chat, thank you for watching. Everybody have a wonderful evening, and we will see you tomorrow. I'm not sure what time yet. Court starts at 9:30, so we'll see. We'll either go on at 9:15, maybe we'll go on a little bit earlier. Not quite sure yet. But again, thanks for watching. Appreciate you guys. Take care of yourselves. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon and your evening, and we will see you guys tomorrow. And next week is Thanksgiving week, but we have some really fun things planned for you. Wednesday night, I'm going to have my high school buddies come join me again. We did it last year, and it was a lot of fun. And hopefully you guys will join us. That's Wednesday night. I think we're going to do that at 7:30 Eastern. So that'll be fun. It's going to be it'll be us just having fun like we did last year. So hopefully you'll join us for that. And then we also have some other things planned for you. We'll do an Ego Takes the Stand, maybe even 2. And then probably a Brian Walsh deep dive because he's coming up December 1st. So we'll get all things collected, and maybe we'll do a Brian Walsh deep dive then. So with that, thank you for joining. Appreciate you guys, and we will see you tomorrow. Have a good one. Bye.